Our boy groggily comes to his senses, the aftermath of a rough night written all over his face. He wakes up on a park bench with a splitting headache, the morning sun doing him no favors. He curses himself for drinking alone, swearing he'll never touch the stuff again if this is the price. Suddenly, a hazy memory flashes through his mind, something about a status window update while he was falling. He just scoffs at the thought, dismissing it as a ridiculously creative, drunken delusion. With a heavy sigh, he faces the grim reality. He's officially jobless and has no idea how he's going to make a living. Just as he's considering trash-tier day labor, a glowing elf girl appears out of thin air, asking if he's satisfied with his new status window. He completely freaks out, scrambling backward and demanding to know who the hell she is. The mysterious girl just gives a cheerful salute, introducing herself as Miri from the Status Window Management Department. Taejun is left utterly dumbfounded, wondering if a Status Window Management Department is actually a real thing. Our boy finally processes everything, realizing with dawning horror that the events of last night were not a dream. Miri casually confirms she's looked into his case regarding the explosive growth skill he inquired about. She then cheerfully reveals the big problem. His status window was just an outdated, buggy piece of trash. Taejun is completely floored, unable to believe that was the sole reason for his years of struggle. When he presses for more, Miri just pulls the security reasons card, saying she can't disclose any more details. She promises his growth will work properly from now on, but all Taejun can think is that his entire life's effort was a waste. The realization hits him like a truck, and he seethes with rage, asking if all his hard work meant absolutely nothing. He gets right in her face, his voice dripping with venom as he recounts the 7 years he trained, like a dog for a broken system. Completely losing it, he grabs her by the collar, demanding to know if she has a death wish and how she'll ever compensate him. Miri panics, pleading for him to calm down and quickly explaining she's already returned all his lost stats and healed his injuries. Our boy is stunned for a second, his rage pausing as he questions if he's really been healed. He lets her go and checks his body, completely dumbfounded to find himself in perfect condition, demanding to know how she did it. Miri explains that while she can't give him all the details, his new explosive growth needs a special trigger to get started. With a sudden burst of confidence, she points right at Taejun and says she's got a proposal for him. But before she can even finish her sentence, a wave of chaotic energy rips through the city streets below. A grotesque tentacle dripping with acid slams into the pavement, melting it on contact. Turns out a gate has opened, unleashing a hideous monster that sends the civilians below scrambling and screaming for the suppression team. Taejun stares in horror, the awful realization dawning on him that this is the trigger she was talking about. He whips around and unloads on Miri, yelling that she's sending him to his death, but she just pleads with him, insisting she believes he can handle it. She gives him a shaky thumbs up, telling him to trust her, and that the worst-case scenario is hell just die, so hell probably be fine. Taejun is left utterly speechless by her insane logic, while Miri just gives him a shaky double thumbs up. The system identifies the monster as a venom spore, a B-rank threat that could even overwhelm a skilled suppression team. He asks if taking that thing down is the trigger for his explosive growth, and Miri eagerly confirms it's a sure thing. But our boy hesitates, thinking it's absolute madness to just jump into a fight with a monster of that caliber. He glances at Miri, whose forced smile doesn't exactly inspire confidence, making him wonder if he can trust her at all. He falls silent, contemplating his grim, no-win situation. His mind flashes back to his hellish life, realizing that running away has never solved a single thing. He clenches his fist, figuring his life is already a mess, so what's the worst that could happen? With a surge of desperate resolve, he grits his teeth and decides he's all in. Without another word, he takes a running leap off the building, diving headfirst towards the battle and shocking the soldiers below. As he plummets, one of the smaller spore monsters spots him and fires a glob of acid right at his face. The creature shrieks, launching its venomous projectile with blinding speed. But our boy, with reflexes he didn't know he had, simply smacks the acid away with his bare hand. He follows through with a single, devastating punch that completely blows the trash-tier monster to bits. A flood of system windows appears, confirming the quest is complete and his new skills, undaunted experience and explosive growth, are now active. He's suddenly engulfed in a brilliant blue light as he feels an incredible surge of power coursing through him. His status window reveals a massive stat boost, and Miri smugly asks how his first taste of explosive growth feels. Our boy is dumbfounded, a crazed grin spreading across his face as he realizes this new power is totally overpowered. Miri cuts his celebration short, telling him not to get ahead of himself because the real show is just about to start. She then pumps her fist, urging him to keep the momentum going and wipe out every last monster on the battlefield. Wasting no time, our boy charges headfirst into the next group of trash-tier spores. The fear is gone, replaced by the crazed grin of a man who's just found the ultimate cheat code. Another punch, another explosion of monster guts, and another system notification confirms his explosive growth is working. He can't believe it. This jackpot skill is giving him permanent stats for every single kill. It's an absolute massacre as he tears through the horde, his power growing exponentially with each defeated spore. Drunk on his newfound strength, he launches himself towards the massive parent monster, the main venom spore. He realizes that at this insane growth rate, he'll be stronger than a B-rank hunter in less than a week. Hell, he might even surpass the legendary A-rank hunters, a thought that was pure fantasy just minutes ago. But as he's reveling in his power trip, the situation on the ground suddenly changes. He's dumbfounded to see that the official suppression team has already arrived on the scene. But just as the pros arrive, another group of hunters shows up, annoyed they missed out on all the action. One of them spots our boy and can't believe it's Taejin Lee, calling him a total loser. They see him clutching a mana crystal, looking completely wrecked, and wonder what the hell happened to him. The blonde-haired punk, Youngjin, leads his crew forward, telling Taejin to get lost before he gets hurt. He sneers that Taejin is pathetic and will never amount to anything, just like he always told him. Taejin finally recognizes his old bully, realizing Youngjin and his cronies are here to hunt as well. But instead of fear, a strange confidence washes over our boy as he stares them down. A dark, calculating grin spreads across his face. He's not the same weakling they used to push around. Just then, a member of the suppression team approaches Taejin, thanking him profusely for his help. She tells him that without his intervention, the situation would have been incredibly dangerous. Internally, our boy realizes this is a golden opportunity to flip his public image from zero to hero. He puts on a humble facade, laughing and saying it was nothing more than his duty as a hunter. Youngjin and his lackey can only stare, completely baffled by this trash-tier weakling's sudden change in attitude. The soldier keeps praising him, saying she can't imagine anyone handling that many venom spores alone. Her words catch Youngjin's ear, who steps forward with a sneer, asking if she really said Taejin did all that by himself. The soldier, a bit taken aback, confirms that's exactly what happened, and asks if there's an issue. This news hits Youngjin and his entire crew like a truck. They're utterly dumbfounded that the loser they knew is now a hero. Taejin smoothly tells them not to bother the officials and whispers to Youngjin that he'll explain everything in a bit. He then leads the still confused bullies away from the scene, towards a derelict, abandoned building. The group steps inside the crumbling structure, the perfect private stage for whatever our boy has planned. Surrounded by the whole crew, Youngjin cuts right to the chase, demanding to know if Taejin really handled the situation on his own. He scoffs at the very idea, questioning how a trash-tier D rank like our boy could ever pull off something so impossible. As Taejin remains silent, Youngjin's patience wears thin, and he aggressively demands an answer from the punk. Suddenly, a familiar blue glow catches Taejin's eye. The system has something to say. A new quest pops up, telling him to teach these disrespectful juniors a lesson. But it's the reward that makes his eyes go wide. An entire A-rank skill is on the table. A twisted, greedy grin spreads across his face as he realizes he gets a power-up just for smacking these clowns around. He slowly gets to his feet, offering a mock apology for what he's about to do. With Miri floating by his side, he calmly asks if they'd mind if he gives them all a beating. Youngjin and his boys are just left standing there, completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Taejin puts on a show, crying that he's new to this and can't sugarcoat his intentions. He then bows deeply and formally asks once more if he can teach them all a lesson. Youngjin's crew is just confused, with one of the bigger goons thinking Taejin has completely lost it. Fed up, the goon lunges to grab our boy, telling him to quit spouting nonsense. He slams his hand down on Taejin's head, lecturing him that criminals need to be punished. But Taejin doesn't even flinch, simply asking if the goon is serious about that little philosophy. The thug is stunned. He can't move Taejin an inch, who agrees that punishment is indeed necessary. A menacing blue aura flares to life as Taejin tells the man to take what he deserves. Before the goon can react, a vicious chop connects with the side of his head, and in a single, fluid motion, Taejin effortlessly flips the massive thug onto the concrete floor. The rest of the crew is just dumbfounded, wondering if their buddy just collapsed on his own. But our boy Taejin isn't done, calmly beckoning the rest of them to come at him one by one. With a chilling smile, he declares their punishment for bullying a senior. A single flick to the forehead. The thugs are in disbelief, thinking he's completely lost his mind to be this confident. A single flick connects, and the next goon's face caves in as blood erupts from his nose. One by one, they all fall to simple, effortless strikes, each hit imbued with terrifying blue energy. Their leader, Youngjin, can't believe his eyes, screaming at his crew and asking if this is some kind of joke. He quickly realizes this is no joke as Taejin stands untouched amidst his fallen lackeys. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Taejin calls out Youngjin's name, asking if he still finds this funny. He points right at the boss, making it clear that while the others might get a pass, there's no way he's getting off the hook. Cracking his knuckles, Taejin tells the punk that a simple flick on the forehead won't be enough for him. Absolutely seething, Youngjin grits his teeth and promises that our boy is dead meat. Suddenly, a freezing aura erupts around him, as shards of ice begin to materialize out of thin air. He mocks Taejin, assuming he just unlocked some trash-tier physical ability, and telling him not to get cocky. With a smug grin, Youngjin declares that Taejin is the one who's completely finished. But our boy is unfazed, casually identifying the skill as an ice missile and wondering where he learned it. Just then, a system window pops up for Taejin, announcing he's completed a quest and gained a new skill. He decides this is the perfect time for a little test, revealing his own new A-rank skill, Fireball. Youngjin is left completely dumbfounded, as his ice melts away before the colossal sphere of flame. Taejin calmly warns him to be careful, since he just learned the skill and might accidentally kill him. The colossal fireball detonates, completely swallowing Youngjin and his trash-tier ice spell. For a split second, all the bully can register is the searing, unbearable heat. A massive explosion rocks the area, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. When the smoke clears, Youngjin is somehow still alive, gasping for air with his hair fried to a crisp. Hess in total shock, barely able to comprehend that he wasn't just incinerated on the spot. Taejin calmly walks over, mocking him for being so scared that he literally pissed himself. He leans in close, asking if Youngjin has finally learned his lesson about picking on the weak. The terrified bully immediately starts begging for his life, promising he'll never bully anyone again. But our boy just grins, reminding him about the flick he promised, and that there's still one left. Suddenly, Miri pops in, breaking the fourth wall to give a quick recap of the episode's events. She explains how our boy Taejin awakened a new status window, finally gaining some real power. With this newfound strength, he was finally able to stand up to the trash-tier bullies who made his life a living hell. And boy did he get some sweet, sweet revenge on those who tormented him. But it seems he went a little overboard with the pyrotechnics, and passed out cold from pure exhaustion. Turns out he's been out for 3 whole days, and as Miri frets, he finally groans for her to shut up. Taejin is awake, but in rough shape, feeling like he's dying from the mana backlash. Miri is ecstatic to see him conscious, but he just explains, this is the price for recklessly pushing his mana to its absolute limit. He admits he got carried away by the sudden power trip, and now realizes his top priority has to be raising his mana pool. Miri is confused, pointing out his growth has been insane, so she doesn't get why he needs to focus on just one stat. But Taejin reveals it's because of his extraordinary growth that he has no other choice, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Taejin explains his extraordinary growth is a double-edged sword, boosting every stat except his mana. Plus, his fireball now costs double, so Miri asks if there's any way to train his mana pool exclusively. With a smug grin, our boy reveals he has a plan, and after 8 hours of recovery, he's ready to go. His destination is a massive, imposing structure known as the legendary Tower of Training. Inside, he tells Miri this is the perfect dungeon to grind mana, a famous spot even for beginners. But Miri immediately pokes a hole in his story, asking why the place is completely empty if it's so popular. He admits it was a hotspot years ago, wondering if it went out of business, just as a magic circle activates. A strange old man in a sleeping cap materializes, looking right past them and muttering for his granny. The frail-looking wizard seems to be on his last breath, tearfully begging for his granny to return. Taejin and Miri are just dumbfounded, wondering what in the world is wrong with this creepy old man. Taejin tries to get things started, but the senile old manager completely mishears him, thinking he's asking for fast food. Our boy is dumbfounded, trying to correct the geezer who's now complaining about his granny not letting him eat junk. Finally, the words sink in, and the manager realizes a challenger has actually come to face the tower's trials. With a slightly unsettling smile, he offers to be their guide, leading them deeper into the dungeon. Miri whispers that this whole setup is making her nervous, but Taejin just tells her to relax because he came prepared. They're teleported to a new platform as the manager mumbles to himself, trying to remember how his own tower even works. Losing patience, Taejin grabs the old man and starts explaining the rules himself, saying there are 10 stages to clear. He confidently declares that the first stage is a simple warm-up, defeating 10 goblins. A light bulb goes off over the manager's head. He's shocked Taejin is right, as if he'd forgotten his own script. Miri is amazed by his insight, and our boy smugly boasts that no one knows this tower's secrets better than he does. Turns out, our boy couldn't go on expeditions, so he became a dungeon nerd, studying strategies on YouTube day and night. He's absolutely certain this beginner dungeon is going to be a piece of cake, with Miri cheering him on. The tower manager overhears his boasting, forcing Taejin to play it off like he was just talking to himself. They arrive in a forest clearing, and the manager announces that the first trial is about to begin. With a great heave, the old man raises his staff to summon the monsters for the first stage, but the spell seems to take a massive toll on him, as he trembles and strains to even finish the incantation. Taejun is pumped and ready for action, Miri confidently thinking that 10 goblins will be a breeze for him. Suddenly, a loud rustling erupts from the nearby bushes, signaling the monster's arrival. But instead of a few weak goblins, a massive, roaring ogre smashes through the trees. And it's not alone. An entire army of ogres and goblins appears, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Taejun and Miri are completely baffled, with our boy sarcastically asking if the goblins have been bulking up. He turns to the tower manager for answers, demanding to know why the so-called goblins look like roided-out ogres. But the old man is completely gone, drooling and muttering nonsense about wanting some kimchi stew. The horrifying truth dawns on Taejun. This geezer isn't some powerful mage, he's just a senile old man who botched the spell. With a deafening roar, the entire horde of ogres begins its thunderous charge right at them. Miri starts to panic, asking what they should do. But Taejun just braces himself for the inevitable clash. He's completely surrounded. But instead of fear, he channels his mana, fire erupting from his palms. With a defiant roar, Taejun unleashes his fireball, vowing to crush every single monster in his path. The massive inferno engulfs the front lines, incinerating the charging ogres in a wave of pure destruction. When the flames die down, the field is clear, and Taejun is left kneeling, his hand smoking from the sheer power he just unleashed. Our boy gets a little cocky after his big move, but Miri quickly warns him that the fight isn't over yet. He barely has time to process her words before a hulking ogre that survived the blast appears right behind him. The monster doesn't hesitate, smashing its massive club right into Taejun's face and sending him flying. He lands hard, realizing with a grunt that a single ogre is still a serious threat up close. But our boy is cut from a different cloth. He just grins and launches himself back into the fray, ready for round 2. He expertly ducks under a wild swing, seeing the perfect opening to counterattack. With blinding speed, Taejun pivots and unleashes a devastating spinning kick aimed right at the beast's head. The impact is brutal, completely shattering the ogre's skull in a shower of gore. As the monster collapses, system messages flood his vision, confirming stage 1 is complete, and his growth skill has activated. Suddenly, the senile old man is standing there perfectly lucid, praising him for clearing the stage so quickly, leaving Taejun utterly dumbfounded. The old man smirks, asking if the first stage was a bit too easy for our boy. Taejun barely contains his rage, gritting his teeth as he insists it was much harder than it looked. But the manager just casually dismisses him, making Taejun want to punch the geezer right then and there. He flashes back to the hell he just endured, where monsters were stronger and more numerous than ever before. The difficulty was so insane it was mentally and physically breaking him down floor by floor. He finally understands why no one ever comes to this trash-tier training ground anymore. This so-called beginner's dungeon was nothing short of a living nightmare. He remembers the desperate cries of those who failed before him, begging for their lives. Now, battered and exhausted, he's finally dragged himself to the Tower of Training's final stage, and waiting for him is the final boss. A rank S. Level 90 Hellhound, Cerberus. Our boy is absolutely horrified, wondering what the hell he's looking at now. He was expecting some tough-looking dogs, but the real final boss is something else entirely. Defeated, he slumps to the ground, deciding to just give up on the reward, since victory is impossible. Besides, he's completely out of mana, and couldn't fight even if he wanted to. But just as he's about to throw in the towel, a hidden quest notification suddenly appears. The mission is to treat a senile NPC who's causing all the chaos in the tower. It all clicks into place as Taejun stares at the old geezer, realizing the dungeon is built on his mana. Turns out the manager can't control his power, which is why all the monsters are insanely overpowered. A new fire lights in his eyes. If he can just get that old man back to normal, he can clear this dungeon. Miri asks if he's got a plan, and Taejun admits he has an idea, but he's not sure it'll work. With no other choice, our boy decides to give his crazy plan a shot, and dashes forward. He remembers hearing that mages can lose their minds from excessive mana, and it all makes sense now. Using his senses, he can just barely make out the tangled mess of mana circuits inside the old geezer's head. He suddenly gets behind the tower manager, who just looks back completely dumbfounded. Miri is just as confused, wondering what in the world Taejun thinks he's doing. With his eyes glowing, Taejun places his hands on the old man's head and begins his treatment. To everyone's surprise, the manager seems to be in pure bliss, as if he's reached nirvana. Taejun keeps up the massage as the old man mumbles incoherently, clearly enjoying the sensation. But this is no ordinary massage. He's actually redirecting the scattered mana back into the manager's head. Gritting his teeth, Taejun pushes through, determined to restore the broken mana flows no matter what. Miri screams for him to stop, as the manager's unstable mana forms a monstrous, demonic face. The chaotic energy swells uncontrollably, and Miri can only plead for this nightmare to end. But our boy Taejin holds on for dear life, yelling at the old man to please snap out of it. In a flash, the entire mass of violent energy erupts from the tower and shoots into the sky. A voice rings out from the dust, with the manager apologizing for the trouble his old body caused. The senile geezer is gone, replaced by a ridiculously buff warrior who laughs and thanks Taejin for his help. Taejin is completely dumbfounded, wondering who the hell this muscle-bound old man is. The manager feels a clarity he hasn't known in years, feeling refreshed and powerful. He raises his staff, effortlessly gathering the chaotic pink energy into a focused attack. From the top of the tower, he unleashes a devastating blast that completely annihilates the monster horde below. The manager declares our boy his benefactor, offering him anything his heart desires as a reward. But before Taejun can even answer, he and Miri are left dumbfounded as the old man starts an insane workout routine. The manager strains, pushing through rep after rep of some ridiculously heavy weights. With a final roar, he completes his 100th lift, a triumphant look on his face. He slams the weights down, cracking the floor and explaining that physical strength is the key to handling high-intensity mana. The old man continues his bizarre lecture, flexing his chest muscles with pride. He emphasizes his point by showing off his ridiculously sculpted leg muscles. Turns out, this is the secret of the physical archmage Elkeroid, who claims his muscles radiate pure mana. Taejin just awkwardly claps, politely declining the offer to feel them up while thinking this is all a bit unnecessary. Elkeroid gets back on topic, once again pressing Taejun to name his reward for helping him. Our boy Taejun awkwardly asks for his reward, a boost to his trash, tier mana capacity. The manager just laughs, saying that's an easy fix, as he powers up his mana body technique. Without warning, he slams his glowing fist right into Taejun's gut with a mana technique buildup. Taejun screams in agony as his mana skyrockets, getting a massive plus 300 boost instantly. He collapses, coughing and thinking he nearly died from that brutal reward, as Miri looks on in horror. But the manager strokes his beard, realizing that a lack of mana isn't Taejun's real problem. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, having no idea what the old man is talking about. Turns out, the real issue is his fireball skill. It's burning through an insane amount of mana. Elkeroid explains that fireball is supposed to be a basic, low-cost spell for beginners, but he grins, promising our boy that he'll help him completely recreate the skill from the ground up. With his new skill ready, our boy heads to a massive skyscraper in the middle of the city. Suddenly, a woman calls out his name. It's Lich, a grade A hunter from the prestigious Myth Guild. Miri is completely dumbfounded, asking Taejun how he knows such an impressive woman. He explains she's an old friend from his training days. She can't believe he actually has a female friend, which makes Taejun blush, and defensively ask if she thinks he's that pathetic. Miri then asks why he called her, and Taejun reveals it's to test the new fireball technique he learned from the buff old man. Turns out, this skyscraper houses the largest and most secure training facility in the entire country. He recalls how his old fireball was already strong enough to level a building, so he knows this new version is on another level of dangerous. That's why he needed a proper, safe training area this time around, and he looks pretty smug about his planning. Miri is genuinely impressed, admitting that Taejun has way more connections than she ever gave him credit for. Just then, Siana walks up and asks what they were talking about, causing Taejun to panic and laugh it off like a total goof. As they ride the elevator, Siana makes small talk, asking our boy what he's been up to. She suddenly gets close, studying his face and making Taejun incredibly flustered. She smirks, noting that he seems to have changed quite a bit since they last met. He used to be the guy who always needed her help, but now he carries himself with a newfound confidence. Changing the subject, she casually mentions that someone else is also using the training grounds today. With a grin, she tells him he'll be super excited to see who it is as she opens the door. Taejun's face drops in horror when she says the other person already arrived. The first thing he sees are two familiar, menacing spears, one purple and one red. And there he is, Choi Jin-hyuk, a grade, a hunter from the Bicheon Guild, sitting on a monster's corpse. The two rivals lock eyes, their names echoing in their minds. This reunion is about to get ugly. Lee Siona is completely baffled by the thick tension in the air, wondering why they're acting like this after a whole year. To break the ice, she activates the training ground, explaining it's a virtual space powered by the user's mana. She continues, noting that the more mana you pour in, the stronger the training monsters become. With a flourish, she summons a grotesque little demon rabbit she calls cute, but Choi Jin-hyuk is completely unimpressed. The creature hops off as she asks if they understand the basic concept now. Announcing she's going for drinks, she leaves the three of them to their hard work. An incredibly awkward silence hangs in the air, with Taejun and Jin Hyuk refusing to even look at each other. Our boy realizes he can create any monster he wants, so he starts pouring his own mana into the system. A massive, hulking orc roars to life, and even Taejun is a little shocked that it actually worked. But that shock quickly turns into a confident smirk as he cracks his knuckles, ready for a real warm-up. Without a moment's hesitation, our boy unleashes a furious punch right into the orc's gut. His eyes blaze with intensity as he pours every ounce of his newfound strength into the attack. The training monster is completely obliterated, dissolving into a cloud of green energy. From the sidelines, Choi Jin-hyuk scoffs, thinking a single orc is barely a warm-up. But then, a sudden realization hits him as he finally recognizes Taejun's face. He flashes back to the scene of the beaten guild juniors, accusing Taejun of being the one responsible. The confident smirk vanishes from Taejun's face as he turns to face the accusation. Jin-hyuk stalks forward, stating he didn't want to believe the rumors, but now he sees it's true. He gets right in Taejun's personal space, questioning if has awakened some hidden power. His voice is laced with venom as he asks why Taejun would use that strength to attack his own family. Our boy's mind flashes back as he stares down his old acquaintance, Choi Jin-hyuk. He remembers a time when Jin-hyuk was one of the few friends he could actually rely on. But that all changed when Jin-hyuk joined the Bicheon Guild and started leaving him in the dust. He started hanging out with trash-tier thugs, just watching from the sidelines as they ganged up on Taejun. The friend he once knew had completely vanished, replaced by someone cold and ambitious. Taejun realizes that to the current Jin-hyuk, he's no longer a friend, just a pathetic porter. Snapping back to the present, he looks Jin-hyuk dead in the eye and admits he did it, asking what he's going to do about it. Jin-hyuk is completely dumbfounded by the blunt confession, as Taejun scoffs that he just roughed up some punks. He reminds his so-called friend that those guys were the ones who messed with him in the first place. Then he twists the knife, calling Jin-hyuk out for doing nothing but watch while he was getting beaten to a pulp. Jin-hyuk absolutely loses it, grabbing Taejun by the collar and screaming about his audacity. Our boy Taejun, cool as a cucumber, just points out that he's being strangled, and anything he does now is purely self-defense. Suddenly, Seona pops in cheerfully, announcing she's brought them something, completely unaware of the standoff. Her smile vanishes as she sees them fighting, and she screams at her two teammates to stop what they're doing, but it's too late. Jin-hyuk unleashes a brutal slash with his spear, catching Taejun right across the torso. Taejun stumbles back trying to call a timeout, but Jin-hyuk coldly tells him there are no breaks in this fight. He follows up with a powerful blast that sends our boy flying backwards in a massive impact. Jin-hyuk stands over him, a dark expression on his face as he processes the brief exchange. He finally breaks the silence, admitting with a hint of shock that Taejun has actually gotten stronger. With lightning crackling around him, Jin-hyuk declares the warm-up is over, and he's finally going to fight for real. But our boy just smirks, cheekily asking if that little attack even left a scratch. Jin-hyuk is absolutely fuming, wondering when this trash-tier hunter got so good at taunting. He channels his energy, preparing to unleash the first form of his Bicheon spear technique. With a roar, he launches his signature move, the devastating Thunder Spear. Seon-ah screams from the sidelines, thinking Jin-hyuk has lost his mind for using such a powerful skill. Taejun, however, stands his ground with a grin, saying he knew that move was coming. He plants his feet and declares that if Jin-hyuk is going all out, then he will too. Seon-ah and a little spirit on Taejun's shoulder are left completely dumbfounded, wondering what he's planning. Taejun begins gathering an immense ball of blue energy, a power they've never seen from him before. He then unleashes a massive torrent of blue flame, revealing his new S-rank skill, the Archmage's Fireball. Jin-hyuk scoffs at the incoming attack, thinking it's just a basic energy blast. The sheer pressure hits him a second later, and he realizes with dawning horror that he can't possibly block this. Just as the flames are about to consume him, a mysterious figure flashes in front of him to intercept the blast. With a soft click, a sword is drawn, glowing with an ethereal power of its own. In one clean motion, the newcomer slices right through the Archmage's Fireball, parting the sea of flames effortlessly. Jin-hyuk, Seon-ah, and even our boy Taejun are left completely speechless by this insane turn of events. The S-rank skill simply dissipates around the impossibly sharp blade, rendered completely useless. The mysterious savior stands over a stunned Jin-hyuk, leaving everyone wondering who the hell she is. Turns out, she's the vice president of the Myth Guild, the S-rank hunter Cha Soo-hyun, and she knows that was no ordinary fireball. With ice in her eyes, she glares at Jin-hyuk, scolding him for using such a dangerous skill on a fellow teammate. Taejun tries to play it cool, mumbling that it was his first time using the skill, and he misjudged the power. Jin-hyuk is absolutely fuming in the background, thinking our boy is about to get annihilated for his recklessness. Soo-hyun then turns her intense, menacing gaze directly onto Taejun, making him think he's next on the chopping block. But in a wild turn of events, her expression softens as she grabs his hand and asks if he'd consider joining her guild. Jin Hyuk is completely losing his mind, screaming that there's no way this is happening. Our boy is just as confused, realizing that the de facto leader of the Myth Guild is standing right in front of him. The legendary S-ranker, Cha Soo-hyun, is personally extending a scouting offer to Lee Taejun. She explains that she's never seen a basic fireball with that much destructive power, and that a hunter like him would be a huge asset. With a determined glint in her eyes, she repeats the offer, dead serious about recruiting him. Taejun is left speechless, his mind reeling from the sudden, out-of-the-blue proposal from one of the world's top guilds. Watching from the sidelines, Seon-ah is absolutely beaming, thinking it's about time they recognize Taejun's true worth. Our boy knows the score. The Myth Guild is one of Korea's 4 major powerhouses, and joining would change his life. But after a moment of heavy consideration, he swallows hard. Having made up his mind, he respectfully tells Soo-hyun that as a hunter, he believes one must consistently train to overcome their limits. He then pulls a fast one, claiming he promised a colleague a duel today specifically to test those limits. Jin Hyuk is completely dumbfounded, wondering when in the hell he ever agreed to a duel with this guy. Taejun clenches his fist, explaining that during his clash with Jin Hyuk, he came to a stark realization. He saw Hunter Choi Jin Hyuk as a massive, insurmountable mountain that he's not yet strong enough to overcome. Therefore, he declares with fiery resolve that he must decline the offer because he still has mountains to climb on his own. Jin Hyuk is about to have an aneurysm, thinking this kid is completely insane for twisting their one-sided beatdown into some noble duel. Instead of getting angry, Soo-hyun bursts out laughing, absolutely loving our boy's fiery spirit and dedication to training. He asks for his name, and Taejun proudly introduces himself as a humble D-rank hunter. The vice president just pats his head, saying a talent like him is a complete waste at D-rank, and decides to pull some strings for him. And just like that, Soo-hyun hands over a personal letter of recommendation, a ticket to something much bigger. Turns out, it's an invitation to the B-rank hunter evaluation in 1 month, leaving his colleagues absolutely stunned. While Seon-ah is ecstatic for him, Jin Hyuk is still fuming in the background, unable to believe this kid's audacity. Taejun realizes that ranking up means access to better dungeons, concluding that this is an opportunity he absolutely cannot refuse. 1 month later, our boy arrives at the towering skyscraper that serves as the official hunter testing site. He stands confidently among the other applicants, noting that the very air here feels different, charged with power. Miri pops up, amazed he got a recommendation so easily, but Taejun just smirks, boasting that talent always recognizes talent. Miri can't wrap her head around it, asking why Head turned down such a sweet deal from the Myth Guild. Our boy makes a face, thinking the answer is painfully obvious. It's all about the money. He explains that joining a guild means giving up a huge chunk of your earnings and all your freedom. He remembers the grim reality for most hunters, they're worked to the bone and discarded the second they get hurt. With a demonic grin, he declares he could never join a guild. His only goal is to make a mountain of cash. Just then, his thoughts are cut short by a voice calling his name, and he turns to see who it is. A cheerful girl with cat ears introduces herself as Yu Se-rin, a C-rank hunter from the Cheongyan Guild. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, asking how she knows him, but she just grabs his hand, saying the rumors are already flying. Se-rin's expression turns serious as she reveals her guild is dead set on recruiting him, especially since she heard Myth's VP is interested. Our boy just sweats bullets, internally cursing that loudmouth vice president for painting a massive target on his back. Suddenly, another hunter interrupts, laughing that he came to see the big-shot rookie but only found a mediocre-looking guy. This newcomer, a C-rank hunter named Kang Jiun from the Hwoarang Guild, scoffs that nothing good ever comes from hype. With a smug grin, he introduces himself, declaring he's destined to become the greatest hunter of their generation. Taejun just gives him a thumbs up with a forced smile, wondering if this dude is completely out of his mind. Before any more trash talk can fly, an announcement cuts through the tension, signaling the start of the B-rank hunter evaluation test. A woman at a podium explains that she'll first introduce the mentor who will be overseeing their examination. The crowd murmurs as the mentor is revealed. A. Rank hunter Choi Jin Hyuk from the Bicheon Guild. Taejun's face drops in absolute horror as he recognizes the name of the very hunter he humiliated back in the dungeon. Choi Jin Hyuk takes the mic, greeting the participants and explaining he'll quickly go over the test procedures. He reveals the test will be a dungeon crawl, with the 8 participants split into 2-person teams to tackle it together. He explains the dungeon layout. 4 teams enter separate paths, and the first 2 to the merge point get to fight the boss with him. With a sinister grin, he adds that anyone can retire from the dungeon if they feel like they can't handle it. He reassures the nervous candidates, including a worried Yu Seirin, that safety personnel are stationed throughout the dungeon. But then comes the twist. The entire test will be live-streamed and scored based on their performance. With a dramatic flair, he officially begins the test, telling the teams to come forward as they're called. First up is Team A, pairing the cat-eared girl Yu Seirin with the arrogant martial artist Kang Jian. Team B is announced next, a duo who already look a little overwhelmed by the pressure. Then Team C is called, a pair of hunters who seem much more composed and ready for a fight. And finally, Team D is revealed, our boy Taejun, partnered with a large, friendly-looking hunter named Kim Jun-hyun. Taejun is stunned when his partner cheerfully calls him senior, only to see the kid as a C-rank hunter from the Bicheon Guild itself. Choi Jin-hyuk watches in silence as Kim Jun-hyun cheerfully leads a hesitant Taejun towards the dungeon gate. Kim Jun-hyun gives his new senior a sideways glance, his friendly demeanor hiding a hidden agenda. Meanwhile, Choi Jin-hyuk is absolutely seething, believing our boy is just using him for personal gain. It seems the partner isn't a fan either, as Kim Jun-hyun hardens his expression, thinking this won't be easy for Taejun. With their hidden conflicts, Team D steps through the swirling red portal to begin the assessment. Choi Jin-hyuk's rage hits its peak, as he internally vows to make Taejun regret everything. We flash back to the Bicheon Guild, where this whole scheme was cooked up. Turns out, a guild higher-up had called Kim Jun-hyun in for a special, off-the-books mission. His only job in the assessment, the schemer explained, was to disrupt Taejun at all costs. The plan is simple. Since the D route is already a nightmare, a little interference should be enough to make our boy fail spectacularly. The schemer twists the knife, bringing up Kim Jun-hyun's sick mother. He frames this dirty mission as a chance for Kim Jun-hyun to earn money for her surgery. With no other choice, the poor guy is forced to trust him and play along. Back in the present, Kim Jun-hyun is still reeling from his decision when a monster appears. A giant cave snake lunges at them with blinding speed. But before anyone can react, our boy Taejun smashes its head into a bloody pulp. Miri complains about the trash tier experience, but Taejun's extraordinary growth skill still kicks in for a bonus. Kim Jun-hyun is completely dumbfounded, wondering when Taejun got this strong. He recalls that just a few weeks ago, their power levels were practically identical. In the Bicheon Guild, they were both nobodies, yet Taejun somehow always kept his fighting spirit. Kim Jun-hyun flashes back to a time when he praised Taejun's unique skill for absorbing attacks. Back then, it was actually Taejun who was encouraging him, giving a thumbs up and saying he'd shine one day. He remembers Taejun as the senior who gave him hope when he had none, always telling him to keep fighting. The guilt is crushing him. Now he's the one tasked with making his old friend fail in this godforsaken test. But with his mother's surgery bills looming, he feels he has no choice but to go through with this dirty deed. Stealing his resolve in the present, he calls out to Taejun, who turns around, looking a bit confused. He offers our boy a blue potion, claiming it's a little something to help him since things are getting tough. Kim Jun-hyun explains it's just a buff potion he always carries, a handy item for any expedition. Completely oblivious, Taejun just smiles and gratefully accepts the potion from his friend. He chugs it down in one go, while Kim Jun-hyun confirms in his mind that the paralysis poison has been delivered. Taejun comments that the potion tastes surprisingly good, while Kim Jun-hyun smirks, thinking his plan to exhaust our boy is now in motion. But a split second later, a sharp jolt of pain shoots through Taejun's body. He clutches his gut, feeling like some dark power is awakening within him, and Kim Jun-hyun thinks the poison is working faster than expected. Hilariously, it's not paralysis, our boy just desperately asks his friend if there's a bathroom nearby. Taejun doubles over in regret, deciding he has no choice but to speedrun this dungeon to find relief. Kim Jun-hyun is left completely dumbfounded, wondering why the hell the paralysis poison isn't working. A system window pops up, activating Taejun's poison immunity, and the traitor realizes with horror his target is immune. Having weathered the storm, Taejun calmly recovers and starts analyzing their path forward. They reach a dead end littered with a giant snake's corpse, and Taejun decides they have to turn back. As our boy complains about the dungeon's confusing layout, Kim Jun-hyun sees his opening and thinks this is his chance to strike. With Taejun's back turned, Kim Jun-hyun decides this is his only chance to push him off the cliff and ruin his assessment. He calls out to his senior, getting Taejun to turn around, completely oblivious to the murderous intent. Overcome with a sudden burst of emotion, Kim Jun-hyun rushes forward, screaming that he's sorry. But instead of pushing Taejun, the traitor runs right past him in a blur. In a baffling turn of events, Kim Jun-hyun leaps off the cliff himself, leaving Taejun and Miri speechless. Both men are frozen in shock, one falling to his doom and the other trying to process the sheer stupidity of it all. As Kim Jun-hyun plummets, it's clear his conscience finally got the better of him. But our boy isn't about to let him die, lunging off the cliff and snagging his ankle in a death grip. Taejun hangs on for dear life, yelling at the guy, asking if he's lost his mind trying to commit suicide. Through his tears, Kim Jun-hyun confesses that a piece of trash like him should just die here. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know what this trash talk is all about. Kim Jun-hyun then spills everything, confessing he was actively trying to sabotage the assessment for his own gain. He thrashes around, begging to be let go so he can die. But Taejun just grits his teeth and tells him to save the drama for later. Taejun realizes his strength is fading fast. This is seriously bad timing for a moral dilemma. He briefly considers using a nearby portal, figuring his livestream is dead anyway, but then his watch starts beeping. A quick glance reveals the impossible. 10 viewers are watching him live. Panic sets in. He can't let his new audience see him in this pathetic state. But as he frets, the cliff edge starts to crumble. The rock gives way completely, sending both men and a very surprised Miri plummeting into the chasm below. They fall into the darkness, Miri letting out a high-pitched scream all the way down. After a bone-jarring thud, Taejun sits up complaining about his backside, while a dazed Kim Jun-hyun asks where on earth they are. Before they can even get their bearings, a chilling hiss fills the air as countless red eyes ignite in the darkness. The chasm is actually a massive nest, swarming with hundreds of vicious-looking cave snakes. Kim Jun-hyun is absolutely horrified, but our boy Taejun just cracks a wild, unsettling grin. He's in his element. The livestream reveals this is part of the B-rank test, and the announcer notes that Team B is already in deep trouble. The two hunters are completely gassed, standing over a few snake corpses but surrounded by an endless tide of them. The female hunter starts to panic, realizing they're not going to make it out of this alive. Her partner completely breaks, screaming for his mommy and abandoning her to save his own skin. Left all alone, she's instantly swarmed, and the announcer declares Team B has been officially eliminated. Things aren't going any better for Team C, who are so dysfunctional they've started fighting each other instead of the monsters. With the other teams failing spectacularly, the announcer states that only Team A, led by the cheerful Yoo Se-rin, is left. Yoo Se-rin confidently announces that she's about to take down the 1,000-year white snake. But when she turns around, ready for action, she's dumbfounded to find the monsters have vanished. Turns out her teammate, Kang Jian, couldn't wait and dove in solo, pummeling the snakes into paste. Hes thinking this is the perfect chance to impress his boss, and Hes not about to waste it. Yoo Se-rin can only watch in disbelief as he tears through the horde without a second thought. She's completely ticked off, realizing this glory hog is trying to steal the entire spotlight for himself. Fine. If that's how he wants to play, she decides she won't be outdone, and begins casting a spell. She unleashes her own powerful attack, a devastating frost wind. Their combined assault absolutely shreds the remaining snakes, as she declares herself the protagonist of this test. Team A effortlessly reaches the boss room first, proving the overwhelming power of the 4 great guilds. As they approach the next area, a shady-looking hunter from the Bicheon Guild greets them with a slow clap. He introduces himself as their guide to the boss room, a smug grin plastered on his face. But Yoo Se-rin pipes up, wondering where the hell Hunter Lee Taejun is. The guide scoffs, checking his phone and declaring that Team D's signal is gone. They've obviously been eliminated. Kang Jian smirks, telling Yoo Se-rin he knew that guy was a nobody, while she feels a pang of disappointment. With that settled, the Bicheon schemer beckons them to follow him into the final chamber. Internally, the guide is ecstatic, thinking his partner Junyun must have successfully taken out our boy. He can't help but wonder how embarrassed Vice President Cha Soo-hyun will be when she hears her pick failed so miserably. But as they step forward, the smug looks on all 3 of their faces instantly vanish, replaced by pure shock. Because there, in the boss room, sits Taejun on a throne, the massive cave snake already dead and impaled at his feet. Instead of our boy, a skeletal lich sits on the throne, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded as to what just happened. Its eye socket flares with a sinister purple energy, a clear sign that this is a top-tier undead monster. The whole group is frozen in terror, with Yoo Se-rin pointing out that the undead creature looks just like the A-ranker, Choi Jin-hyuk. They can't believe their eyes. A lich is a monster that has no business being in a C-rank dungeon. The real Choi Jin-hyuk snaps out of his shock, screaming at the others to get back immediately. But the lich isn't interested in them. It's raising its staff to perform some kind of necromancy on the dead snake. A torrent of dark magic flows into the snake's corpse, which begins to twitch and writhe back to unholy life. Choi Jin-hyuk grits his teeth, knowing he's the only one strong enough to even stand a chance against this thing. He leaps into action, bringing his spear crashing down on the reanimated snake's head with a powerful strike. Refusing to just stand by, Yoo Se-rin tells Kang Jian they have to help, and begins casting her own ice magic. Kang Jian unleashes his rising dragon fist, while Yoo Se-rin fires off an ice arrow, both aiming to support the A-ranker. Their attacks pepper the undead snake, but the beast just shrieks, unfazed by the C-rank assault as the Lich's dark magic holds it together. Choi Jin-hyuk falls to his knees in horror, screaming their names, realizing they're just wasting their energy on a puppet. He springs back up, his eyes locked on the true enemy. He knows that the Lich is controlling the snake. If they don't take down that trash-tier necromancer first, this fight will never end. He charges forward, spear at the ready, but in his haste, he completely misses the snake repositioning behind him. Before he can react, the snake's massive tail whips around and ensnares him in a crushing grip. He curses his own carelessness, admitting he got too excited and charged in like a complete rookie. As the snake's jaws open to deliver the final blow, he thinks this is a pathetic way to die. His thoughts flash to Lee Seona, regretting things left unsaid. But suddenly a massive torrent of water magic slams into the snake, blasting it away. The source of that life-saving magic was none other than Lee Seona, who is absolutely terrified for her teammates. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-hyun and another hunter are celebrating, thanking Taejun for getting them to the boss room. Choi Jin-hyuk picks himself up, relieved to be alive but knowing the real danger is just beginning. Lee Seona screams at the top of her lungs, warning Taejun and Kim Jun-hyun to get away from the snake immediately. They turn around, completely dumbfounded, as the massive cave snake looms over them with its jaws wide open. But before it can strike, our boy shoves his partner to safety and unleashes a massive explosion right in the monster's face. Choi Jin-hyuk watches in disbelief, realizing a Lich and an Imugi are way too extreme for a B-class evaluation. He quickly deduces that this isn't a test anymore. Someone has interfered to make sure a specific person fails. His mind flashes to other powerful candidates like Kang Jian and Yu Se-rin, wondering if they're the real targets. Taejun tries to process all this new information, but can only conclude that things just got a whole lot more complicated. With the Lich and its undead snake looming, Taejun points and says the plan is simple. Just take that skeletal trash down. Turns out, the feeling is mutual. Choi Jin-hyuk admits he really didn't want to work with our boy either. But with no other choice, they form a temporary alliance, both powering up for the fight of their lives. Taejun quickly checks on his partner, but Kim Jun-hyun confirms he's completely maxed out on absorbing any more fireballs. Meanwhile, the cave snake recovers from the last explosion, its undead body twitching back to life. It suddenly spews a torrent of vile poison, prompting Choi Jin-hyuk to scream a warning for Taejun to be careful. Our boy, already charging up, just yells back that he sees the attack coming loud and clear. He unleashes a 20% power fireball, a massive torrent of blue flame rocketing towards the venomous spray. The fiery blast takes the form of a dragon's head, completely overwhelming the snake's pathetic attack. Seeing his chance, Choi Jin-hyuk prepares his own move, announcing the second form of his divine spear technique. He unleashes the autumn wind blast spear, a whirlwind of energy that tears through the battlefield. The undead snake doesn't stand a chance, its form completely shredded by the spear's devastating power. Turns out, the Lich was riding on its head the whole time and is now completely exposed. Yu Se-rin spots the opening, screaming that the trash-tier boss is finally defenseless. Kang Jian agrees, seeing his moment to shine and rocketing towards the skeletal mage. He yells that a real man never misses an opportunity like this. With a powerful roar, he smashes his fist forward, unleashing a wave of pure energy. But our boy Taejun has a crazier plan, asking Kim Jun-hyun for one last combo. He grabs his partner, who looks like he's about to explode, and begins channeling his power. This isn't just a combo, it's hell training, as Taejun uses his friend like a human cannon. Kang Jian's attack connects, freezing the Lich solid in a massive chunk of ice. Choi Jin-hyuk cracks a smug grin, already celebrating their victory, but their triumphant faces instantly twist into pure, unadulterated horror. The ice shatters as the Lich emerges without a scratch, wondering if that was all they had. With a surge of dark purple energy, the skeletal mage prepares its counterattack. It unleashes a terrifying wave of bone spikes that erupt from the ground. The C-rank hunters are completely overwhelmed, getting skewered by the relentless assault. Kang Jian and Yu Se-rin are impaled, their screams echoing through the cave. Taejun stands amidst the carnage, completely dumbfounded. He knows a Lich shouldn't be immune to damage. He realizes they're missing a critical piece of information, when a familiar voice reminds him he's not alone. Just as our boy Taejun is about to lose all hope, Miri, his personal system manager, materializes before him. She lets out a sigh of relief, complaining about what a pain it was to get the new app downloaded. With a grin, she asks if he's ready to fight using the brand new map hack key. Taejun is completely lost, wondering what she's talking about, when a system window suddenly pops up to acquire dungeon info. More notifications flood his vision, analyzing the dungeon structure and all the surrounding monsters. A holographic grid spreads out beneath his feet as the system announces the activation of something called Parsley Navigation. Our boy can only stare blankly, utterly confused by the name of this new feature. Miri happily explains that this navigation system is a total cheat code, revealing everything from enemy skills to hidden treasures. She smugly adds that she installed a few other handy apps for him to use in combat. Taejin's face lights up. This isn't just a map hack, it's a full-blown helper program, and he can't believe such a broken power exists. The new system confirms it. Choi Jin-hyuk was right, the original boss was a B-class Imugi, but our boy is left wondering where this trash-tier skeletal monstrosity crawled out from. The Lich just lets out a bone-chilling cackle, clearly enjoying the chaos. Suddenly, another one of Miri's apps activates a translator, revealing the Lich is weirdly happy and calls itself Iratus-chan. Taejun is completely freaked out. This thing's vibe is just all kinds of wrong. He desperately asks Miri what's going on, thinking it has to be a system bug, but she's just as dumbfounded. The translator keeps going, with the Lich thanking its contractor for all the fresh humans, even as the system flags a malfunction. Despite the weirdness, Taejun gets a gut feeling that the translation is actually working perfectly. The word contractor hits him like a truck. This wasn't a random event. Someone deliberately summoned this monster. Realizing the gravity of their situation, he immediately checks on Choi Jin-hyuk, who thankfully confirms he's not fatally wounded. With no time to waste, Taejun tells the A-rank hunter that he thinks he's found the Lich's weakness. Choi Jin-hyuk is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know how. But our boy says there's no time for a full debrief. He just needs the grade A hunter to trust him and cooperate for now. A huge ask given their power difference. Choi Jin-hyuk hesitates, weighing his options while staring down the C-ranker who's suddenly acting like a commander. Against his better judgment, he agrees, asking what their first move is. A wicked grin spreads across Taejun's face as he reveals their master plan. First, they're going to piss the skeleton off. And so, the trio of hunters starts waving their arms and shouting insults at the Lich like a bunch of delinquents. Taejun even pulls a goofy face, mocking the monster, and asking if it has brain freeze or something. The Lich is absolutely livid, its purple aura flaring as it fumes that they must be eager to die. With a roar, it promises to slaughter them all, gathering a terrifying amount of magic into the tip of its staff. Just as the Lich unleashes its attack, Taejun yells for everyone to get behind him, ready to tank the hit. But it's Choi Jin-hyuk who steps up, unleashing a massive wall of ice to block the devastating blast. The team is left standing, completely shocked they survived the A-ranker's desperate defense. Taejun smirks, realizing the tower manager was right. His undaunted experience lets him predict every attack range. With this newfound confidence, he knows his insane plan might actually work. He immediately goes back to taunting the Lich, laughing maniacally that its ultimate attack was a total whiff. Choi Jin-hyuk is just dumbfounded, wondering what the hell is wrong with this C-rank kid. The Lich, pushed past its breaking point, unleashes a volley of cursed skull projectiles. But our boy is already in command, telling Kang Jun and Kim Jun-hyun exactly where to move. The magical skulls explode harmlessly as the hunters dodge with perfect timing, thanks to Taejun's shot calling. Our boy grits his teeth, his mind racing to process the Lich's every move. Kang Jun and Kim Jun-hyun are absolutely floored. They actually dodged the attack thanks to Taejun's perfect calls. The Lich, however, is not impressed, sarcastically complimenting their footwork as its dark aura flares with rage. Fed up, it screams for them to try and dodge this, unleashing a dungeon-wide bombardment of cursed energy. Even the A-ranker Choi Jin-hyuk loses his cool, yelling at Taejun that an attack on this scale is impossible to evade. But for Taejun, this is just more data, his undaunted experience skill lighting up as he analyzes every single attack vector. He instantly realizes this saturation attack has only one single, incredibly risky blind spot. The Lich's ultimate skill, Death's Requiem, erupts, threatening to tear the entire cavern apart. The skeletal monster is cackling, thinking it's a genius for using a spell that can't be dodged. But Taejun's plan was never to dodge. He roars for everyone to charge straight through the chaos, directly at the Lich. Kim Jun-hyun finally gets it, screaming that Taejun's suicidal charge is because the boss is now on a massive skill cooldown. The Lich is completely dumbfounded, wondering why these insects are running straight into an attack that should have vaporized them. The entire party, trusting our boy, dives headfirst into the swirling vortex of death magic. Turns out, the Lich's ultimate has a fatal flaw. All its power is concentrated on the outer ring. The closer you get to the center, the weaker it gets, dropping to a pathetic 10% right on top of the caster. Having analyzed this weakness, Taejun tanks the negligible damage and immediately shouts for Yu Se-rin to execute the next step. The Catgirl hunter, though battered, confirms she's ready to go. She unleashes her Frostwind skill, completely encasing the shocked Lich in a prison of solid ice. The skeletal monster, however, is unfazed, sarcastically commending them for blocking its attack. It taunts them that their trash-tier attacks won't work anyway, but Taejun just orders everyone to keep it pinned right there. With the Lich pinned, Our boy yells for his team to handle the rear as he makes a mad dash past the monster. The Lich is dumbfounded, wondering where the hell its main target is going. A moment of dawning horror hits the skeletal mage as it realizes it's been completely played. Turns out, Taejin knew all along that this type of summoned Lich is tied to a host made from sacrifices. As long as that host remains intact, the Lich is basically immortal, making a direct fight pointless. And that's when Taejin spots it deep in the cave, the Lich's true main body. It's a treasure chest plastered with summoning talismans. If they break that, the entire summoning is cancelled. The Lich, still trapped in ice, absolutely loses its mind, realizing it's been deceived. Screaming that it will never forgive them, it begins to channel a massive amount of dark energy. With a furious roar, the undead monster unleashes a devastating attack to stop Taejin in his tracks. The Lich's desperate beam of dark magic slams right into Taejin, who barely manages to stand his ground. But before the monster can celebrate, Choi Jin-hyuk and the crew leap in, yelling at the bone pile that it's not going anywhere. Jin-hyuk roars that the Lich isn't getting past him, crossing his twin spears for a crushing blow. He slams them down with all his might, smashing the Lich's skull and stopping its attack cold. The undead mage can only let out a pathetic shriek as its body is slammed into the ground. With the others pinning the monster, Jin-hyuk yells for Taejin to go finish the job now that they've made an opening. Our boy, bloodied but determined, gives a quick thumbs up, thanking his teammate for the clutch save. As Taejin dashes for the real target, the Lich's bony hand desperately reaches out, screaming that he can't do it. Taejin ignores the pleas and channels every last bit of power into his fist until it glows like the sun. He unleashes a devastating punch, completely obliterating the treasure chest in a massive explosion. The Lich lets out a dry, rattling laugh, thinking the heroes have fallen right into its trap. Turns out, the treasure chest was just a high-stakes decoy all along. It had fully expected our boy to lunge for the fake prize, a fatal and greedy mistake. But back in reality, Jin-hyuk still has the trash-tier mage pinned under his spears. He suddenly remembers what Taejin told him about the Lich's real weakness. Jin-hyuk's eyes dart to a dark cave nearby, realizing the true target must be in there. The Lich, seeing its grand plan has been exposed, starts desperately trying to cast a spell. Jin-hyuk roars that he won't let it, slamming his spears down with explosive force to shut it up. The undead monster is completely stunned, wondering how they could have possibly found out its deepest secret. It can only stare at Taejin's back, terrified, and wondering what kind of monster this human really is. Our boy casually holds up the Lich's phylactery, threatening to smash the thing if it doesn't play nice. The Lich is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this random human can possibly understand the ancient language. Turns out, Miri is feeding him the lines, telling him to listen carefully if he wants to make it out alive. She explains that the summoned snake is bound by a contract, meaning it can only obey its original master. Taejin just scoffs at the whole situation, casually stating that a contract can always be cancelled. The Lich refuses to believe it, thinking there's no way an ordinary human could break an ancient sorcerer's magic. With an ice-cold smirk, Taejin asks if he really looks like any ordinary human it's ever seen. The Lich's mind is reeling. This kid not only figured out all its magic but also found the sacred relic that powers it. A horrifying thought crosses its mind as it stares at the human standing before it. It finally realizes with dawning terror that this isn't a bluff. He might actually be able to cancel the contract. Completely cornered, the Lich stammers that it'll trust our boy's words for now. Its personality does a complete 180, acting all cutesy and asking if its new master has any wish it can grant. Taejin is so disgusted by this sudden bootlicking that he feels physically ill. He cuts to the chase, demanding the Lich release all the skeletons outside, which leaves the creature dumbfounded. Our boy reveals he already knew the skeletons were summoned by someone else, warning the Lich that lying will cost it its head. The terrified Lich immediately complies, and Taejin is just glad they're finally on the same page. Now acting like a defeated pet, the Lich meekly asks what he desires. With a downright demonic grin, Taejin demands the Lich hand over every single thing it owns. The Lich is completely baffled, having no clue what he means by everything. Taejin clarifies he's shaking it down for loot, but the Lich pathetically claims it has nothing useful to give. The Lich panics, realizing it can see its own demise if it doesn't cooperate. It dawns on the creature that our boy is after its precious staff, a treasure it calls Iratus Chan's staff, and it absolutely cannot part with it. But Taejin just grins, and casually threatens to smash the phylactery chest, giving the Lich no choice in the matter. Defeated, the Lich tearfully hands over the staff, which Taejin happily accepts. With the deal seemingly done, the Lich begs to be released from the contract, promising to be his loyal servant forever. Taejin just plays dumb, claiming he has no clue how to release some fancy contract. The Lich is left utterly speechless, its bony jaw hanging open in disbelief. Our boy just laughs maniacally, saying it's absurd to think he knows summoning magic. Suddenly, the staff in his hand erupts with a terrifying red aura, reacting to his blatant disrespect. A massive wave of dark energy slams into Taejin, as the Lich screams that he dared to insult its precious master. But the dark energy does nothing to him. Taejin just grins like a madman, threatening to shatter the phylactery. And he wasn't bluffing for a second, bringing the staff down and smashing the Lich's life source to bits. As the Lich dissolves, it cries out for its master, while our boy smugly claims he's the great being now. Miri just watches, dryly commenting that the Lich is certainly going out with a flair for the dramatic. Sifting through the remains, Taejin finds a strange item, which Miri suspects is the offering used to summon the Lich. It's a single, severed finger, prompting Miri to wonder what kind of monster is targeting Taejin. Taejin completely ignores the ominous warning, too busy celebrating the awesome new staff he just scored. Miri just gives him a deadpan stare, completely over his materialistic attitude. Suddenly, she spots something else glittering in the dust and points out another item drop. He picks up the strange purple gem, figuring that anything dropped from the Lich's skull must be incredibly valuable. Just as he's admiring his loot, the rest of the hunters come rushing in, with Choi Jin-hyuk yelling to see if he's alive. Our boy snaps out of his daze, quickly hiding his new staff behind a system window and assuring them he's perfectly fine. Choi Jin-hyuk is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that this trash-tier hunter actually took down a Lich by himself. Taejin just stands there coolly, confirming that yes, he defeated it, and it's now gone without a single trace. Even Kang Jiun has to give him props, admitting Taejin is a strong hunter, while Yu Se-rin is practically swooning over his achievement. But then the mood shifts as Choi Jin-hyuk stumbles forward, looking like he has something heavy on his mind. He suddenly bows deeply, offering a sincere apology that catches our boy completely off guard. Kim Junhyun follows suit, confessing that it was he who ordered the poisoning and the betrayal that threw Taejin into the pit. Choi Jin-hyuk admits he doesn't know how things got so twisted, but he couldn't stand seeing someone with no talent work so damn hard. With his head bowed, he apologizes again, finally admitting his jealousy and regret for everything he's done to Taejin. But our boy just laughs it off, telling them if they're gonna try and kill him, they should at least do it properly. Choi Jin-hyuk is completely dumbfounded, wondering if Taejin thinks this is all some kind of joke. Taejin brushes it all aside, extending a hand, and offering to grab a meal to celebrate his B-class promotion. They shake on it, and Taejin immediately asks for some expensive Korean beef, making it clear who's in charge now. But then Choi Jin-hyuk gets all flustered and decides now is the perfect time for some gossip. He leans in and whispers, asking our boy if he has a thing for Lysiana. Taejin's brain completely short-circuits, leaving him utterly speechless at the random question. Just as things get super awkward, Kim Jun-hyun frantically points out that the seniors are nearby. Turns out, he wasn't pointing at people, but at the glowing green dungeon gate that has finally opened. Everyone is ecstatic, with Yu Se-rin already dreaming about all the delicious food she's going to eat. With a bruised but triumphant grin, Taejin announces it's finally time to head back. The whole squad follows him towards the portal, and now that the danger is gone, our boy's stomach starts rumbling for that beef. They step through the shimmering green gate, leaving the hellish dungeon behind for good. As they emerge, an announcer confirms their safe return, but they've walked right into a crowd of reporters and officials. A line of imposing figures stands waiting for them, immediately congratulating Taejin on his B-class promotion. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, recognizing two of the people as the heads of the country's top guilds. He can't believe his eyes. Mate Pyong of the Hwarang Guild and Seo Yeonhwa of the Clear Sky Guild are right in front of him. Seo Yeonhwa steps forward, her voice cutting through the noise, and reveals that they know someone manipulated the evaluation. A screen behind her shows the chaos they endured, the Imugi's transformation into a Lich, and the appearance of trash-tier monsters that never should have been there. She concludes that this incident was a calculated attack by a rival force trying to keep the top guilds in check. Then, with everyone watching, Seo Yeonhwa declares that they've already identified the culprit. She turns and points right at our boy, accusing Hunter Lee Taejin of being behind the whole thing. Taejin's mind just short-circuits. He's completely dumbfounded by the sudden accusation. His teammates immediately jump to his defense, arguing that he's a comrade who fought beside them. But Seo Yeonhwa just smirks, retorting that from what she saw, Taejin basically handled everything by himself. She explains they witnessed the entire Lich fight live, from his perfect dodges to his strategic commands. They even saw him pinpoint the hidden location of the Lich's weakness, a secret chamber they couldn't see into. She then poses a damning question. Isn't it strange for a trash, tier D, rank hunter to know such critical information? Hearing this, even Kang Jian starts to have doubts, realizing that her logic actually makes a terrifying amount of sense. Seo Yeonhwa leans in close, her eyes boring into his, and demands that he tell her exactly what's going on. She gets straight to the point, accusing him of knowing the Lich would appear all along. Our boy is screaming internally, frantically denying everything in his head. But his hesitation doesn't go unnoticed by the powerhouse from the Hwarang Guild, Matai Pyong. The giant unleashes a terrifying killing intent, threatening to cut Taejun down right there if he doesn't talk. Taejun is absolutely horrified, realizing they're not bluffing and might actually kill him. He desperately tries to calm his racing heart, searching for any possible way to talk himself out of this. Suddenly, it hits him: the Lich, the sacrifice, and the contractor. He's found his escape route. With a newfound spark of confidence, he asks everyone to calm down and just listen to him for a moment. He then drops an absolute bombshell, declaring his lifelong dream has always been to become a necromancer. This completely out-of-pocket confession leaves both guild representatives utterly dumbfounded. Our boy doubles down, claiming he's been researching the undead and their weaknesses since he was a kid. He declares that this lifelong obsession is exactly how he figured out the Lich had a hidden weakness. Seo Yeonhwa is not impressed, asking if he seriously expects her to believe that crap. But Taejun just asks if she wants to see some proof. The entire room is stunned silent by his audacity, with both guild reps and the other hunters looking on in disbelief. He then dramatically presents the mummified finger, explaining it came from a sarcophagus and proves someone made a contract with the Lich. Taejun connects the dots, reminding them the Lich wasn't natural, meaning someone deliberately planted it here to manipulate the exam. He lays down the final, undeniable truth. A Lich can never disobey its contractor, so he and the other survivors couldn't possibly be the culprits. Seo Yeonhwa's eyes widen as she realizes his logic is flawless. If he was the mastermind, he wouldn't have saved his comrades. Mate Pyong is now absolutely furious, roaring about who the real culprit could be and wondering if it's the work of the Dark Magic Guild. But as our boy knows all too well, the truth is always singular and often right in front of you. With a cold stare, our boy drops a bombshell, declaring the culprit is right here in this room. He tells everyone to check the hands of the people around them, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. Immediately, chaos erupts as the hunters start accusing each other, demanding they show their hands. But one man in a suit is sweating bullets, clearly trying to keep his own hand out of sight. And just like that, he's exposed the guy as missing the exact finger Taejun presented as evidence. Miri is completely dumbfounded, asking our boy how he could have possibly figured it all out. Taejun just smirks, casually explaining that this is how they always catch culprits in detective manga. His trash-tier explanation makes Miri's face contort in absolute disgust. Made Pyong roars for Seo Yeonhwa to capture the traitor, and she immediately starts casting a spell. The culprit is instantly trapped in a cage of green light, his escape route completely cut off. Mate Pyong unleashes his fury, roaring about how dare this trash touch his apprentice as he lands a vicious kick. Hess not stopping there, charging up his ultimate move, the Dragon Strike, to completely obliterate the traitor. But just as the final blow is about to connect, he freezes, his face a mask of pure shock. The contractor denied him his vengeance, choosing to bite down on a poison capsule and take his own life. Enraged that his only lead is now a corpse, Mate Pyong orders his men to get the body to headquarters immediately. He demands a full investigation, wanting to know every single detail about the man who betrayed them. Meanwhile, Seo Yeonhwa realizes this is bigger than they thought. Someone is orchestrating an attack on two major guilds. With a look of cold determination, she vows to find whoever is pulling the strings and make them pay. She turns to Taejun, offering a sincere apology for her suspicion and promising to repay him for his help. But before our boy can even react, the exhaustion hits him like a truck, and he collapses to the ground, out cold. Miri desperately tries to wake him, but our boy is completely spent, realizing he's pushed his mana reserves to zero. He drifts in and out of consciousness, wondering where he is, until a familiar voice finally cuts through the darkness. His vision clears, and he's stunned to see his old academy buddies, Choi Jin-hyuk and Lee Seona, looking down at him. He sits up, finding himself in a hospital bed, and weakly asks why on earth they're here. Lee Seona says she was worried sick, while Choi Jin-hyuk just smirks, claiming he was just checking if he was dead or alive. Getting serious, she tells him he really overdid it this time, pushing himself so hard he nearly gave the doctors a heart attack. She then brings up the massive impact he made during the B-rank exam, leaving Taejun utterly confused. To prove her point, she shoves her phone in his face, telling him his name is already all over the internet. He's dumbfounded, scrolling through articles that hail the D-rank hunter who single-handedly defeated the Lich. Choi Jin-hyuk scoffs from the side, grumbling that if it wasn't for him, Taejun wouldn't have accomplished a thing. Lee Seona immediately shuts him down, reminding him that the video footage showed Taejun carrying the entire team. But our boy just smiles, thinking to himself how nice it is that the three of them are finally together again. The wholesome moment is shattered when an intercom suddenly announces that Hunter Lee Taejun has awakened. The door slides open, and in walks none other than Seo Yeonhwa, the representative of the Clear Sky Guild. Everyone is completely dumbfounded, and Taejin stammers out, asking how on earth she found him here. She just smirks, dropping the bombshell that this entire top-tier hospital is run by her guild. She explains that after he collapsed, they brought him here for the best care, but also because she owes him a debt. That debt, she clarifies, is for saving their guild's most precious hunter, Yu Se-rin, during the exam. Seo Yeonhwa gets all dramatic, gushing about how heartbroken she would have been to lose her, leaving Taejin utterly bewildered. She leans in close, telling our boy to just name whatever he wants as a reward. Seo Yeonhwa promises to repay him with anything his heart desires, no questions asked. Taejin is completely flustered, admitting he can't think of a single thing on the spot. She just laughs it off, telling him there's no rush, and he has plenty of time to decide. With that, she announces she'll be in her office on the top floor waiting for him to recover. She gives him one last charming look, telling him to come by whenever he thinks of something. The moment she's gone, Seon-ah leaps onto Taejin, amazed at how much has grown. She hugs him tight, reminiscing about how he used to get lost in dungeons, but Taejin just wants her to stop. Jin-hyuk can only watch from the side, grumbling to himself about what a lucky guy Taejin is. Seon-ah wastes no time teasing our boy, asking if he's already decided what he wants from the Vice Guild Master. Taejin's mind races. Since Seo Yeonhwa is a top-tier wizard, maybe he should ask for a powerful magic item. He mulls over the idea of a magic item, completely lost in thought as Seon-ah watches him with a smirk. But he quickly decides that his recovery is the #1 priority, so the reward can wait. Seon-ah hands him a recovery drink with a grin, telling him to get better soon. She then announces that she and Jin-hyuk have plans, and the two head out, leaving Taejin to rest. Once they're gone, Miri materializes, remarking that Taejin must have a lot on his mind. She gets all starry-eyed, gushing about how romantic it is to have a beauty grant his wish, but Taejin is not having it. Left alone, our boy starts seriously brainstorming, and his first thought is surprisingly simple. Maybe he should just ask for cash. He immediately scraps the idea of cash. Asking an S rank for money is a tier move when he could get something priceless. But first, our boy needs to figure out what he actually needs the most to get stronger. A sudden thought hits him, and he asks Miri what happened to all the items he collected in the tower. Miri explains they were automatically sent to a vault in something called the Parsley Market. Taejin is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of ridiculous name Parsley Market is. Seeing her chance, Miri gets giddy, clearly thrilled that he's finally asking about it. She explains it's a massive interdimensional trading platform with over 100 million users. Miri suddenly goes into full-on sales pitch mode, listing VVIP benefits, leaving Taejin wondering if she's actually advertising. The reality of her words sinks in, and he stares at the connection screen, mind blown that people from other dimensions use this. As Miri eggs him on, our boy has a sudden realization. He's the only person on Earth who can even use this system. The implications are massive. He can buy otherworldly artifacts, but more importantly, he's the sole supplier for anything from Earth. It dawns on him with the flash of 1,000,000 gold coins. He has the power to create an absolute monopoly. His inner capitalist awakens with a wicked grin, already hearing the money roll in, which leaves Miri looking completely disturbed. Fired up by the prospect of getting rich, he declares he's connecting immediately to check out his vault of items. Without a moment's hesitation, his finger taps the connect button, diving headfirst into this new world. The system scans his body and player data, and just like that, he's officially welcomed to the Parsley Market. He's suddenly standing in a bustling fantasy town square, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of all the different races walking around. The items for sale are on another level entirely, with dwarves hawking dragon skin shields and mysterious dudes selling priceless arcana gems. Our boy looks around, completely unimpressed, thinking this place is just some generic mobile game, but Miri is just excited to explore. They approach a dwarf merchant, and Taejin cautiously asks if he can check out the prices on his wares. The dwarf proudly presents a B-rank dragonskin shield, enhanced to +13, for a cool 18,000 parsley coins. Taejin is completely lost, having no idea what parsley coins are, forcing Miri to explain the currency system. She cheerfully clarifies that the shield costs about 240,000 magic stones. He's absolutely floored, realizing the shield in his hands is worth over 1,000,000,000 won, the price of 10 luxury cars. His hopes are instantly shattered when Miri casually adds that this insane price is just the average market rate here. A wave of despair washes over him. He's a broke boy in a world of billionaires with nothing he can afford. But then, a brilliant thought strikes him. If their items are this valuable, how much would his own loot from Earth be worth? Playing the part of a clueless newbie, our boy awkwardly presents the Lich's skeletal staff to the merchant. He asks the dwarf if he could give him a quick appraisal on the item he's holding. The dwarf squints through his monocle, giving the bone staff a thorough and professional inspection. But the verdict is in, and it's a gut punch. The merchant declares the item is completely unsellable, leaving Taejun dumbfounded. Turns out the staff is cursed, and unless you're a mage powerful enough to lift it, the thing is basically a useless stick. Taejun's heart sinks as he realizes his potential jackpot is just a worthless, cursed piece of junk. Not ready to give up, he pulls out the purple crystal he got from the same monster, hoping it'll be his ticket to riches. The dwarf offers a measly 10 parsley coins, and Taejun's soul just leaves his body. The item is practically trash. Tear. With all his dreams of a golden future shattered, a dejected Taejun is consoled by Miri, who tells him to take it slow. Just as they're about to leave, a mysterious voice calls out to Taejun, asking if he's up for a trade. A red-skinned demon with massive wings appears, calling himself the star-shaped demon lord, and requesting a look at the crystal. Taejun tries to brush him off, saying the item is just junk, but the demon lord just smiles and tells him to accept the trade. The demon is ecstatic, confirming his hunch that the crystal is useful, and even offers to cover all the enhancement costs. Our boy's eyes light up at the offer, but his joy is cut short when the demon says there's a catch. With a sinister look, the demon lord lays out his condition. If the enhancement fails, Taejun has to pay for everything. Taejun and Miri are left completely speechless by the insane, high-stakes gamble. But, the demon adds, if he succeeds, it's all on the house, and he pressures Taejun for a decision. Miri quickly whispers to Taejun, warning him that this guy is a total scammer and they should just walk away. Taejun immediately recognizes the demon's offer as a classic scam designed to drain newbies of their cash. He thinks to himself that only a complete fool would ever fall for such a transparently trash-tier trap. But just as he's about to walk away, a notification pops up, and a brilliant idea sparks in his mind. He asks the demon lord if he can stop the enhancement process at any time, and the demon eagerly confirms it. With a sly grin, our boy looks the demon dead in the eye and agrees to the deal, telling him to start right away. Miri is absolutely dumbfounded, grabbing his arm and screaming that he's about to throw all their money away. But Taejun just gives her a wild look, reassuring her that he's going in with a guaranteed winning strategy. She has no idea what he's talking about, but he just tells her to sit back and watch the master at work. Because our boy isn't just playing the game, he's about to shatter the very concept of a luck-based system. The rules of this high-stakes game are simple. Taejun can enhance as much as he wants. If he succeeds all the way to the end and decides to stop, the demon pays for everything. But if he fails even a single time, our boy gets stuck with the entire astronomical bill. It's a battle of wits and luck, a high-risk gamble where the odds get worse with every success. The demon lord gleefully hands over the starting materials and 100 coins, already tasting his victory. He even mocks Taejun, asking if he needs help finding a perfect spot for the enhancement. But our boy isn't falling for any cheap psychological tricks, deciding to just go for it without any fuss. He slams the enhance button, and the obsidian crystal begins to glow with a brilliant, unknown light. A flash of energy confirms it. Enhancement successful, granting the crystal a +1 to strength. The demon is a little surprised, remarking that with an 80% success rate, Taejun must have some serious guts. The demon lord sneers, daring our boy to be a real man instead of running after one lucky shot. But Taejun just flashes a sly, confident grin, completely unbothered by the trash talk. With a look of pure insanity, he declares he's going straight to +9, and tells the demon he can back out if he's scared. The demon is completely thrown off, asking if Taejun is seriously about to attempt such a suicidal move. Taejun flips the script, getting right in the demon's face and asking if he's the one getting nervous. Internally, the demon calls him an idiot, knowing the chance of succeeding all the way to +9 is less than 0.001%. Thinking Taejun is just showing off, the demon greedily accepts the bet, ready to take all his coins. Our boy confirms the wager with a smile, locking in his all-or-nothing gamble. With everything on the line, his finger hovers over the enhance button, ready to go. He doesn't just press it, he starts mashing it repeatedly, unleashing a storm of enhancements all at once. Miri is absolutely losing her mind, screaming at Taejun for pulling such a reckless stunt. The demon laughs maniacally, convinced this madman is done for and all the enhancement costs will fall on him. But in a flash of light, our boy reveals a perfect success, a +9 enhanced obsidian crystal. The demon is utterly dumbfounded, stuttering as he tries to comprehend what just happened. His mind completely shatters, wondering how it's even possible to succeed 9 times in a row without a single failure. He starts to suspect Taejun is some kind of game admin as our boy casually kisses the glowing crystal. But that shock quickly morphs into pure greed. He decides he absolutely cannot let this golden goose leave. He sidles up to Taejun, congratulating him and pointing out he's only 1 enhancement away from the max level. With a sinister grin, he tries to goad him, saying he might as well go all the way now that he's come this far. And our boy actually pauses, looking at the crystal and contemplating the demon's insane proposal for a full enhancement. Taejun reveals his ace in the hole. His extraordinary growth skill made the +9 enhancement a 100% guarantee. However, the final push to +10 is a whole different ballgame, with the success rate plummeting to a measly 10%. He knows he's strong enough as is, but the burning curiosity to see what a maxed out item can do is just too tempting. Turning the tables, our boy tells the dumbfounded demon he's in, but only if they make a deal first. With a slightly unhinged grin, he tells him they need to go to the perfect spot to seal the deal. That spot is Parian Peak, a notorious island where countless players have gambled and lost everything on enhancements. The whole place is filled with desperate souls on their knees, praying that their life's work doesn't shatter into dust. As Taejun stands calmly, the desperate enhancers swarm him, clinging to him for good luck while Miri and the demon watch in shock. He closes his eyes, claiming he can feel the collective sorrow of all the items that have been broken here. Miri, completely weirded out, nervously asks if performing this ritual in a place of failure will actually increase his chances. With a smug grin, our boy tells Miri she's completely missed the point. Miri is absolutely losing it, demanding to know why the hell he brought them to this cursed place. He calmly explains his grand theory. Luck isn't random, it has a flow. He believes that if you can read the timing and ride the flow, you can overcome even the most impossible odds. Miri finds his logic surprisingly convincing, but still doesn't see how this failure-ridden island helps. With a dead serious look, he asks if she can't hear the wailing of countless items that were broken right here. He can sense the collective hopes and despair, and he knows that right now, the flow of luck is with him. With that, he channels all that energy and slams the enhance button for the final attempt. Even the demon trader is completely dumbfounded, realizing this crazy fool is actually trying to max out the item in one go. The demon scoffs internally, knowing the probability of succeeding from 0 to +10 without a single failure is literally 0. A wave of pure shock ripples through everyone watching. They can't believe what they're seeing. The obsidian crystal pulses with an insane amount of energy, defying all probability. Our boy lets out a guttural scream, pouring every last ounce of his will into this one moment. And it actually worked. The system announces the crystal has reached +10 with a twilight glow. The demon trader is absolutely frozen, realizing this trash tier item is now a national level treasure. He completely loses it, screaming that our boy must have used some illegal program to cheat the system. But Taejun just smirks, casually asking who the real con artist is here. He gets right in the demon's face, reminding him how he tried to scam a newbie by pretending to help. Flustered and furious, the demon threatens to report him, vowing he'll never log in again. But our boy simply blocks him, waving a cheerful goodbye before the demon can even react. As the system logs him out, the demon's distant screams for his resources are the last thing he hears. Back in his hospital bed, Taejun laughs to himself about scoring a maxed out item for free. Miri is freaking out, asking what he would have done if he failed and had to pay back all those coins. Our boy just gives her a crazy look, saying his master plan was to simply run for it. His demonic grin terrifies Miri, who now wonders if he's the real monster here. But Taejun's already moved on, remembering the intel he got from that dwarf in the parsley market. He looks at the skeletal staff, a smug smirk on his face, thinking he might finally be able to use it. Turns out, the Clear Sky Guild's office is right here on the top floor of the hospital. Inside, the guild's representative, Seo Yeonhwa, tells someone to come in. Taejun pops his head in, greeting the vice guild master, who asks if he's feeling any better. Our boy cheerfully explains that while he's not at 100%, he's definitely well enough to move around. Seo Yeonhwa leans back with a smug smile, figuring he must be here to finally claim his reward. She recalls how he was the undisputed first-place monster in the last assessment. Her intuition is screaming that if she's right, this kid is on the fast track to becoming one of Korea's top hunters. Taejun takes a confident step forward, calling out her name with a serious look on his face. He grabs her hand and, with zero hesitation, declares that he wants her. She's taken aback, clarifying if what he actually means is that he wants her skill. She playfully slings an arm around him, teasing him about his ridiculously blunt way of speaking. He looks completely lost as she awkwardly laughs it off, saying it was just her misunderstanding. Taejun is left dumbfounded, trying to figure out what he said wrong, while Miri looks absolutely done with his nonsense. Ignoring the previous awkwardness, Seo Yeonhwa leads our boy down to the third basement level of the guild. She confirms his wish is just to lift a curse from an item, thinking it's a much simpler request than she expected. Taejun immediately presents the gnarly-looking skeletal staff he acquired from the Lich. She's a bit surprised, double-checking that this is the very item he got his hands on back when he was a D rank. Brushing it aside, she gets to work, confidently stating that with her skill, this shouldn't take long at all. A torrent of green energy swirls around her as she begins casting her powerful ability, Spell Dispel. Miri instantly recognizes the move, realizing it's one of Seo Yunhua's legendary S-rank skills. The spell is an absolute monster, designed to analyze and completely nullify the structure of any magic it targets. At its core, a curse is just a complicated spell trap, making it completely defenseless against this technique. But our boy's true plan is revealed. He's using a perfect mimic's obsidian crystal to scan and copy that S-rank skill for himself. Our boy just smirks, thinking he's not just lifting a curse but stealing an S-rank skill in the process. He focuses on the crystal, getting ready to perfectly copy the spell's signature. But as Seo Yunhua's magic pours into the staff, a sinister dark energy suddenly erupts from it, catching her completely off guard. The shadowy power explodes outwards, violently blasting her backwards and drawing blood. Both of them are completely dumbfounded, with Taejin shouting in panic about what just happened. It turns out a horrifying shadow monster was sealed inside the cursed staff all along. Wasting no time, Taejin blitzes past the injured S-ranker, claiming he has no clue where it came from. He yells at the creature to get out of his way so he can finish learning the skill. But a look of sheer panic flashes across his face as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the same dark energy from the monster begins to envelop his own arm as his eyes glow a menacing red. Realizing physical attacks are completely useless, our boy Taejin decides to switch tactics on the fly. He immediately gathers his mana, unleashing a 20% power fireball straight at the shadowy beast. The explosion of blue flames blasts the creature and sends both Taejin and the S-ranker flying. He rushes over to Seo Yunhua, asking if she's okay, while she admits she was caught completely off guard. Playing dumb, Taejin asks what that monster is and where it came from, his face a perfect mask of shock. But Seo Yunhua cuts him off, her expression grim as she tells him that thing isn't a monster at all. She explains that, as unbelievable as it sounds, they're looking at the curse itself, taking physical form, a cursed spirit. Taejin puts two and two together, realizing this is the true nature of the staff's curse, which is far worse than they imagined. The only way to remove it is with her S-rank Spell Dispel, but the spirit already hit her with a debuff, rendering her powerless. For now, she decides to try and dissipate the curse's energy with a different skill, gathering green magic in her hand. She apologizes to Taejin, saying she'll have to destroy the staff, but promises to grant his wish some other time. A sudden dread washes over our boy as he realizes what her plan means for him. If she shatters that staff, his one chance to get the S-rank Spell Dispel skill is gone forever. He frantically rushes over and asks if she happens to have a skill called Power Infusion. Taejin then makes a ballsy request. Lend him the Spell Dispel skill, and he'll take care of the rest. She's completely baffled, telling him that this curse spirit isn't something you can just beat by borrowing power. She explains it's a high-level curse with complex formulas that even she, an S-ranker, needs time to unravel. But Taejin just looks her dead in the eye and calmly asks if she's willing to put her trust in him. Seo Yonhua is left utterly speechless, caught off guard by his insane confidence. With a deep sigh, she finally gives in, remarking on just how desperate he is to lift this curse. She warns him that Spell Dispel requires complex calculations and that he must follow her guidance perfectly. With no time to waste, she infuses her power into our boy, reminding him the buff won't last long. The system confirms it. Taejin temporarily has access to an S-rank skill, and he inwardly gloats that hell handle what the Vice Guild Master couldn't. But before casting, he sneakily sets up his perfect mimic's obsidian crystal, getting ready to pull a fast one. With his true objective in place, our boy finally prepares to unleash the borrowed power. He casts Spell Dispel, and just as planned, the crystal instantly scans and saves the S-rank skill for his permanent collection. The spell slams into the cursed spirit, but his unique trait kicks in, combining Spell Dispel with his own skills to create something entirely new. Seo Yunhua begins to explain the complex formulas he needs to solve, treating him like a complete rookie. But Taejin, with his eyes glowing an eerie blue, just grins and tells her not to worry. He's already got it all figured out. She's left completely dumbfounded, wondering how on earth he could understand a skill that's impossible to grasp through sheer instinct. With a wild grin, Taejin announces round 2, channeling the raw power of the spell into his hands. The cursed spirit senses the overwhelming energy and immediately starts to panic. Our boy yells that he doesn't care what this thing is called. It's just an obstacle. He's got an item to sell, and this monster is in his way, so he unleashes his custom-made ultimate automatic Spell Dispel. The spell hits its mark, and the spirit howls in agony as its shadowy form is ripped to shreds. Seo Yunhua is completely floored, watching in disbelief as the curse is literally being erased before her eyes. Her mind races, calculating that even the most prodigious spellcaster would need at least 5 years to master this. Yet this rookie analyzed and executed it perfectly, leaving her to wonder what kind of monster he truly is. The cursed spirit dissolves into nothingness, its existence wiped clean by the overwhelming power. A system window pops up confirming the curse on the staff is lifted, and Taejun just smirks. Mission accomplished. But instead of taking credit, our boy starts praising Seo Yunhua, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He lays it on thick, saying he now understands the sheer power of an S-rank hunter like her. She's at a loss for words, internally admitting that Taejun is far more impressive than she could have ever imagined. Realizing her own guild would just hold him back, she recommends he visit the Hwarang Guild instead. She tells him their guildmaster, Mate Pyong, has something that could be a massive help to him. And just like that, Taejun finds himself at the Hwarang Guild's headquarters on Gwanak Mountain. Hess immediately greeted by a monstrous dragon centipede, who asks if Hes ready to witness the rising dragon fist. The monster transforms into the guildmaster, Mate Pyong, a dude with a massive red afro who's hyped to show off his ultimate martial art. He tells Taejun to watch closely as he powers up, his fists glowing with a menacing red aura. The master plants his foot, ready to unleash a technique that's on a whole other level. He zips forward with a technique called Phantom Step, his body wreathed in a blood-red aura. Then he unleashes the ultimate move, the Rising Dragon 1, Horn Strike, a devastating blow that manifests a demonic dragon. The master turns to Taejun, beaming with pride and asking if he was impressed, to which our boy gives a deadpan thumbs up. But internally, Taejun is a stone-cold schemer, holding up a recording artifact, and thinking the angle is just perfect. With the high-class martial art successfully stolen, our boy makes his way from the Shinhwa Guild's territory. He immediately teleports to Hanyang Island, ready to test out his brand-new, totally not stolen technique. Taejun channels his mana and perfectly mimics the form, unleashing his own version of the Rising Dragon strike. He strikes a pose, amazed at how perfectly the top-tier item copied the skill, while Miri just looks on. Our boy lovingly holds the artifact, thanking the oblivious Hwarang Guildmaster for the free high-class martial art. But his celebration is cut short when a system window reveals the skill's damage is halved due to his trash-tier strength stat, leaving him dumbfounded. Taejun curses his luck, realizing there's no such thing as a free lunch, while Miri smugly agrees. He suddenly remembers the tower manager's words about all power coming from muscle and regrets not listening. An urgent quest pops up, demanding he practice each skill 2,000 times, a grueling 10-hour grind. Our boy slumps over in defeat, whining about how he just wanted an easy win for once. But then, his expression hardens as a new resolve begins to form in his eyes. He stands up, reminding himself that 10 hours is nothing compared to the 7 years of hell he's already endured. A manic grin spreads across his face as he decides to go all in and just max out his strength stat. With Miri cheering him on, the extreme training begins as he unleashes a kick on a poor training monster. Just then, Lee Seona shows up, happily humming to herself while carrying a bag of groceries. She smiles and offers Taejun some food, telling him to pace himself during his intense training. Lee Seona is left completely dumbfounded by whatever our boy just said to her. She turns her attention back to Taejun, who is now drenched in sweat from his insane workout. Her jaw drops when she sees his newly shredded physique, wondering where all that muscle came from. Watching him from afar, she can't help but think that Taejun has been acting really strange lately. She recalls how he went from an average Joe to acing the B-rank exam and catching the eyes of 2 major guild leaders. His growth is just not normal. He's evolving at a terrifying pace right before her very eyes. While it's great he's getting recognized, she feels him slipping further away, which is when a guild elder appears behind her. Startled, she turns to face the elder, who asks if she's the one using the training room for vision sword practice. She immediately panics, realizing she's toast if he finds out she lent the room to an outsider without permission. But the elder just pats her head, saying he trusts her judgment, leaving Seona sweating bullets over her little lie. Suddenly, the vice president of the Myth Guild, Cha Soo-hyun, appears with Seona, noting the unusual aura coming from Taejun's training. His eyes narrow with intrigue, recognizing the unique martial art style our boy is using. Taejun, caught off guard and dripping with sweat, respectfully greets the S-rank hunter. Cha Soo-hyun smirks, congratulating him on passing the B-rank exam, and saying his eyes for talent are never wrong. Our boy just scratches his head, humbly thanking the vice president for the praise. Getting straight to the point, Cha Soo-hyun asks if he's still a freelancer, unattached to any guild. Since he is, Cha Soo-hyun decides it's the perfect time to make him an offer, leaving Taejun a bit dumbfounded. He explains that the Myth Guild has an expedition in 4 days, but a team member had to drop out due to an injury. Before he can finish the offer, Seon-ah rushes in, frantically trying to stop her boss. She stammers that the expedition is far too dangerous for a hunter with Taejun's level of experience. Unfazed, our boy asks what grade the dungeon is, and Cha Soo-hyun reveals it's a grade 2 dungeon with 0 intel. Siana insists it's too risky, pleading with him about the unknown variables and the chance he could get seriously hurt. Taejin is a bit stunned by her genuine concern, while Miri just smirks from behind his shoulder. But his expression quickly sours as he realizes she's completely underestimating his power. Cha Soo-hyun smoothly steps in, reassuring Taejin that his skills are more than enough, and reminds him it's just a suggestion. He then pitches the real benefit. Training against actual monsters would be far more effective than these simulations. Taejun's mind clicks, recalling that real combat offers a massive 10x advantage for skill growth. With that thought, he's all in. But he tells the vice president he has one quick question. A greedy glint appears in his eye as he asks if it's true that freelancers get to keep all the magic stones they loot. With the deal sealed, our boy is later seen walking down the street with Miri, ready to make some serious cash. On his way, Taejin gets spammed with texts from an impatient contact, telling him not to be late. He groans about what a hassle this is, while Miri looks on with a concerned expression. She reminds him that the manipulator behind the evaluation is still out there, questioning if it's safe to be moving so openly. But our boy just smirks, telling her not to worry since he'll be teaming up with members from the Shinhwa Guild this time. Miri is still skeptical, wondering if a big-shot guild like Shinhwa can really be trusted. Taejun explains that Ma Tae-pyong of the Hwarang Guild and Cha Soo-hyun of Shinhwa have been lifelong friends for 20 years, making their guilds practically allies. Because of this deep-rooted trust, he concludes there's almost zero chance Shinhwa was involved in the manipulation. He then gets incredibly cocky, boasting that with his Rising Dragon Divine Fist and defensive skills, 100 enemies would be useless against him. Taejin declares it's not overconfidence but simply the truth, though Miri still urges him not to let his guard down as they rush to the meeting point. They finally arrive at the destination, a menacing, uncatalogued Grade 2 dungeon gate, pulsing with dangerous red energy. As they stand before the gate, a familiar voice calls out. It's Lee Seon. Surprised to see Taejin already waiting, she quickly introduces him to her squad, Shinhwa Team 3, the spearman Choi Yushik and the healer Yoon Ah-young. The final member, a cocky kid named No Young-chul, gives a flashy introduction, calling himself the team's youngest. With the introductions done, Taejun is ready to dive in, and asks if everyone is present. But Lee Seon gets all shifty, admitting that one person still hasn't arrived, leaving our boy dumbfounded. She explains that a team member got injured last night, so they had to call in an emergency replacement hunter. Before Taejun can even process this, a car screeches to a halt behind them and some guy rudely yells at them to move. Our boy turns around, his expression hardening with annoyance at the sudden and disrespectful interruption. A shady-looking dude with a designer bag steps out of the car, complaining about who this crazy guy blocking his way is. Turns out, the replacement is a massive, tattooed thug who immediately gets in Taejun's face, asking if he's deaf. Taejun and Miri are completely taken aback by the new guy's rough appearance, while Siona just looks resigned to her fate. Despite the hostility, our boy tries to keep it professional, introducing himself and politely asking for the man's name. The tattooed hunter just gives him a dead-eyed stare, not even bothering to grace him with a response. Suddenly, he bursts into a condescending laugh, as if Taejun's politeness is the most pathetic thing he's ever seen. He then spits on the ground right in front of our boy, wondering aloud who this punk even is. Ignoring Taejun completely, the thug turns his back and tells everyone to get moving, leaving our boy seething with rage. Siana quickly tries to calm him down, explaining that this guy is actually a big shot in the hunter world. Turns out, he's Kim Jae-hoon, an A-rank freelancer who's as trash tier in personality as he is unrivaled in skill. She explains his reputation. He's a scumbag who hogs all the magic stones, leaving his teammates broke and injured. Siana admits she didn't want to hire him, and as Taejun calls him a piece of trash, he suddenly realizes something important. Taejun grimaces as he realizes Kim Jae-hoon's money-grubbing personality hits a little too close to home. He reflects that this hunter is cut from the exact same cloth as his past self, and it's a wonder he hadn't met someone like this sooner. Inside, the A-ranker Kim Jae-hoon is already asserting his dominance, getting right in the face of the youngest team member. A wicked smile spreads across Taejun's face. He's decided to give this jerk a taste of his own medicine. Just as they get settled, an alarm blares through the blood-red dimension, warning of an approaching monster. A horde of ravenous, ghoul-like creatures comes screeching towards the party. Siana immediately takes charge, ordering everyone to maintain formation and advance cautiously. But Kim Jae-hoon couldn't care less about teamwork, much to Siana's visible frustration. He leaps forward alone, complaining about wasting his time on these trash-tier monsters as he plows through them. After effortlessly clearing the wave, he cracks his neck and laughs that his attacks feel a bit rusty, leaving his new team dumbfounded. Siana finally has enough, calling out Kim Jae-hoon for his rogue actions and reminding him this is a team raid. She warns him that if he keeps ignoring her instructions, He's going to get the entire team killed, but Kim Ji-hoon just scoffs, asking if she's acting all scared just because she's the team leader. He then has the audacity to blame her leadership for the team's slow progress, which clearly hits a nerve. Getting right in her face, he condescendingly explains that skilled hunters earn the real money and fame. He walks off laughing about how pathetic it is that she's in charge, leaving Seona fuming while our boy Taejun watches silently. Internally, Taejun is absolutely disgusted, thinking what an irritating pig this guy is. Suddenly, a voice welcomes the travelers as they arrive before a massive, ominous castle under a blood-red moon. Inside, an NPC named Duke Duwas, the lord of this cursed land, formally greets them. Before the Duke can even finish, Kim Ji-hoon rudely cuts him off, telling the old man to stop yapping and get to the point. Unfazed, the Duke says he didn't plan on keeping them long anyway. He explains this land was once cursed because a great evil was sealed here long ago. His ancestors found a holy artifact that purified the land, but now someone has stolen it. Taejun immediately realizes their job is to find the artifact and restore it to its rightful place. The Duke confirms this, adding that the invaders broke it into pieces and scattered them. Kim Ji-hoon just scoffs, thinking an artifact search quest is laughably easy. The other team members agree, noting that for a level 2 quest, it's surprisingly simple since there's no real boss. As the leader, Seona starts planning, stating there are 4 artifact pieces hidden in 4 directions. But before she can even finish her thought, Kim Ji-hoon rudely cuts her off, asking why she's even thinking. He arrogantly declares the obvious plan: just split into pairs and search each direction. Seona tries to plead with them, saying it's safer if they all stick together, but our boy Taejun sarcastically agrees with her, earning him a furious face grab and a shush from the team leader. Another hunter with a seriously creepy grin volunteers to team up with Kim Ji-hoon, making Seona visibly uncomfortable. Completely defeated, Seona gives the final order: split up, and the first team to find a piece meets in the south. Taejun immediately starts sucking up to Kim Ji-hoon, bowing and calling him sir, leaving the A-ranker totally dumbfounded. He continues the act, bowing deeply, and claiming he was inspired by how Kim Ji-hoon handled Seona earlier. He declares that skilled hunters deserve all the money and fame, and he's decided to follow a great man like Kim Ji-hoon for life. This shameless bootlicking works like a charm, and Kim Ji-hoon puffs out his chest, thinking this kid has the right attitude. After getting his name, Kim Ji-hoon agrees to take Taejun under his wing as they head off into the blood-red wasteland. They soon arrive at a desolate graveyard, and Taejun can't help but comment on the tense atmosphere. Our boy Taejun innocently asks if they should inquire about the artifact, but Kim Ji-hoon just laughs in his face. He scoffs, saying it's obvious monsters are guarding the artifact here, just waiting to be crushed. While the A-ranker shadowboxes, Taejun interrupts and humbly asks for a small favor. He plays the part of a useless newbie, worried hell just get in the great hunter's way. So, he asks for permission to handle just one small, insignificant area all by himself. Kim Ji-hoon's ego is so inflated he just laughs it off, thinking the request is pathetic. He waves him off, telling him to go play in his corner, and Taejun bows deeply, thanking him for his generosity. The big shot gets impatient, taunting the monsters to come out and face him already. Just then, a ghoul pops out, and Taejun instantly vaporizes it before Kim Ji-hoon can even react. He immediately finds a high-grade magic stone, presenting it while crediting Kim Ji-hoon, who just thinks the kid got lucky. Kim Ji-hoon gets impatient, wondering where the monsters are hiding since he needs some loot too. Suddenly, 3 winged ghouls ambush them, but Taejun instantly tears through all of them. Our boy cheerfully reports that more monsters are coming, assuring the stunned A-ranker that he'll handle it all. Kim Ji-hoon is absolutely livid, questioning why all the monsters are only appearing in Taejun's corner. A sliver of doubt enters his mind. Could the kid have known the monster locations all along? But he dismisses it immediately, his ego refusing to believe a rookie could be that cunning. Fed up with being sidelined, he decides he has no choice but to use his trump card. He unleashes a massive taunt, screaming for every monster in the dungeon to come at him at once. Elsewhere, Lee Seona and Taejun witness the massive pulse of energy, recognizing it as Kim Ji-hoon's skill. She quickly recalls that the arrogant hunter has an area-wide taunt, explaining the phenomenon to Taejun. Lee Seona is confused by his sudden interest, but our boy just plays dumb with a sly grin. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself how useful that skill is about to be. It was all part of the plan. He knew a little prodding would make the arrogant A-ranker use his trump card. The radar lights up like a Christmas tree, confirming Taejun's suspicions that idiot has no clue what he's just unleashed. Thanks to the taunt, our boy can now profit big time, as a literal army of monsters rises from the depths. Kim Ji-hoon finds himself at the center of a nightmare, swarmed by ghouls and winged beasts from all sides. The hunter's smug confidence evaporates in an instant, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Drowning in monsters, he desperately screams at Taejun to stop watching and get over here to help. But Taejun just puts on an innocent face, reminding the A-ranker that this is his designated area. He feigns concern, saying he's not sure if he's even allowed to intrude without permission. Kim Ji-hoon is completely losing it, screaming at Taejun to stop messing around and save him. With a wicked grin, our boy agrees, finally having gotten the permission he was waiting for. He powers up and asks if the A-ranker will have any complaints if he just takes care of everything himself. Using Phantom Step, Taejun effortlessly leaps over the horde, positioning himself perfectly. He unleashes the Rising Dragon Strike, a massive shockwave that obliterates every monster in sight. Kim Ji-hoon is left utterly dumbfounded, wondering how a supposed B-rank hunter has this kind of power. Taejun nonchalantly brushes himself off, acting as if wiping out an army was just a minor chore. He then stands over the broken A-ranker, gloating about all the magic stones he just scored from the hidden monsters. Playing innocent, he gives a thumbs up and thanks Kim Ji-hoon, saying his taunt skill made it all possible. To add insult to injury, he suggests they leave since there are no more rewards, leaving the A-ranker speechless. Kim Ji-hoon is still reeling when Taejun suggests they should go help the others and gather even more magic stones. He then leans in with a twisted grin, telling the A-ranker to please keep using his helpful taunt skill from now on. The battlefield is a wasteland of monster parts, but the rest of the team is just grateful, thanking Taejun for the save. Turns out, he's also completed an emergency quest, fully mastering his skills and unlocking the Rising Dragon Divine Fist. The team's youngest, No Young Chul, is absolutely floored, exclaiming that he's never seen so many magic stones before. Everyone stares at a literal mountain of crystals, realizing there's no way it's all going to fit in his inventory. Our boy just smirks, casually admitting that having this much loot might actually be a bit of a problem. So he makes a grand gesture, announcing he'll split the entire haul among the members of Shinhwa Team 3. Choi Yushik and the others immediately protest, insisting they can't possibly accept the rewards he earned alone. But Taejun puts on a saintly act, claiming everyone worked hard, and that he's already got more than enough for himself. But our boy turns the tables, loudly thanking Kim Ji-hoon for supposedly sharing his own loot first, putting the A-ranker on the spot. He then declares they'll follow Ji-hoon's example and split both of their hauls with Shinhwa Team 3, who erupt in cheers. Taejun leans in, asking the dumbfounded brute if he's okay with this arrangement, knowing full well he can't say no now. The rest of the team, completely oblivious, starts showering Ji-hoon with praise for being so unexpectedly cool and generous. Lee Seon-ah watches from a distance as the team gratefully accepts the loot, thanking both Taejun and the now trapped Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon can only grit his teeth in a pained smile, seething with rage as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. But Lee Seon-ah sees the whole picture, giving Taejun a knowing look of admiration for his masterful manipulation. Miri pops out, totally confused. But Taejun just whispers that giving away the stones is all about building a good public image. With his reputation secured, the party finally reaches the next quest objective, a grim, foreboding castle under a blood-red sky. They present the collected artifacts to Duke Duas, who confirms they've successfully completed their task. Duke Duas thanks them profusely, claiming their efforts might just save this cursed land. He declares that, as the Lord, he will personally perform the offering and asks for the artifacts. But Lee Seon-ah hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing her face as she clutches the quest items. She decides to speak up, asking the Lord if she can clarify something that's been bothering her. She recounts his original story, that he failed to protect the artifacts and a sealed evil wiped everyone out. With Taejun watching silently from the back, she points out the massive hole in his narrative. If the sealed evil killed every single person, she asks, then how in the world did he survive? The Duke is caught, his benevolent facade crumbling as he realizes his lie has been exposed. He lets out a sinister laugh, admitting she's clever, but it's too late as dark power erupts from the artifacts in her hands. His true form is unleashed. He's the hidden boss, the A+ rank high vampire Duke Duas, and they just brought him his power source. Turns out, Lee Seon-ah had her suspicions all along. Realizing a dungeon this big without a boss felt completely wrong. She knew just finding the artifacts wouldn't be enough to clear the gate, which led her to a chilling conclusion. This had to be a duplicate quest, a hidden mission that would trigger once the artifacts were brought to the Lord. The team can only watch in horror as the Duke's true form is revealed, a shadowy monster of pure malice. It hits them like a truck. This old geezer they were helping was the final boss from the very beginning. The newly transformed Duke Duas cackles, demanding they offer up the artifacts and witness his glorious resurrection. Under the immense pressure of his dark aura, Lee Seon-ah is completely frozen, the cursed items still clutched in her hands. Just as she's about to be overwhelmed, Taejun screams at her, asking what she's doing as he lunges forward. But instead of attacking the boss, our boy delivers a brutal kick right into Lysiona's side, sending her flying. The other hunters are left completely dumbfounded as their own teammate attacks the party leader without a moment's hesitation. Turns out, Lysiona was caught in an S-rank mental corruption skill, the charm's evil eye. But our boy Taejin has a passive spell nullification, making him the only one immune to the vampire's trash-tier tricks. The Duke is shocked to see one person standing, surrounded by his new mind-controlled puppets. Taejin just smirks, flips him the bird, and says he's not into ancient vampires. The Duke is absolutely seething at the disrespect, as Taejun tells him to try his luck at a senior center. Ignoring the taunts, the Duke grabs the artifacts and begins the ritual to reclaim his full immortal power. He then orders his new loyal servants, Taejin's own teammates, to tear him to pieces. Even Taejin has to admit this is a troublesome situation, while Miri beside him is completely panicking. The Duke cackles, mocking him for being brought down by the very comrades he tried to protect. He sentences Taejin to a tragic death as the brainwashed hunters unleash a hellfire of attacks on him. But instead of defending, our boy calmly gathers a strange blue energy in his hand. He unleashes it in a flash, instantly knocking out the other mind-controlled hunters around him. The Duke is completely dumbfounded, wondering what the hell just happened. Taejin then reveals he had one more thing to do before turning his attention to the big oaf, Kim Ji-hoon. With a single, devastating punch, he sends the A-rank tank flying, knocking him out cold. He casually tells the vampire that knocking people out is easy, mocking his underestimation. With a crazed grin, he explains that highly developed physical abilities are indistinguishable from magic. The Duke starts to panic, realizing his power hasn't fully returned and Hez completely vulnerable. He desperately orders his last remaining puppet, Lysiona, to protect him until the ritual is complete. She leaps forward with blinding speed, and to his shock, Taejin gets slashed right across the chest. Our boy realizes she's moving way too fast. A simple flick of the finger won't be enough to take her down. He knows the Divine Dragon Fist would work, but it's overkill and would probably kill her, so he's holding back. Suddenly, the Duke starts laughing like a maniac, having come to a twisted conclusion. As her blade pierces Taejin's chest, the vampire gleefully declares that the two of them are clearly in love. He savors the moment, calling it the perfect tragedy for a man to die at the hands of his beloved. Taejin is completely lost, wondering what this old vampire is rambling about, until Miri points something out. Miri tells him to look again, because Lysiona has suddenly stopped moving completely. Hess dumbfounded, wondering if the Duke's charm skill somehow weakened for a split second. The Duke is absolutely furious, screaming at his puppet to stop standing there and finish the kill. Then it clicks for Taejin. The vampire's words about them being in love must have resonated with her, causing her to hesitate. Our boy realizes that a strong emotional shock might just be the key to breaking the charm, and he's got a risky idea. He yells out to Lysiona, saying there's something he's been dying to tell her. Taejin reminds her of the wallet she gave him last Christmas, the one she said would bring him good fortune. He brings up the memory of that specific wallet, a thoughtful and sentimental gift. Then, with a deadpan expression, he confesses that he sold her precious gift on the online marketplace. He tries to explain he was broke, but it's too late. Lysion, is trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. Taejin smirks, his plan a total success. She's so furious she's completely paralyzed, just as he predicted. With his friend neutralized, he turns to the arrogant vampire, promising to rip that cheap charm skill right out of him. He unleashes his own unique magic, a custom-made Taejin-style spell nullification. Our boy thrusts his hand forward to shatter the vampire's evil eye, and the Duke can only let out a pained shriek. The Duke shrieks, demanding Taejin get his fingers out of his eyes, completely dumbfounded by this trash-tier physical assault. But our boy just grins like a maniac, telling him there's not a chance in hell he's letting go. As he holds on, the system begins analyzing the Eyes of Enchantment skill, and in a flash, his unique ability completely nullifies it. With a final surge of energy, the vampire's power shatters, and Hez sent flying backward in agony. Taejin smugly asks how it feels, while the Duke can only growl in fury, unable to comprehend what just happened to his eyes. The spell breaks across the room, and the other hunters begin to snap out of their daze, with Taejin cheekily flashing a peace sign. Members of Shinhwa Team 3 groan, feeling like they just got smacked on the head, wondering what just happened. The Duke, reverting to his older form in shock, stares at Taejin, realizing this mere human somehow broke his absolute power. He's in utter denial. His power has never been broken before, and it should only be possible if his mana was insufficient, which is absurd. Seething with rage, the vampire demands to know how a lowly human could possibly have shattered his ultimate ability. Our boy Taejin just shrugs, telling the vampire not to worry his pretty little head about it since he's going to be dead soon anyway. He even sarcastically suggests searching for spell to spell on the web, before remembering that corpses can't use the internet. The Duke is absolutely seething, his hand dripping with blood as he vows to make Taejin the one who dies today. With a roar of pure fury, the vampire launches himself forward, a blur of red energy aimed at wiping that smirk off Taejun's face. But just as he's about to strike, Lee Seon-ah, now free from the mind control, flashes in front of Taejun to intercept the attack. Her blade clashes against the Duke's claws in a shower of sparks, stopping the vampire's killing blow dead in its tracks. Taejun is relieved to see she's awake, and she gives him a nod, acknowledging that he held the line perfectly. With her eyes blazing, she grips her sword and tells Taejun to stand back. The real hunters will take it from here. She turns to face the stunned vampire, shouting to the others that his mental attacks are sealed, and now is their chance to strike. Hearing the call, the rest of Shinhwa Team 3 powers up, ready to unleash a world of hurt on the now vulnerable boss. The Duke roars, furious that these pathetic mortals dare to challenge him. But Taejun just smirks and tells him to bring it on. Our boy sits back with a smug grin, ready to watch these so-called pathetic creatures do their thing, leaving Miri utterly dumbfounded. Right on cue, No Youngchul leaps into the fray, declaring that he's been waiting for this chance to shine. He unleashes a powerful blast that sends the Duke flying, vowing that he won't be a burden to the team any longer. The rest of Shinhwa Team 3, Yoon Ah-young and Choi Yushik, join the assault, telling Taejun to rest up and leave the rest to them. The coordinated attack is relentless, as Choi Yushik dives in from above, striking the vampire while he's still reeling. The Duke is completely floored, realizing their teamwork is seamless. These are no random C-rank hunters. Lee Seon-ah decides to end this now, channeling the raw power of a storm directly into her blade. With her at the lead, the entire team unleashes a devastating combination attack called the Shattering Strike. A massive explosion of energy consumes the battlefield, leaving only a cloud of dust and the vampire's fading silhouette. No Youngchul thinks the fight is over, but Taejun roars at him for being so naive, still charging up a massive attack. Turns out, the team's combo was just an illusion. Our boy is unleashing his true ultimate move, a 100% power fireball. Taejun smirks, reintroducing himself as the guy who never, ever lets his guard down until the very end. The Duke's body disintegrates into blue embers as Lee Seon-ah breathes a sigh of relief, admitting that was a seriously close call. She explains that the Duke used a mental skill on them all, and she only snapped out of it when she saw Taejun gouging the vampire's eye out. No Youngchul is completely blown away by Taejun's foresight, but our boy just shrugs it off like it was nothing special. Taejun then casually asks if anyone remembers the finer details of what just happened, a sly look on his face. He plays it off as a joke, but inwardly, he's sweating, thankful he avoided getting slapped by Siana for whatever he did to wake her up. With the boss defeated, the exit gate finally opens, and Choi Yushik suggests they all go grab some well-deserved barbecue. Everyone is on board with the plan, until Lee Seon-ah suddenly realizes someone is missing, and asks where Hunter Kim Ji-hoon went. Turns out, the trash-tier hunter Kim Ji-hoon is found completely knocked out on the floor. The team immediately turns to Taejun for an explanation, but our boy just plays dumb. He assures them it's not a serious injury, and that they should all head out for their celebration dinner. Yoon Ah-young invites Taejun to join them, but he awkwardly declines, claiming he has other things to take care of. Lee Seon-ah's eyes narrow with suspicion, questioning if he's really ditching them for other plans. Taejun smoothly explains that he wants to stay behind to analyze the dungeon's unusual layout. He frames it as a unique training opportunity he can't pass up, a perfect excuse to be left alone. The rest of the team is completely sold, amazed by his incredible commitment to getting stronger. Lee Seon-ah just sighs, remarking on his overwhelming and almost crazy level of passion. She tells him she admires his dedication before finally turning to leave with the others, giving him the opening he wanted. But just as she's about to leave, Lee Seon-ah gets surprisingly close, telling him to remember one crucial thing. She gently warns him not to push himself too hard. A moment of genuine concern that catches our boy off guard. Taejun is left completely flustered, stammering like an idiot after the unexpected interaction. With final goodbyes, the rest of the team finally heads for the exit, leaving him to his training. The moment they're gone, Miri materializes, immediately calling him out on his unfinished business excuse. She knows damn well he's not there to study, and Taejun can only grin, realizing she sees right through his act. He admits that back in the day, he had to grind non-stop just to survive, a callback to his past life. But this time is different. He pulls up a map, explaining he found something interesting on the Parsley navigation system. On the map is a glowing question mark, a clear sign of a hidden treasure, a total jackpot. A greedy glint appears in his eyes as he rubs his hands together, absolutely unable to resist the lure of a secret dungeon crawl. Miri skeptically asks if he actually studied dungeons in his past life, but our boy just shrugs it off, saying he was a hard worker. They arrive at the location, a massive, dusty library, and Taejin immediately starts searching for the hidden piece. But after a quick scan, Miri points out there's nothing special here, leaving Taejin dumbfounded since the navigation system was so sure. Thinking like a true gamer, he remembers the classic movie trope and decides to try pulling a random book from the shelf. With a heavy click, the entire bookshelf rumbles and slides open, revealing a secret passage, and he can't help but yell bingo. He smugly tells Miri he knew there was treasure hidden here, as they both peer into the dark, musty corridor. Overcome with excitement, Taejin rushes in to explore, completely ignoring Miri's frantic warning to wait. The second his foot hits the floor, a trap springs, and our boy is sent flying back with a comical shriek. He barely manages to land safely, narrowly avoiding a wall of deadly spikes, his heart pounding from the close call. Miri explains the real problem. The navigation data confirms the place is littered with traps, but their exact locations are intentionally concealed. Taejin realizes that blindly running through a corridor full of hidden traps is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But a wicked grin spreads across his face. He decides this is the perfect time to test out a special item he's been saving. He whips out a gnarly-looking skull staff, channeling dark energy as he calls out a name. Iratus. Slamming the staff down, a massive purple summoning circle erupts across the floor, shocking Miri to her core. Miri is completely dumbfounded, recognizing the infamous name he just uttered with pure disbelief. A skeletal figure begins to rise from the glowing circle, its bones coalescing from raw, magical energy. The creature fully forms and offers a formal greeting to its new summoner, ready to serve. It introduces itself as Iratus, the harbinger of death, but its stats are so pathetically low they're practically a joke. But the moment Iratus gets a good look at our boy, it lets out a terrified screech, demanding to know who he is. The skeleton is completely baffled, pointing a bony finger, and asking how in the world Taejin used its own staff to summon it. Taejin just grins like a psychopath, asking if Iratus thinks his own staff is pretty awesome. The skeleton frantically warns him that the staff is cursed with evil souls, but our boy just casually asks if he means the cursed spirit. With a completely straight face, Taejin cheerfully announces that he already killed it. Iratus is left completely dumbfounded, stammering that it's impossible, while Taejin just admits it was a bit of a hassle. Suddenly, his demeanor flips as he shoves the staff in the skeleton's face, demanding to know who gave him the right to speak so informally. He punctuates his point with a swift smack to the skull, reminding the summon who the master is. Taejin threatens to turn him into bone soup if he doesn't fix his attitude, and the terrified Iratus immediately agrees. Our boy then gets suspicious, remembering Iratus' speech used to be disgustingly formal, but the skeleton just plays dumb. Shrugging it off, Taejin decides it's time to issue his new underling his very first command, and that command is to charge forward at full speed, literally dragging the poor skeleton along with him. As they stare down a dark corridor, Iratus points out he can't see a thing, but Taejin asks if he's questioning his commander. Our boy puts on a look of pure disappointment, making it clear that insubordination is not an option. The threat works perfectly, and the terrified skeleton immediately apologizes and sprints full speed ahead into the darkness. He doesn't get far before his jaw drops, completely confused by what's happening. Suddenly, a green magic trap vaporizes him on the spot, shattering his bones and unsummoning him instantly. While Miri is having a meltdown, Taejin just strokes his chin, calmly confirming that's one trap successfully disarmed. He immediately resummons the bewildered Iratus, who has no clue what just happened to him. With a crazed look in his eyes, Taejin roars at his summon to charge forward again. This time, the poor skeleton runs headfirst into a hallway-wide flamethrower trap. He's instantly incinerated, leaving nothing but a pile of ash on the dungeon floor. While Taejin casually marks another trap off his list, Miri is dumbfounded, asking if he seriously plans to continue this madness. With a deranged grin, our boy confirms he will, seeing absolutely no problem with his methods. He coldly reminds her that he's Lee Taejin, a man who shows zero mercy to anyone who's ever tried to kill him. Miri just forces an awkward laugh, realizing there's no getting through to this psycho. And so the cycle continues, with Taejin ordering the newly summoned Iratus to body slam yet another deadly trap. He congratulates the skeleton for being the best trap detector he could ask for, even as Iratus' spirit complains that he's not actually dead. But then, a system window pops up. Turns out all that dying has actually made Iratus stronger, increasing his overall durability. Taejin puts two and two together, noticing that his bony minion isn't getting wiped out as easily as before. He realizes this has to be the effect of his extraordinary growth skill, since summons aren't supposed to level up from just dying. As Taejin marvels at his broken ability, he misreads the room entirely, thinking the smug, blushing skeleton wants a reward for all his suffering. Taejin decides he'll have to analyze his broken growth skill later, leaving the abused Iratus utterly speechless. Our boy turns around, confused why his minion is still lingering, as Iratus can't believe he was dismissed with a simple good job. Iratus, now just a skull on a staff, complains that even immortals have rights. But Taejun coldly states that's not his problem. With a thought, he unsummons the growing skeleton, sending the poor bag of bones away in a flash of purple light. As Taejun presses on with the treasure hunt, Miri just sighs, calling him out for being so cold-hearted. Miri scans the dead-end room, assuming they've finally cleared the area since there are no more traps or paths. But Taejun isn't convinced, and Miri asks if his hunter's intuition is picking up on something she missed. His eyes lock onto a massive tombstone, noting that its size is completely unnatural for a simple grave marker. He reasons that there's no point in building something so huge unless it's meant to hide something important inside. The moment his hand makes contact, the stone erupts with glowing purple runes, proving his hunch was dead on. The massive stone slab splits apart, revealing a hidden compartment holding a single, powerful-looking bracelet. Our boy immediately realizes it's been forged from the relics they collected, which were clearly more than just quest items. Miri can't tell what it does, and Taejun dreads the thought of paying a fortune just to get it appraised. He starts desperately praying for a god-tier drop when Miri suddenly cuts him off, remembering something important. She casually mentions that he doesn't even need to get items appraised, leaving Taejun completely lost. With a flourish, she introduces the item analyzer, a basic app that apparently everyone from other dimensions uses. Taejun is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering why she'd hide such a game-changing feature from him until now. Miri gets defensive, reminding him his status window has tons of functions he hasn't bothered to check out. Shaking his head, he activates the new feature, and a holographic interface begins scanning the item on his hand. The results pop up, revealing the Relic of Malice, a unique grade item that boosts all his stats and grants him 2 new vampire skills. Taejun is floored by the unique grade drop, while Miri excitedly tells him to check out the skills it comes with. The first is an A-rank passive, Aesthetic of the Vampire, which automatically heals most injuries without consuming mana. The second is Charm of the Vampire, an active skill that lets him control the will of weakened humans. Our boy is ecstatic about the auto-healing, but Miri gets a bad feeling, realizing the charm skill is just like the one the Duke used. As he equips the relic, she questions how useful a mind control skill that only works on weakened humans could possibly be. A twisted grin spreads across Taejun's face, his eyes glowing ominously, as he insists it'll be incredibly useful. He continues his creepy explanation that humans are everywhere, which horrifies Miri, who thinks using skills on people is wrong. Taejun's tone shifts, telling the naive Miri that she clearly doesn't understand the harsh realities of this world. He delivers a cold, hard fact. Humans can be far scarier than any dungeon monster, all while being secretly watched from the shadows. A mysterious hunter has them in his sights, confirming that his target has been re-evaluated as a B-rank threat. The hunter accepts his orders, certain his S-rank stealth skill, Silent Shadow, is more than enough for a solo mission. Meanwhile, Taejun and Miri arrive at the location, completely oblivious as the invisible assassin identifies his target. The hunter muses on Taejun's file. He was a nobody D-rank porter who somehow skyrocketed to a B-rank talent. He decides that our boy has become far too noticeable and, for that reason alone, he has to die. With a silent lunge, the assassin goes for the kill, but is dumbfounded when his blade slices through nothing but air. His senses are in chaos, a system error flashing as he realizes his target has completely vanished from his perception. Suddenly, Taejun's voice comes from behind him, casually asking Miri if she heard a strange thud. The hunter is in disbelief, coughing up blood as he wonders how Taejun could possibly possess a skill that detects him. Our boy taunts the hidden assassin, telling him to stop hiding and come out already. With a wicked grin, Taejun unleashes his aura, threatening to just keep hitting the air until the hunter is dead. Done playing around, our boy lunges forward, his leg glowing with a terrifying blue aura. The so-called elite hunter is completely helpless as Taejun lands a devastating kick right to his gut. Before the guy can even recover, Taejun unleashes a flurry of phantom punches, beating him into the ground. The assassin is already on his knees, begging for mercy, but our boy just scoffs, telling him he hasn't even started yet. He clicks his tongue in disappointment, complaining that kids these days have absolutely no grit. With the beatdown over, Taejun calmly demands the assassin introduce himself and state his business. The terrified hunter stammers out his name, Han Jong-chul, and says he's from a group called the Red Hounds. That name sounds familiar, and Taejun racks his brain trying to remember where he's heard it before. Then it hits him they're that infamous trashy criminal organization that takes money to assassinate other hunters. Grabbing the assassin by the collar, he demands to know why such a notorious group is after him, but the guy just begs for his life, claiming he was only following orders. Taejun just scoffs, calling the assassin shameless for trying to pass the buck. Grabbing the guy's head, Our boy decides to get some answers the hard way, his aura flaring with a sinister purple energy. He activates Vampire's Charm, a nasty skill that completely controls the target's will, forcing the truth out of him. A blood-curdling scream rips through the night air, echoing from a distant, ominous tower. Turns out, the assassin wasn't alone. His buddies are getting antsy, wondering why he hasn't returned yet. One of them, Hanjong Pil, complains about how long it's taking to handle a mere B-class hunter. His partner tries to calm him down, saying the rookie probably just needs a bit more time. The other guy, Hanjong Seo, chalks it up to inexperience, reminding his partner that nobody's perfect on their first mission. But a chilling voice cuts in, asking if the rookie will get better just to end up beaten like them. Taejin emerges from the shadows, dragging their unconscious brother, and reveals he knows they're all siblings doing this filthy work. With a sinister grin, Taejin tells the two assassins they'd be crying tears of blood if they knew what had done. The brothers are stunned, demanding to know how he found them out, and our boy confirms he squeezed their youngest for info. He then cheekily says that since the kid didn't know who the boss was, he decided to come collect the information himself. Hanjong Pil is absolutely livid, cursing his brother's name for breaking under pressure. But he quickly calms himself, reasoning that his brother is a trained professional and wouldn't have spilled everything so easily. He correctly deduces that Taejin must have used a powerful mental contamination skill, which only earns him sarcastic praise from our boy. Taejin continues to mock them, offering a praise sticker for their brilliant deduction while holding up their broken sibling. The two brothers are completely dumbfounded, wondering if this guy is just plain insane. Hanjong Pil realizes he's made a grave mistake by underestimating his target, and a venomous green aura erupts from his weapon. He glares at Taejin, declaring that he's not leaving this place alive. Taejin just rolls his eyes back, sarcastically telling the assassin to feel free to try his best. Hanjong Pil boasts about his years of elite training, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Shadow Strike. He lunges forward with everything he's got, but his fist stops dead in its tracks, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Turns out, our boy just used the unconscious brother's face as a shield, complaining that the villain's monologue almost put him to sleep. Taejin then casually lies that he's running low on mana, just to mess with the poor guy's head. With a psychotic grin, he tells the last brother standing to spill everything, unless he wants to end up just like the others. The scene shifts to the Hunter Alliance HQ, where the entire Red Hound's crew has been taken into custody. A flashback reveals they had obtained intel on which dungeon Taejin was entering and plotted their crime. They disguised themselves as a cleaning crew, waiting outside the dungeon gate to ambush him. But when Taejin's party emerged without him, the assassins got impatient and decided to go inside to finish the job themselves. Back at the Cheongyeon Guild, Seo Yunhua admits to herself that they got careless. She explains they knew Taejin would be a target after the assessment scandal and had even coordinated with the Alliance. But she never imagined anyone would be insane enough to sneak into a dungeon owned by the Shinhwa Guild. She starts blaming herself for the lapse in security, but Taejin tells her there's no need to apologize. He had a gut feeling something was coming. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ma Tae-pyong, on the other hand, is absolutely furious that the villains have now targeted Taejin. He's about to storm the Alliance HQ to beat the information out of the assassins himself. But our boy calmly stops him, revealing that he already knows who was behind the attack. They're all dumbfounded, but Taejin just smirks and says the Red Hounds were surprisingly talkative. Cutting straight to the point, Seo Yunhua asks him to name the person who ordered the hit. Seo Yunhua's aura flares as she demands to know which scumbag targeted not just Taejin, but also Yu Se-rin and Kang Jian. Our boy, however, remains perfectly calm, with Miri just floating beside him, ready to drop the bomb. He reveals the mastermind is none other than Bae Hyun-soo, the head of the infamous Saeyoung Guild. Both Ma Tae-pyong and Seo Yunhua are absolutely floored. They can't believe that trash-tier human was behind it all. Ma Tae-pyong yells that he knew it all along, claiming you can just tell a scumbag by their face. Turns out, the Saeyoung Guild is notorious for its ruthless methods, rocketing from 30th to 7th in the rankings by any means necessary. They'd only ever had suspicions before, but now, thanks to Taejin, they finally have concrete proof. With his word being more than enough, Seo Yunhua immediately decides to take action. She declares she's mobilizing her elite members right now. They're going to pay for ever messing with Yu Se-rin. Ma Tae-pyong is right behind her, cracking his knuckles and vowing that no one gets away with threatening his disciple. As Ma Tae-pyong roars that he's storming their headquarters, our boy Taejin calmly raises a hand and asks if he can come too. He explains with a cheerful smile that he'd really like to see the face of the man who tried to have him killed. And just like that, they're at the Saeyoung Guild headquarters, with Ma Tae-pyong already screaming for their leader, Hyun-soo. The big man wastes no time, flaring his crimson aura and demanding the coward show his face. He punctuates his demand by smashing his fist into the lobby floor. sending a shockwave through the entire building. The guild's grunts are sent flying, absolutely losing their minds and calling him a crazy lunatic for the sudden attack. But then, Seo Yunhua steps through the dust, telling him he should know better than anyone what's happening. Backed by her own army of shadowy summons, she gives a simple order. Get Bei Hyun, Su down here immediately. With a chilling glare, she warns them that if they don't comply, the entire building will go up in flames. The Sejong members are left completely dumbfounded, realizing they're trapped between two guild masters who are absolutely out for blood. With a single command from Seo Yonhua, her shadowy mages raise their staves, ready to begin the assault. A storm of green magical energy immediately erupts, blasting the Sejong Guild headquarters from all sides. Deep inside, one of the guild's grunts frantically pounds on a vault door, screaming for his boss. The boss, Bei Hyun Su, is already in full panic mode, telling his subordinate to shut up while he scrambles to pack his cash. He stares at the briefcase full of money and gold, cursing himself for ever hiring those trash-tier morons. His mind races, trying to pinpoint where it all went wrong, and he realizes it all comes back to that one brat, Lee Taejin. His plan is simple: grab the money and run, figuring even the guild masters won't be able to stop him. But just as he's about to make a break for it, a loud crash from behind makes him freeze in his tracks. The massive vault door has been torn clean off its hinges, and a voice mockingly asks if he really thought he could hide. Bei Hyun-su's face drains of all color as he recognizes the intruder. Our boy Taejin has finally arrived. Through the mangled vault door, our boy grins and calls his destructive entrance a respectful greeting. Bei Hyun-su is utterly terrified, stammering about how Taejin could have possibly found him. Taejin just laughs it off, saying he's got a knack for finding people, with Miri floating smugly at his side. Desperate, the guild leader asks what he wants, figuring he must be after something big to pull a stunt like this. Thinking he's found a way out, Bei Hyun-su throws open a briefcase full of cash, offering to pay him off. For a split second, Taejin is completely mesmerized by the fortune, but Miri yells at him to snap out of it. Shaking off the temptation, he scoffs at the offer, saying he's not interested in dirty money. He then takes a slow, deliberate step forward, his entire demeanor shifting to something far more menacing. Getting right in his face, Taejin demands to know the truth about the rigged promotion exam and who else was involved. Bei Hyun-su is left dumbfounded, but our boy presses on, claiming he already knows most of it and just wants a confession. The guild leader scoffs, thinking this punk is testing him, and boldly claims the rigging was his plan alone. Our boy just leans in, casually threatening to beat him up and drag him to headquarters himself. Completely infuriated, Bei Hyun-su seethes, wondering who this arrogant little nobody thinks he is. He warns Taejin not to mistake his willingness to negotiate for fear. Turns out, the only people he's actually scared of are big shots like Seo Yonhua and Ma Tae-pyong, not some trash-tier porter. He unleashes a swirling vortex of dark energy, and Taejin immediately recognizes the infamous dark matter skill. With his power on full display, the guild leader mockingly asks if this makes Taejin more willing to talk now. Taejin deadpans that maybe he should have taken the money, earning a frantic "What are you talking about?" from Miri. But he's just analyzing the threat. Dark matter is an S-rank skill that drains mana and makes close combat nearly impossible. As the guild leader yells at him to get back, Taejin knows that while he should avoid this fight, he's got no other choice. But our boy just laughs, taunting the guild leader that his fancy skill is just a cheap knockoff. The guild leader is completely dumbfounded, asking if Taejin is insane enough to fight dark matter with a trash-tier fireball. Taejin smirks, saying he might fool others but not him, as his unique QR scanner ability activates to verify the skill's info. With the scan complete, he wastes no time and launches himself forward, ready to strike. And the truth is revealed: the guild leader's skill is a B-rank fake, a pathetic imitation with only 10% of the real dark matter's power. Caught red-handed, the fraud immediately tries to backpedal, begging Taejin to talk things through. But our boy isn't interested in talking. He unleashes the full force of his fireball. The guild leader gets a face full of fire, screaming as he's completely engulfed in the blue flames. A moment later, all that's left is a pair of smoking boots as the guild leader pathetically cries for a fire extinguisher. Taejin just tells him to chill out, casually dousing him with a nearby fish tank to put out the flames. With the fraudster whimpering on the ground, Taejin coldly announces that the time for talk is over. He activates his QR scanner on the unconscious guild leader, determined to see if the trash has any other hidden cards up his sleeve. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from outside the demolished building, praising our boy for taking down that scumbag Bei Hyun-su. It's Ma Tae-pyong, who declares Taejin 100 times more capable than the slugs at HQ, though Taejin humbly gives him and Seo Yonhua credit. Ma Tae-pyong smugly puffs out his chest, readily agreeing that he was, in fact, a huge help. He then boasts that he was holding back, otherwise the entire building would have been flattened, earning a nervous laugh from Taejun. Our boy then asks about Seo Yeonhwa's whereabouts, and Mate Pyong explains she's off gathering evidence at the main office. Just as he says that, a swirling green portal tears open right inside the room, and he announces her arrival. Seo Yeonhwa steps through, folder in hand, confirming she found solid evidence of exam tampering. She reports that high-ranking officials were involved, but they've already fled the country, causing Mate Pyong to curse them as the trash he expected them to be. Taejun asks if any other guilds were involved, but Seo Yeonhwa confirms it was all Bae Hyun-soo conspiring with bribed officials. Mate Pyong seethes with rage, disgusted that scumbags taking dirty money are everywhere. He grabs the terrified Bae Hyun-soo by the collar, roaring that this punk's belief that money solves everything was the root of the problem. Dragging the whimpering guildmaster away, Mate Pyong promises to re-educate him before handing him over to HQ. Seo Yeonhwa then turns to our boy, formally thanking him for cornering Bae Hyun-soo in his secret hideout. She admits they're indebted to him once again, never expecting to rely on his help so much. But Taejun clarifies that this wasn't for them. He was personally investigating the hidden forces behind the incident. Both Seo Yeonhwa and her guard are taken aback, questioning what he means by hidden forces. Our boy explains his gut feeling. The sealed Lich, dark magic, and assassins were too much for one trash-tier guildmaster to handle alone. With a grim smile, he declares that anyone who commits evil deserves to be punished. It's just that simple. Seo Yeonhwa is genuinely surprised, admitting she never expected such a righteous side from our boy. She leans in closer, asking if he managed to find the real villains who were pulling Bae Hyun-soo's strings. Taejun just gives her a sly grin, his eyes glowing ominously as he keeps his cards close to his chest. Later, he claims he found nothing, lying to her face as he secretly continues his own investigation. He's determined to uncover the truth on his own terms, without the guilds getting in his way. Meanwhile, the news reports that Bae Hyun-soo confessed to everything just 2 days after his arrest. This sends the real mastermind, Guildmaster Go Young-min, into a full-blown panic, cursing his idiotic accomplice. He starts sweating, desperately trying to convince himself there's no way the investigation could possibly reach him. He rationalizes that they only signed one contract, but his frantic thoughts are cut short by a knock at the door. Absolutely terrified, he stammers for the visitor to come in, knowing his time might be up. The door creaks open, and in walks the Vice Guildmaster of Hwiryeong, Cho Young-tae, telling Go Young-min he has a visitor. Go Young-min immediately gets paranoid, asking if it's someone from the major guilds like Sky or Hwarang. His subordinate explains the person is wearing a mask, so he couldn't get a clear look, but he doubts it. He then relays the visitor's cryptic message. Just tell the boss, the flying fly is here. The codename hits Go Young-min like a truck. He frantically orders his man to let the visitor in, his mind racing. As the mysterious figure walks in, Go Young-min tries to convince himself there's no way Bae Hyun-soo could have ratted him out. But when the visitor removes his disguise, Go Young-min's jaw hits the floor. It's none other than our boy, Lee Taejun. He instantly recognizes the kid from the B-rank assessment, which only adds to his confusion. Trying to mask his shock, Go Young-min puts on a brave face and greets Taejun, wondering what this is all about. But beneath his forced smile, he's absolutely terrified, convinced Taejun is here to blackmail him over his dirty dealings. Instead of answering, our boy just flashes a cold, unsettling grin. Suddenly, he throws his head back and erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. The laughter turns into some bizarre breakdancing, leaving Go Young-min and his subordinate completely dumbfounded. The guildmaster snaps out of his stupor, screaming at his vice-master, asking what the hell he's just standing there for. He frantically orders the man to stop this lunatic immediately, but Taejun's spinning only intensifies, kicking up a whirlwind of energy that tears through the office. Even Miri is panicking, asking Taejun if he's completely lost his mind. Our boy just keeps laughing like a psycho, completely unfazed by the chaos he's causing. Go Young-min screams at his vice-master again, who finally conjures a ball of dark energy, ready to strike. He unleashes the attack while yelling about this insane intrusion, but Taejun dodges it with a slick handstand maneuver. The vice-master roars Taejun's name, asking if he has a death wish, as he unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy. Go Young-min watches from his desk, completely stunned by the sheer destructive power aimed at our boy. But Taejun, still upside down, just smirks, sarcastically complimenting the vice-master on being the true number one of the guild. Turns out Miri intercepted the attack, and Taejun praises the man's physical ability and technique for restraining him so quickly. With a swift motion, he lands on his feet, declaring that this little display should be enough for an entry test. He then strikes a pose, ready to formally introduce himself as a B-rank freelance hunter. Standing tall amidst the dust, he announces his name as Lee Taejun. The guildmaster is dumbfounded, asking what he means by entry test. But Taejin explains he had to check the guild's skill level. With a smug grin, our boy points and says he was just testing how they'd handle a little pressure. Go Young-min can only stare in disbelief, realizing this man isn't just confident, he's completely insane. The vice master, Cho Young-tae, is completely baffled, muttering that he's seen all kinds of crazies, but this is a new low. He explodes in anger, demanding to know if Taejun has any idea where he is to be spouting such nonsense. He grabs our boy's shirt, yelling that this isn't a place for some trash-tier hunter who can't even use necromancy. But Taejun just cheekily pushes his hand away, mocking him for being so obsessed with necromancy that the guild is failing. He begins a history lesson, explaining how the founder, Go Jian-ho, led the guild with blood magic that no one else could control. This legendary hunter single-handedly changed the perception of dark magic, elevating the guild to one of Korea's top 5. Thanks to him, they became the nation's representative dark magic guild. But Taejin asks what's become of them now. He smirks at the fuming vice master, pointing out that ever since the founder retired, the guild's been on the brink of bankruptcy. Taejin strolls over to the guildmaster's desk, coolly stating that they can't afford to be picky and should see this as an opportunity. He slams his hand on the desk, declaring with absolute certainty that if he joins, the Hwaryong Guild will be revived. The guildmaster stammers, still trying to find an excuse, but Taejin's menacing aura says it all. Our boy cuts him off, shoving a document right in his face and telling him to take a look. He's confident this little piece of paper will finally make the guildmaster see things his way. The vice master, completely out of the loop, is absolutely losing his mind in the background. He demands to know what's going on, but Go Young-min frantically tries to play it off like it's nothing. It's then that the guildmaster has a horrifying realization. Taejin knew about his dirty secret all along. Turns out, the document is damning evidence of his deal with Bae Hyun-soo to rig the B-rank assessment. With all his cards on the table, Taejin coolly asks if he's had a change of heart yet. He slams the guild contract down, telling the terrified Go Young-min to go ahead and sign on the dotted line. But while the master is broken, the vice master is absolutely seething, his fist clenching with pure, unadulterated rage. The vice master explodes, demanding to know why Go Young-min would let a non-necromancer join their guild. The cornered guildmaster desperately tries to calm him down, his face a mask of pure panic. He weakly argues that Taejin's skills are top-notch, but the vice master is clearly not buying it. Cho Young-tae scoffs at the idea, calling our boy a parasite who's only there to suck them dry. He then gives the guildmaster an ultimatum. Tell Taejin he better learn necromancy, and fast. If he doesn't, the vice master promises to give him a proper lesson during the guild's initiation. Meanwhile, far away from the guild's internal drama, the city is peaceful. Our boy Taejin is completely oblivious to the threats, calmly enjoying a relaxing cup of coffee. As he soaks in the sunlight, Miri dryly comments on how he's certainly living the high life. Miri reminds him that assassins were just trying to take his head off, suggesting he should be a little more careful. But our boy just smirks, assuring her he's not just sitting around defenseless, he already has a plan. He reveals a ring he looted from the Red Hounds, explaining it's the secret to their untraceable assassinations. The A-rank ring of the hidden hunting dog randomly changes his appearance, making him unrecognizable to most people. Miri is instantly relieved, and Taejin smugly tells her to stop worrying and just enjoy the peace. She then asks why he joined the Hwaryong Guild when he had offers from top-tier guilds like Myth and Hwarang. Taejin just scoffs, admitting that joining one of those big-shot guilds would be a complete nightmare. He complains about the thought of constant calls for dangerous international expeditions, not to mention being dragged to stuffy political events. He concludes that being a top hunter is more trouble than it's worth. He explains that a mid-tier guild is perfect. He can operate under the radar and make a killing off mana stones all by himself. Turns out, the real reason is pure greed, as he strong-armed the guild into a contract giving him 100% of the mana stone profits, leaving the guildmaster speechless. Now that Miri understands his hustle, she asks what's next, and our boy casually suggests they go shopping. She's completely baffled by the random idea, wondering why Head want to do something so normal all of a sudden. Taejin just laughs, saying there's no point in saving up if you don't splurge sometimes, and declares it's time to waste some money. With a new plan in mind, he steps out, ready to hit the town. They arrive not at a mall, but at a massive, luxurious glass skyscraper that screams wealth and power. Taejin gets a greedy look in his eye, remarking how he never could have dreamed of this back in his broke days, while Miri just marvels at the architecture. She rightly guesses this isn't a normal shopping mall, so Taejin smugly offers to explain this unique place to her. He explains this place is the ultimate hunter's paradise, a marketplace overflowing with legendary weapons and rare gear. Our boy proudly announces this is Gwimeljan, Korea's one and only mega mall for hunters, leaving Miri completely starstruck. But just as he's about to head inside to scope out the goods, a voice suddenly calls out his name. A woman with short white hair steps out of a sleek car, remarking that she almost didn't recognize him with his new item. Taejun is dumbfounded, asking who she is, while she explains she's only heard stories about him from her brother. With a commanding presence, she introduces herself as Cha Yerin, the esteemed head of the Shinhwa Guild. The name clicks instantly, and Taejun realizes she's the younger sister of the famous vice head, Cha Soo-hyun. He asks what brings the leader of such a major guild here, but she just looks at him, surprised he has to ask. It turns out she's not just a customer. She casually reveals that she owns the entire mall and is just here for her weekly inspection. Taejun's mind is blown. He realizes the Shinhwa Guild's power is on another level and kicks himself for not joining them sooner. He quickly snaps out of it, laughing awkwardly and apologizing, but Cha Yerin just waves it off, saying it's fine since she avoids the spotlight. She then cuts to the chase, asking our boy if he has a moment to spare, leaving him a bit confused. Turns out, she heard all about his heroic deeds in the cursed territory from her brother and Seona. She explains that without him, Shinhwa's team would have been wiped out, so she wants to offer a token of her gratitude. Our boy tries to play it cool, politely refusing the offer and saying her thanks are more than enough. Cha Yerin gives him a sly smile, pretending to accept his decision and saying she won't push the matter. But then she pulls out a little something, asking him one last time if he's absolutely sure he wants to refuse. She drops the bomb. Her token of thanks was letting him pick anything he wanted from the exclusive VIP item store, and Taejun is utterly speechless. She casually mentions that her gift was going to be any item of his choice from the Shinhwa Guild store, and just to twist the knife, she adds that it would have been a VIP exclusive item. Our boy's brain short-circuits as he realizes he just turned down a priceless, top-tier artifact for free. As she pretends to walk away, Taejun's pride evaporates in an instant, and he begs her to wait. With a slightly bloody nose from the shock, he asks if he could just take a quick peek at what they have. On the way up the elevator, Cha Yerin remarks that he seems a lot more ordinary than she expected. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, asking what on earth she means by that. She clarifies that with all the rumors and his legendary achievements, she expected him to exude some kind of incredible aura. He just awkwardly scratches his head, admitting he might have unintentionally built up her expectations too high. But she smiles, confessing that she actually prefers him being more down-to-earth. She playfully mentions that someone named Seona might not like her next comment, leaving our boy totally confused. The elevator door dings open, and she welcomes him into an area reserved exclusively for VIP customers. Cha Yerin gestures grandly, telling him that today is a special occasion, so he can take all the time he needs. Both Taejun and Miri are absolutely stunned as they realize they're in the VIP section of the rare items store. He starts looking around, and his jaw hits the floor. Every single piece of gear is priced in the billions. Taejun is just dumbfounded that this girl, who owns this entire treasure trove, is just casually standing there. She asks if Hez found anything he fancies, and our boy, practically drooling, says it's tough to pick. But with a greedy glint in his eye, he confirms that one thing in particular has definitely caught his attention. He points over to a specific display case and asks her what exactly those items are. Cha Yerin looks on with a curious smile, remarking that he certainly has a unique taste. She explains that these aren't just any items. They're relics once wielded by the legendary guildmasters of Korea. But she adds with a hint of sadness that they're far too old to be used now, kept only to honor their history. Taejun gets the picture, and she tries to steer him towards some newer, even better gear they have for sale. Just then, her bodyguard steps in, announcing that the vice director of the Hyonin Guild has arrived. Cha Yerin glances at her watch, completely shocked that she's about to be late for a critical meeting. She quickly excuses herself, promising to meet him later, and our boy gives a comically deep bow of respect. Miri just floats by, warning him he'll throw his back out, but he brushes it off as just part of the grind. She's completely baffled, asking why out of all the treasures here, he's so fixated on that one piece of junk. A system window confirms her point. It's a broken dragon steel gauntlet with zero durability. Utterly useless. Taejun admits she has a point, but his intense gaze tells us he's seeing something nobody else can. And there it is. A system window pops up, confirming the gauntlet has synergy with his rising dragon skills and triggering a new growth quest. Our boy knows his spectacular growth trait never gives him an impossible task. It always pushes him to the absolute limit of what's possible. This realization leads him to a single, logical conclusion. There must be a way to repair this trash, tier item somewhere. Suddenly, he's on the floor, comically groveling and screaming for the director, willing to do absolutely anything to find a way. He even starts barking like a dog on the carpet, leaving Miri completely speechless at his total lack of shame. As he's racking his brain for a way to win the director over, he overhears a heated argument coming from the other room. Peeking around the corner, he listens in on a tense negotiation about a contract fee that's already been paid. Turns out, it's the director, Cha Yeren, being hassled by some shady-looking guildmaster and his 2 massive bodyguards. A brilliant, devious idea sparks in our boy's mind as he watches the scene unfold. He realizes this is the perfect opportunity. If he helps the director out of this jam, he can score major points and secure the gauntlet. With a face only a mother could love, our boy sprints to the rescue, ready to save director Cha Yeren. He declares himself the man who wants to be her loyal hound, ready to make his grand entrance. Inside, Cha Yeren is fed up, telling the smarmy guildmaster she's disappointed by his stubborn attitude yet again. The man, Kang Yong-sok, just chuckles, saying she has guts but his price is perfectly standard. With a smug grin, he insists that charging a fair price is just basic business sense. Cha Yeren is visibly stressed by his audacity, while her bodyguard asks if there's an issue. Just then, Taejin strolls in, pretending he just came to check on the loud voices he heard. Kang Yong-sok doesn't even bother to learn his name and just tells him to get lost. He condescendingly pushes his glasses up, informing Taejin that they're in the middle of important business. Cha Yeren tries to wave him off, but our boy cheerfully ignores her and walks right into the lion's den. Taejin just smirks and says he also enjoys business, especially the kind that involves putting arrogant people in their place. He plops right down into a chair with a Cheshire cat grin, declaring that they should get down to this business they're all so fond of. Kang Yong-sok demands to know who this nobody is, while a flustered Cha Yeren can't even form a sentence. Our boy glances at the mountain of gear on the table, and instantly understands the entire scam. Turns out, Kang Yong-sok's guild has a monopoly on item appraisal, letting them bully clients like the Shinhwa Guild with outrageous demands. Taejin calmly introduces himself as the legal advisor to director Cha Yeren, completely hijacking the conversation. With a blindingly innocent smile, he then asks what the problem seems to be here. Kang Yong-sok finally processes that he's dealing with her lawyer, as Cha Yeren wonders what the hell Taejin is scheming. The guildmaster explains that she's demanding a week's worth of appraisal work be done in a single day. He smirks, rubbing his fingers together, and says the extra fee she paid is nowhere near enough to cover such a rush job. To expedite the process, Kang Yong-sok demands they pay double the original contract fee, leaving Cha Yeren utterly dumbfounded. But our boy Taejin just strokes his chin, having already found a massive flaw in the guildmaster's logic. He casually asks if the Hyonan Guild isn't supposed to be a specialized appraisal guild. If they're such experts, he wonders, why on earth would it take them a whole week to appraise this pile of items? Taejin bursts out laughing, declaring that if he were in charge, he would have found a more competent guild a long time ago. The blatant disrespect makes Kang Yong-sok's face twitch with fury. This nobody is getting on his last nerve. He dares them to go elsewhere, asking if they're really willing to risk all their precious loot turning to trash overnight. He then explains the core of his threat. A single inaccurate appraisal can destroy an item's value completely. The implication is clear: taking a chance with another guild is far more dangerous than simply paying his exorbitant fee. He leans in, smugly asking if there's even another guild in the city that could possibly handle a job of this magnitude. Cha Yeren quickly steps in, telling Taejin that's enough. She knows He's trying to help, but things are getting too heated. Our boy seemingly gets the message, bowing his head and apologizing to the director for overstepping and causing trouble. As Taejin turns to leave, Kang Yong-sok smirks, thinking the kid finally understood his place and got scared off. Feeling victorious, he turns back to Cha Yeren, ready to finalize the contract now that the nuisance is gone. But just as he speaks, a hand reaches out to Cha Yeren, leaving Kang Yong-sok completely dumbfounded by the sudden interruption. It's Taejin, back with a crazy appraiser's monocle, introducing himself as the new expert hired for the job. Everyone is speechless as he examines the loot, asking if these are the items he's supposed to be appraising. He gives a confident thumbs up, assuring Director Cha that this whole process won't take him more than an hour. Cha Yeren is still reeling from the whiplash, trying to ask him what on earth he thinks he's doing. Taejin just ignores her, turning to the original appraisers and politely asking them to leave, as his methods are a trade secret. Kang Yong-sok is seething, thinking this whole situation is absolutely ridiculous. He calls out to our boy, threatening him with obstruction of business charges if he keeps up this charade. With a smug grin, he tells Taejin to drop the act and just go home already. His lackeys join in the mockery, laughing at Taejin's claim that he could finish the job in an hour. But Taejin just ignores them, pulling out a green beaded necklace and asking one of the stunned appraisers to take a look. He explains that he already gave it a quick once-over outside and couldn't figure out why it would take so long to appraise. Then he drops the bomb with a huge grin. The appraisal was actually finished in less than 10 seconds, leaving Cha Yeren speechless. Taejin scoffs, saying at this rate even he could become an appraiser. which sends a chill down the original team's spines. He challenges them to check for themselves if the appraisal is truly complete, and one of the flustered men nervously agrees. But just as the appraiser reaches for the item, Taejun's hand shoots out and grabs his wrist, telling him to hold on a second. Taejun schools the man, telling him he should have learned by now to never make a bet unless he's absolutely certain of victory. The flustered appraiser stammers as Taejun explains that he won't be disrespected like this. Our boy gets right in his face, declaring that if they want confirmation, they'll need to put some skin in the game too. The lead appraiser, Kang Yong-sok, just bursts out laughing, finding the whole situation hilarious. He finally gets it, asking if Taejun wants to make a bet, and our boy confirms he's finally making sense. Kang Yong-sok proposes the terms. If Taejun can't appraise everything in an hour, he loses, but if he succeeds, Kang Yong-sok loses. He confidently puts down his wager of 1 billion won, and smugly asks what Taejun has to offer. Taejun just laughs, sarcastically praising the deputy director's guts for making such a bold bet. Kang Yong-sok taunts him, asking if he's scared his lie is about to be exposed, but Taejun cuts him off with a single word: deal. Then, with a confident thumbs up, Taejun announces he's raising the pot by a staggering 10 billion more. Cha Yeren is absolutely floored, thinking our boy has completely lost his mind for making such an insane bet. She frantically questions his confidence, wondering how he'll appraise all those items in an hour and cover a 10 billion won debt if he fails. But Taejun just gives her a cool, confident smile, telling her not to worry because he's got it all planned out. He then hands her a cape that begins to glow, casually asking her to check if the appraisal is complete. She's left completely speechless as a system window pops up, revealing the impenetrable cape is already fully analyzed. Dumbfounded, she stammers about how this is even possible, while Taejun just smirks, thinking to himself that his hunch was correct. Turns out, he has a secret weapon, thanks to Miri and the system administrator, a new item analyzer feature. He knew it let him analyze items instantly, but he was never sure if the information could be shared with others. But today, he got his answer. The analyzed data is fully transferable, which changes everything. Taejun can barely contain his excitement, seeing visions of cash as he realizes he's about to make an absolute fortune. Cha Yeren is still in disbelief, asking if our boy was really the one who appraised the cape, and he just smugly confirms it. He then points to a massive pile of gear, boasting that he's already appraised every single item on the table. Taejun tells the shell-shocked girl to check for herself if she doesn't believe him, and her face is a picture of pure astonishment. Hesitantly, she reaches out, and a brilliant blue light confirms that every single weapon has indeed been fully analyzed. She's completely blown away. It's all true, with every grade, feature, and bonus stat perfectly listed. Her mind reels, realizing that a task that would take the nation's top appraisers hours, Taejun finished in a flash. The question hangs in the air as she wonders just how in the world he managed to pull off such an impossible feat. Meanwhile, a rival deputy director who was watching from the sidelines is absolutely losing his mind over what he's seeing. Taejun can't help but laugh at the man's flustered state, openly mocking him for looking so completely shaken. He leans in with a terrifyingly smug grin, reminding the fool that he warned him never to make a bet he wasn't sure he could win. Taejun pats the director's back, sarcastically advising him to be more careful with his bets next time. The old man absolutely loses it, grabbing our boy by the collar and screaming that he's a scammer who used some dirty trick. He wildly accuses everyone in the room, including the Shinhwa Guild head, of being in on this elaborate con. But Cha Yeren steps forward, calmly telling the fool to see for himself that Taejun did, in fact, appraise all the items. She then shoves the glowing contract in his face, reminding him of the little wager he so confidently made. According to the terms, he owes Taejun a staggering 10 billion won, and our boy gleefully tells him to transfer the funds. The crushing weight of his loss hits him all at once, and the deputy director collapses to his knees in utter despair. His mind completely snaps, trying to convince himself this is all just a nightmare because there's no way he'd lose so much money. His subordinates have to physically drag him out of the building as he laughs like a madman, still screaming that it's all a dream. Taejun just watches the pathetic display with a wicked grin, while Cha Yeren seems a bit disturbed by the man's total breakdown. With the lunatic gone, Cha Yeren thanks Taejun but tells him his little stunt is something she absolutely cannot ignore. She explains that with his god-tier speed and accuracy, he could single-handedly destroy the entire appraisal market overnight. Dumbfounded, she demands to know how he pulled off such an impossible feat. Our boy just plays it coy, laughing it off and claiming it's a trade secret he can't possibly reveal. But then a sly idea pops into his head, and he brings up that creepy antique hand from earlier. He makes her an offer, give him the hand, and he'll give her a hint about his secret method. Cha Yeren hesitates, realizing just how badly he wants that forbidden item, but the temptation to know his secret is too strong. She agrees, and Taejun internally screams jackpot as Miri celebrates right alongside him. Now that she's upheld her end, Cha Yerin sits on the desk, arms crossed, ready to collect her prize. With a sharp gaze, she tells him it's time to pay up and explain exactly how he did it. With a smug grin, our boy begins to spin a tale about the source of his incredible appraisal skills. He starts by saying it's all thanks to a certain luxury department store downtown. He claims he learned everything from the director there, acting as if he's eternally grateful. Clutching his new treasures, he waves a cheerful goodbye, leaving a stunned Cha Yerin in his dust. Once he's gone, her bodyguard asks what incredible secret she managed to pry out of him. She plays it cool, telling him that Taejun revealed everything before he left, making her subordinate lean in with anticipation. A wry smile creeps across her face as she prepares to deliver the most absurd explanation she's ever heard. Turns out, the secret was to listen to the item's voice with the eyes of your heart, leaving her bodyguard utterly dumbfounded. Cha Yerin realizes she's been had. He either never planned to tell her or is bound by some rule that prevents it. But she's not one to be trifled with, vowing that he won't get away with this so easily as he runs off with his loot. Her eyes narrow with ambition. She vows that one way or another, she'll make Taejun a part of her guild. Meanwhile, our boy is back in his room, absolutely losing his mind with laughter. He maniacally celebrates getting his hands on the legendary item he'd been chasing. Taejun is practically kissing the broken pieces, declaring he'll never let them go, while Miri looks on completely bewildered. She has to be the bearer of bad news, explaining that no matter how legendary the item is, it's basically junk now. Miri asks if there's even a way to repair it, and Taejun just pauses, pretending to think it over. But of course, he cheerfully admits he has absolutely no idea what to do. Hess just happy he has it now, confident he'll figure something out, leaving Miri utterly dumbfounded by his optimism. She then gets a brilliant idea, suggesting he should try making a post on the parsley market. Since it connects users from different dimensions, he might find a solution. But Taejun groans at the thought of logging into that trash-tier game again. Miri tells him to stop complaining, explaining he can easily write a post using just the status window. Giving in, our boy decides to see what this interdimensional marketplace is all about. He throws up a post asking for anyone who can repair a super legendary spirit sword, offering to pay any price. Taejun wonders if his desperate plea will even work, but Miri just cheekily replies that who knows. He shrugs it off, figuring it's not urgent, and someone will eventually leave a comment. Changing the subject, he points to a massive pile of brand new gear he's laid out. He gloats that thanks to that fool of a deputy leader, he did some shopping and is now totally ready for the initiation ceremony. Miri, however, is a bit confused, pointing out that every single one of his new items has a holy attribute. She questions his logic, since the Worm Guild is a black magic guild, but Taejun just smirks like she's missing the obvious. He lays out his genius plan. The ceremony is a necromancy duel against Cho Young-tae, and these holy items are the perfect counter for his undead summons. Miri points out a massive hole in his plan, reminding him that using items is strictly forbidden in a necromancy duel. Taejun just scoffs at her ignorance, telling her to sit back and watch how a real pro operates. Soon after, our boy arrives at the imposing Worm Guild headquarters, ready for his big debut. A smarmy-looking guide greets him, and Taejun plays it cool, apologizing for showing up a bit earlier than expected. The guide assures him it's fine, mentioning that they've made special preparations for his arrival. He explains that this duel against Cho Young-tae is a showcase of the guild's pride and joy, necromancy. Apparently, everyone is eager to see Taejun's skills, so they've prepared a special venue just for him. The guide opens the door, revealing a massive arena where his opponent, Cho Young-tae, is already waiting. But it's not just the opponent. The entire arena is packed with a sea of bald, intimidating-looking dudes. Taejun immediately sees through their little act, realizing they're trying to mess with his head before the fight even starts. Our boy knows exactly what they're up to, planning to humiliate him for being a B-rank necromancer. Cho Young-tae, on the other hand, is disgusted, thinking these guys are even worse than he first thought. Miri whispers to Taejun, completely baffled as to why all the guild members are bald. Taejun trolls her hard, claiming it's a side effect of dark mana, which sends Miri into a panic about his own hair. Cho Young-tae cuts through the tension, welcoming Taejun and confirming he knows the terms of the duel. He lays down the ground rules. This will be a battle of pure necromancy, and nothing else. If Taejun manages to win, he promises he can join the guild with any conditions he desires. But then his hand starts glowing with a sinister purple energy as he reveals the catch. If our boy loses, he'll be forced to join the Worm Guild and serve as Cho Young-tae's subordinate for life. Taejun just scoffs internally, completely unimpressed by their predictable, trash-tier scheme. Taejun instantly reads the room, realizing Cho Young-tae is the real power here, a parasite controlling all the guild's finances. He sees the drained, lifeless faces of the members and understands this leech is the reason the whole guild is sinking into a swamp. With a confident smirk, our boy decides to flip the script, announcing he has a condition of his own. He drops the bombshell. If he wins, he's not just joining, he's taking Cho Yongtae's spot as deputy guild leader. And for the finishing blow, he demands Cho Yongtae personally repay every last coin he siphoned from the members, leaving the man dumbfounded. Taejun flashes a wicked grin, thinking this will at least make the whole affair more entertaining for the audience. The crowd starts murmuring, actually getting hyped by this turn of events, while Cho Yongtae just seethes with rage. He completely loses his cool, screaming that the accusations are ridiculous while grabbing his gnarly-looking mace. Roaring that he's the only reason the guild is still standing, he summons a menacing, rank A Death Knight from a swirl of dark energy. With his ace on the field, he sneers at Taejun, demanding to see the so-called amazing necromancy our boy has prepared. Unfazed by the massive Death Knight, our boy begins his own summoning with a wicked grin. With a surge of purple energy, he calls forth his own ace, the harbinger of death, Iratus. The drained guild members are completely dumbfounded, wondering what this single, unimpressive skeleton is. As Iratus fully materializes, the crowd can't believe their eyes. It's just one skeleton warrior. They start murmuring amongst themselves, thinking Taejun was all talk and this is a total joke. Cho Yongtae absolutely loses it, laughing his head off and mocking our boy for bringing a bonehead to a real fight. But Taejun just points, cool as ever, and gives his summon a simple command: attack. In an absolute flash, Iratus blitzes past the Death Knight, unleashing a single, devastating strike. Cho Yongtae is left completely speechless as his prized Death Knight's armor shatters in one hit. Our boy looks on with a smug, angelic expression, sarcastically wishing for the light to burn his enemy. Taejun smirks and asks Iratus how he likes the new gear, and the skeleton admits the performance is great, but he feels a bit guilty. Our boy just laughs and tells him to smash them anyway, as Iratus reveals a holy attribute mace, leaving Cho Yongtae utterly stunned. The necromancer's mind is racing, trying to deny the impossible reality unfolding before him. He can't believe it. A holy attribute skeleton is a creature he's never even heard of in his entire life. See, Iratus was originally a dark attribute monster, but through countless struggles alongside Taejun, he evolved into the only skeleton capable of wielding holy mana. With a demonic grin, Taejun commands his harbinger of death to deliver the execution with style, and Iratus pledges his loyalty to the master. Cho Yongtae screams at his prize summon to dodge the incoming attack, but the Death Knight is frozen in place. With a blinding flash, Iratus brings his holy weapon down, smashing the ground with immense force. The Death Knight isn't a pushover though, raising its own cursed blade to unleash a powerful counterstrike. But it's no use. The massive sword comes crashing down only to be effortlessly blocked by Iratus' holy shield. Taejun and Miri are absolutely loving this, taunting the necromancer that his trash-tier darkness stands no chance against pure light. Deciding to wrap things up, our boy tells Iratus to unleash his ultimate weapon, leaving the Death Knight completely helpless. With his master's permission, Iratus begins to chant a holy scripture, preparing to handle this execution personally. Cho Yongtae is just dumbfounded, staring at the scene and wondering what kind of insane ritual this skeleton is even capable of. Iratus then pulls out a brilliant golden relic, a holy orb pulsing with immense divine energy. He raises the artifact high, preparing to invoke the words that will change the entire battlefield. Let there be light. The holy power inside the relic swells to a critical point, ready to be unleashed at his command. In an instant, a massive ring of sacred light erupts from Iratus, completely engulfing the helpless Death Knight. The entire area is consumed by a cataclysmic explosion of holy energy, a blinding flash that purges all darkness. All Cho Yongtae and his crew can do is scream in agony, blinded by a light so powerful it feels like the end of the world. The drained guild members cry out, feeling the holy light purifying their very souls. Cho Yongtae screams in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster skeleton this is. He thinks that unleashing this much divine power is just a kamikaze move to take everyone down together. When the blinding light finally fades, the arena is shrouded in a thick haze. Our boy Taejun emerges with a smirk, coolly declaring that the match is over. The once mighty Death Knight has been reduced to a pair of smoldering boots, while Iratus stands tall. Taejun explains that Iratus isn't actually immune to holy mana. He just takes the damage bit by bit. Turns out, he's not some holy proof anomaly. He's just an incredibly durable skeleton. Go Youngmin is in utter shock, stammering that this wasn't part of the plan, while Taejun demands his prize. With a wicked grin, he tells Cho Yongtae to hand over the deputy guildmaster position and everything he's embezzled. The crowd is left buzzing, wondering if our boy really just won and if another tyrant is about to take over. But Cho Yongtae is on the ground, absolutely seething. convinced he would have won if he just had a little more time. Turns out, he was the master puppeteer all along, manipulating everyone just to blackmail his way to the top. He glares up at Taejun, the one kid who single-handedly demolished his perfect, galaxy brain scheme. Refusing to accept defeat, Cho Yongtae staggers to his feet, declaring he won't give up so easily. He then reveals a grotesque, pulsating heart, asking if Taejun really thought he'd hand everything over for free. The crowd gasps in horror, recognizing the forbidden item, the heart of the accursed king. Even his co-conspirator Go Youngmin is freaking out, screaming at him to stop this madness. But Cho Yongtae has completely lost it, cackling that if he's going down, they're all dying together. Taejun is dumbfounded, realizing this absolute madman is about to detonate a suicide bomb in the middle of the arena. Our boy's eyes glow as he instantly analyzes the forbidden item, knowing this is bad news. The system confirms it's the S-rank Forgotten Heart of the Accursed, a suicide item that drains the user's life to summon a dimensional horror. Cho Yongtae laughs like a maniac, bidding Taejun farewell as the dark energy completely consumes his body. A dark portal rips open on the arena floor, and from its depths, a horrifying skeletal figure begins to rise. The monster fully emerges, a terrifying entity known as the Black Death Bride with an unreadable rank. The once cocky Worm Guild members are now screaming in pure terror, realizing they're all about to die. Chaos erupts as the crowd scrambles for the exit, but the Death Bride's dark, cursed aura spreads too fast. The curse washes over Taejun, but a system notification pops up. His unique Lament of the Predecessor skill has completely nullified the S-rank attack. Taejun is floored. This monster is spamming S-grade curses right from the start, which should be impossible. Staring at the abomination, our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of absurd creature he's supposed to fight now. Just as Taejun is completely lost, a calm voice suddenly offers to lend a hand. Out of thin air, an old man appears, the legendary Go Jianho, the Guchon Bone King, who says our boy can't handle this alone. Taejun is dumbfounded by his sudden appearance, but the Bone King just chuckles, saying he couldn't miss the show. His expression turns serious as he comments on the skeleton Taejun summoned, noting it was far from ordinary. He correctly deduces it had the consciousness of a lich, making Taejun sweat bullets, hoping his secret wasn't completely blown. But Go Jianho tables the discussion, declaring they must first deal with the evil spirit that fool summoned. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a terrifying torrent of blood-red spikes straight at the monster. The attack rips through the Black Death Bride, which lets out a piercing, soul-shattering screech. Go Jianho seems unimpressed, coolly remarking that the demon is sturdy, as expected from a life-sacrifice summon. Realizing a simple attack won't cut it, he begins gathering an even more sinister energy, ready to get serious. Go Jianho unleashes his full power, challenging the demon to withstand a cataclysmic explosion of blood magic. Our boy Taejun is left completely dumbfounded, realizing he's witnessing the legendary power of the Guchon Bone King. This is the man who once ruled the world for 20 years, a peerless necromancer who mastered blood magic and built the Worm Guild into a top-tier powerhouse. But even after that insane attack, the Black Death Bride is still standing, letting out another horrifying screech. Suddenly, the monster's curse lashes back, seeping into Go Jianho's arm through his own blood magic. The Bone King staggers, clutching his chest as the foul energy courses through him, blood trickling from his lips. Taejun rushes to support the old man, who grits his teeth and admits he was a little careless. Turns out, the fatal flaw of blood magic is that it uses the caster's own blood as a medium for attack. Against a cursed monster that infects with a mere touch, his entire fighting style is at a massive disadvantage. Realizing close combat is a death sentence, Taejun steps up, deciding it's his turn to fight from a distance. Taejun unleashes a massive wave of blue energy, roaring for the monster to take this and die. The attack slams directly into the Black Death Bride, but it just tanks the hit without a scratch. Our boy is completely dumbfounded that his attack was so ineffective, as Miri screams for him to look out. Wasting no time, the cursed bride lunges forward with terrifying speed for a counterattack. It fires a barrage of dark projectiles, and Taejun panics, realizing he's too low on mana to defend himself. But just in the nick of time, a holy shield erupts from the ground, blocking the entire onslaught. It's Iratus, his holy skeleton, standing defiantly against the monster and declaring he won't forgive it. He plants himself in front of his master, telling Taejun to leave this to him, much to our boy's utter relief. When Taejun asks where the hell he's been, Iratus sheepishly admits he got hit by too much light earlier. Turns out, the poor skeleton fainted while standing, and is only just now waking up, leaving Taejun speechless. With newfound bravado, Iratus declares he will protect his master with his very life. He charges the Black Death Bride, shouting for God's blessing to be upon it. Both Taejun and Miri are completely weirded out, wondering what's up with his sudden personality shift. The holy skeleton unleashes a blast of divine light, vowing to smite the vile specter, but the death bride just casually catches his holy mace with its bare hand, leaving Eratus dumbfounded. A tide of dark purple energy erupts from the bride, completely engulfing the holy knight. Eratus is caught in the blast, his form dissolving within the cursed power. Taejun is horrified, realizing that even divine power is completely useless against this monster. As our boy wonders what to do, the defeated Eratus lies on the ground, thinking his journey has come to an end. He tells his master to survive even without him, making Taejun panic and ask what the hell he's planning. Eratus decides to go all out, proclaiming he'll burn the last of his flames right here and now. He bids his master farewell, but Taejun screams at him, asking if he's completely lost his mind. Our boy knows exactly what will happen if Eratus uses that item against the terrifying death bride. He desperately pleads with his summon, thinking he can't bear to lose it since it can never be replaced. But it's not the summon he's worried about, it's the ridiculously expensive item in its hands. Taejun completely breaks down, screaming that it's a one-time use item worth a staggering 8 billion won. Ignoring his master's financial crisis, Eratus unleashes the item's brilliant golden power. A massive wave of holy energy erupts, shimmering with immense power. The S-rank skill, the Holy King's Gambling, activates, engulfing the death bride in a blinding flash. Elsewhere, an old man watching the feed is completely dumbfounded, muttering that this is a truly unbelievable skeleton. The old spectator is still reeling, realizing this skeleton can not only use holy items, but can also wield a holy sword, as the death bride lets out a final shriek. The S-rank summon groans in agony, completely overwhelmed by the blinding golden light. And just like that, a system message pops up confirming the Black Priest has been defeated, even giving Eratus a slight boost to his holy attribute. Once the dust settles, Taejun storms over to his summon, reminding him the weapon was for emergencies only, to which Eratus can only offer a meek apology. The skeleton insists it was to protect his master, but his words are cut short as his body begins to crack and harden. He turns into a complete stone statue, and a system window informs Taejun that he's now stuck with a petrification debuff for 24 hours, leaving him utterly speechless. It's revealed the legendary item, the Holy King's Star Cluster, is so overwhelmingly powerful that it inflicts a severe debuff on its user as a drawback. But the real problem is the astronomical cost to recharge its holy energy, which is now sitting at a pathetic 1 out of 10 million. Our boy is spiraling, thinking it would be cheaper to just buy a new one, while Miri chimes in that you get what you pay for. But despite the 8 billion won headache, Taejun places a hand on his petrified summon and tells him he did a good job. He admits he underestimated his summon, acknowledging that the tricky skeleton actually has some serious determination. Even as a statue, Eratus is moved to tears, ecstatic to finally receive his master's praise. Suddenly, the Guchen Bone King, Go Jianho, appears, immediately noticing the powerful debuff affecting the skeleton. The old master asks if he should intervene, but Taejun assures him that just leaving the summon alone for a while should fix it. Go Jianho nods, seemingly accepting the explanation, though his mind is clearly racing. Our boy, completely missing the gravity of the situation, geeks out about how insane it was to see a skeleton wielding holy power. But the Bone King isn't just impressed. He solemnly states that watching Eratus was like witnessing a hero from a bygone era. Taejun is a bit dumbfounded by the old man's dramatic comparison, thinking to himself that it was, just a skeleton. Then, Go Jianho turns and gives Taejun his deepest, most sincere thanks, catching our hero completely off guard. He reveals the whole conspiracy. Taejun's actions single-handedly stopped the traitor Cho Yong-tae and saved the Hwiryong Guild from collapsing. Go Jianho gets real close, musing that it seems their goals are cut from the same cloth. He puts Taejun on the spot, asking if he honestly thinks there's anything of value left in the broken Hwiryong Guild. Our boy starts sweating, realizing the old master is terrifyingly perceptive, and probably saw through his plans from the start. After a tense moment, Taejun admits that his reason for joining the guild was actually quite simple. He confesses that he only joined to exploit its resources for his own benefit, which is why he aimed for vice leader. But he clarifies that he has no intention of stealing from anyone, and that the guild is still incredibly valuable to him. The Bone King seems satisfied with this brutally honest answer, nodding in approval. He then turns to the entire guild, declaring that through this duel, Taejun's abilities have been proven beyond a doubt. He reminds everyone how Taejun not only beat the traitor in his own game but also saved all their lives from that trash-tier curse. And so, with his full authority as the Guchen Bone King, he officially appoints Taejun as the new vice guild leader of Hwiryong. With the guild members applauding, the Bone King tells Taejun to say a few words, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. He realizes he's being put on the spot for an impromptu inaugural speech. Stepping forward, he formally introduces himself to the crowd as their new vice guild leader. The recovering guild members listen with bated breath, wondering what their new leader has to say. With Miri cheering him on, he gives his one simple rule: don't steal from your guildmates. Meanwhile, over at the towering headquarters of the prestigious Myth Guild, the news of Taejin joining the Hwaryong Guild has already hit the web, causing a major stir. Cha Soo-hyun is in disbelief, never expecting Taejin to join a second-rate guild like Hwaryong. His sister, Cha Yerin, immediately starts tearing into him, blaming his carelessness for losing another talented hunter. She relentlessly grills him for being too soft, while he can only mutter that she's being too harsh. Cha Yerin bites her thumb in frustration, realizing she should have recruited Taejin no matter the cost. She just can't wrap her head around why a talent like him would ever join the bottom-feeder Hwaryong Guild. Suddenly, she spots Lee Seona and gets an idea, thinking she can use their friendship to her advantage. She asks Seona to tell Taejin that joining the Myth Guild is the far better choice, but Seona looks doubtful. Yerin is taken aback, questioning if they were really that close. But Seona admits she can't read his mind. The two women agree that our boy is a total enigma, and his recent actions make no sense at all. Seona confesses that even after a decade of friendship, his sudden decision to join Hwaryong is completely unpredictable. But she says there's one thing she knows for sure about him, as we cut to Taejin and a dumbfounded Miri. Taejun's one true desire is to grow stronger, and he's met with a thunderous welcome by the Hwaryong members. One of the guild members eagerly tries to guide him to his new office, but our boy seems a bit awkward with the VIP treatment. The overly polite guild member finally leaves, telling Taejin to rest comfortably as our boy awkwardly waves him off. Miri is amazed by his politeness, but Taejun just sighs, figuring every guild must have its own weird culture. She then excitedly asks him how it feels to be the vice guild leader on his very first day. But Taejin's face falls as he admits it's not that great, and he's starting to wonder if this is what he really wanted. He leans back dramatically, muttering about how successful people are always lonely, trying to make sense of his feelings. He realizes he's just been blindly chasing whatever was right in front of him this whole time. All his focus was on paying back 7 years of hardship and rocketing up the ranks to catch other hunters. And while he's definitely gotten stronger, a strange feeling has started to creep in. He clenches his fist, questioning if it's even okay to get this powerful, this fast, feeling a deep sense of unease. Suddenly, he turns to Miri with a serious question, asking her to confirm if the developer of his growth quests really left the company. He then asks the million-dollar question: what happens if he fails a quest? There has to be a penalty, because these rewards are just too good to be free. Miri hesitates for a moment, admitting that she's actually not sure what the consequences are. She quickly offers to check the server for him, diving into a digital screen as Taejin tells her to take her time. While he waits, our boy's mind starts racing, realizing just how many things about this manager system don't add up. From the very beginning, his status window was a one-of-a-kind anomaly, and he knows he can't just keep using it without understanding the risks. Suddenly, Miri reappears in a full-blown panic, screaming that it's an emergency. She's completely freaked out, explaining she was looking into his dramatic growth skill and found some critical information. Taejin immediately asks what she found, and she pulls up a holographic screen, ready to read him the fine print. With a serious look, she begins to recite the first rule from the Dramatic Growth User Guide. The guide explains that quests are tailored to the user's situation, and if they fail to complete them within the time limit, the implication hangs heavy in the air. The penalty is brutal. If he fails, all the effects of his dramatic growth skill will be completely wiped out, leaving Taejun utterly dumbfounded. He leaps to his feet as Miri explains this is a system failsafe to limit a user's excessive growth. A quest window appears, demanding he find synergistic items within 2 days, and the terrifying reality sinks in all his progress could vanish. He desperately asks Miri if this means everything he's worked for will be gone. With a guilty look, Miri confirms his worst fears. It seems that's exactly what will happen. Our boy absolutely loses it, breathing fire as he demands to know why she's only telling him now. But she insists she had to steal this info. The word stole catches him off guard, and Miri clarifies that details about his skill are top secret, way above her clearance level. The only other thing she knows is that it's classified as a special priority skill. She immediately panics, realizing she's said too much, and Taejin's eyes narrow with suspicion. He starts putting the pieces together, realizing her sudden helpfulness and constant presence feel way too convenient to be a coincidence. It all clicks into place for Taejin. This whole situation feels like a game operator running a balance patch on a test server. He whirls on Miri, his voice laced with accusation, demanding to know if her real job is to monitor him. He gets right in her face, speculating that she's here to see for herself just how broken his special priority skill really is. Miri flinches, unable to meet his gaze, and meekly admits that's something she can't disclose right now. Our boy throws his hands up in frustration at her constant secrecy, but she cuts him off, insisting there is one thing she can tell him. With a sudden burst of passion, Miri clenches her fist and declares that no matter what, she is always on his side. Taejun eyes her skeptically, asking if he can truly trust that, and she just gives a nervous laugh, saying that's what friends are for. He takes a moment to think, admitting to himself that despite everything, she doesn't actually seem like a bad person. He recalls all the times she's been genuinely worried when he was in danger, concluding she might just be a bit clueless. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt for now, he sits down to check the quest timer, pushing his suspicions aside to focus on the crisis. Miri proudly announces she's finally fixed the user interface, much to Taejun's surprise. The quest window is now crystal clear, revealing he has just over 2 days to find items that synergize with his skills. A jolt of panic hits our boy as he realizes the clock is ticking, so he decides to check his post on the parsley market. He pulls up the listing for his broken item, desperately hoping for a flood of helpful comments. But his hopes are utterly shattered when he finds only one response, and it's just some trash-tier spam for a betting site. Just as he's about to despair, a new notification pops up from a familiar face, the dwarf merchant. The merchant recognizes him right away, slowly typing out that he remembers the guy with the weird staff and crystal ball. He explains that the broken item is covered in complex mana circuits that, if repaired, would make it usable again. But the catch is a gut punch. Fixing it requires a 7th circle mage, a requirement so insane it leaves Taejun dumbfounded. The merchant casually suggests asking around if he knows anyone, and Taejun, still reeling, manages to thank him for the advice. With the merchant gone, the crushing reality of the task hits Taejun, and Miri asks if he even knows a 7th circle mage. Miri suggests asking Seo Yunhua, but our boy reveals that even the supposed best mage in the country is only 5th circle. He grimly explains that a 7th circle mage is a top-tier powerhouse on a global scale, and there isn't a single one in the country. As Miri starts to panic, Taejun reveals a glimmer of hope, saying there is one person he knows who might be able to help. He admits this person is far from reliable, but with no other options, he's their last and only hope. Meanwhile, at a guild office, an assistant knocks on a door, looking for his boss. He peeks inside, announcing he has some documents that need the deputy guild leader's approval. The assistant enters the empty office, confused about where his boss could possibly be. He spots a note on the desk, realizing his boss has simply decided to take a vacation day. Turns out, that vacation is at the Tower of Training, the exact place Taejun has gone to find his unreliable contact. Our boy Taejun and Miri step into the Tower of Training, with him noting how it's just as unpopular as he remembers. Miri, completely clueless, asks why a dungeon is smack in the middle of a city instead of through a gate. Taejun explains that this entire tower is technically one giant, special case gate that has warped the surrounding area. Despite its grand appearance, he clarifies that it's fundamentally no different from any other trash-tier dungeon. As he casually mentions it used to be a regular building, Miri diligently starts taking notes on this new information. They arrive in a massive chamber, and Taejun starts wondering if the old man he's looking for has finally lost his mind and wandered off. Suddenly, a figure crashes down from the ceiling like a meteor, shattering the stone floor with a thunderous impact. The shockwave sends Taejun and Miri flying, both completely caught off guard by the explosive welcome. The dust settles to reveal the tower manager, now ridiculously buff, who blesses Taejun's growth with the power of protein. The old man grabs Taejun's hands, overjoyed to see his lifesaver, who can only awkwardly thank him for the workout tips. The tower manager gets straight to the point, asking why our boy has returned to a place he's clearly outgrown. Taejun sheepishly presents a broken artifact, explaining that its mana circuits are completely busted. He admits that he came here hoping the old master might be the only one who could possibly fix it. To his surprise, the manager agrees instantly, saying anything for his lifesaver, leaving Taejun and Miri stunned. But just as he gets to work, the old man's expression turns dead serious, telling Taejun he has a question first. He gets all philosophical, standing up to his full, intimidating height to ask Taejun what strength truly means. Our boy is completely blindsided as the manager explains that seeking strength is simply a means to uphold one's convictions. He continues his lecture, describing how different people devote their entire lives to honing their bodies or skills for their ambitions. Then he points directly at Taejun, demanding to know the real reason the conviction driving his quest for power. Before Taejun can even process the question, the manager lunges forward, roaring that strength without purpose is nothing but poison. The manager calls this practical training, as he throws a punch with enough force to level a building. Taejun gets caught in the blast. The sheer power of the old man's physical magic is off the charts. Our boy barely dodges the full impact, thinking he was a hair's breadth away from being deleted. But the crazy old man isn't done, critiquing that while Taejun is fast, his heart is wavering. He continues his lecture, comparing Taejun to an aimless beast, wandering without purpose. Seeing Taejun ready to fight back, the manager grins, promising to teach him a great lesson. Then the old geezer strikes a ridiculous pose, promising to go easy on him, which just makes things weirder. Taejun is absolutely fuming, realizing this whole philosophical act was just to provoke him. Done with the games, he warns the manager not to cry about elder abuse as he unleashes the Rising Dragon Strike. A massive torrent of blue energy slams directly into the tower manager, ready to test his so-called compressed muscles. But the tower manager just smirks, catching the full force of the blow and commenting on its solid weight. He tells our boy it's far from over, as Taejun unleashes a follow-up, the Rising Dragon Divine Fist. Their fists collide in a massive explosion of blue and red energy, a pure contest of raw power. Taejun pours every last bit of his strength into the attack, determined to break through the old man's defense. The manager is sent flying back from the sheer force, completely overwhelmed by the relentless assault. The attack culminates in a huge explosion, shaking the very foundations of the training room. As the dust settles, Taejun wonders if he actually managed to defeat him, but Miri tells him not to say the forbidden phrase. Turns out she was right. The manager emerges from the smoke, praising Taejun's strong body and creative techniques. He then raises his hand, telling our boy he overlooked one critical detail while a rainbow-colored energy gathers. The old man reveals his true nature, declaring that he is, after all, a mage, and prepares to cast an EX-ranked skill, Elkiroid's Fireball. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, questioning how the old man could possibly be using the same fireball skill as him. The manager begins his lecture, explaining that a fireball's form is infinitely shaped by the caster's own mana. He continues, stating that the strength and quantity of mana determine the endless variations of any given spell. The old man then tells Taejun that while his fireball has evolved, it's still trashed here because it lacks ultimate power. He declares that true mana is the source of one's deepest desires, unleashing a radiant flame that contains his own dreams. With a mighty heave, he launches the attack, yelling that just wanting to get stronger will never be enough to reach the top. Our boy absolutely panics, screaming at the crazy old man for breaking his promise to go easy on him. But the manager's voice echoes, challenging him to block this overwhelming attack with everything he's got. This is the final test. Taejun must prove who he is and what he truly desires, right here and now. The incoming blast forces Taejun into a sudden existential crisis, making him question why he ever wanted to be strong in the first place. His mind flashes back through 7 long years of thankless, brutal training, pushing himself to the brink even when no one gave a damn. It all clicks into place. He did it all just to prove to the world, and to himself, that his desperate efforts weren't in vain. He realizes he's not even close to being satisfied, and pours all that accumulated frustration and desire into his own mana. With a roar, he declares hell keep moving forward, unleashing his own flame to meet the manager's overwhelming attack head-on. The old man is completely dumbfounded, feeling the sheer willpower radiating from our boy's counterattack. Though the flame is still weak, the manager can feel it, the faint but undeniable trace of Taejun's true, unyielding desire. He wonders if this kid has finally found the answer, the core motivation he's been searching for this whole time. A massive grin spreads across the manager's face as he pours on the power, shouting that this is exactly what he wanted to see. The dust settles, and the manager's voice echoes, confirming that Taejun has finally found the path he needs to walk. He starts to give some parting advice about training, but suddenly clutches his chest, the strain of that last attack finally catching up to him. Taejun collapses onto the floor, completely spent, thinking he was a goner for sure while Miri panics beside him. The manager reveals this was all to test him for the real task, restoring the tower's broken mana circuit. He holds up the 2 halves of the core, noting that fixing this complex piece of work won't be easy. In fact, he estimates it'll take anywhere from 8 to 12 hours, leaving our boy utterly dumbfounded. The old man explains that restoring a circuit requires absolute, unwavering concentration. Hell have to pour every last drop of his energy into the core, meaning Hell be completely vulnerable. So, he asks Taejun a simple question. Can he be trusted to stand guard and protect him? Our boy, trying to act all cool, just gives a smug look and says it's no big deal. With the deal sealed, Taejun eagerly tells his master to get started on the ritual right away. The manager wastes no time, channeling his immense power into his hands to begin the restoration. The tower manager roars, pouring an insane amount of raw power into the core as the ritual begins. The energy is so intense it distorts the air, leaving both Taejun and Miri completely dumbfounded by the spectacle. But after a while, our boy gets bored and wonders what he's even supposed to be guarding in this empty space. Figuring this will take ages, he just lies down in midair to take a nap. Much to Miri's shock, he brushes off her concern, arguing that since there are no monsters, he might as well get some rest. Miri decides to rest too, and Taejun just tells her to wake him up when the 8 hours are over. 3 hours later, our boy is fast asleep, mumbling something about a boss offering him a gift. Hez clearly having a good dream, blushing as he says he can't possibly refuse such a generous offer. But as he's about to gratefully accept, a disgusting bug-like monster crawls right onto his stomach. The strange sensation finally jolts him awake, his eyes snapping open as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Our boy absolutely loses his mind, screaming about how the creepy crawly nearly scared him to death. Without a second thought, his hand flashes down and smashes the bug into a pulp with a sickening screech. Still shaking, he sits up, completely dumbfounded as to when monsters started appearing in this supposedly safe zone. Suddenly, a whole horde of them materializes from the shadows, and he realizes he thought the old man had cleared this place out. He stares at the creatures, noticing their phasing into existence, and wonders if these are the infamous void-type monsters. He recalls hearing about these void creatures before interdimensional pests that hunt down massive sources of mana in dungeons. The realization hits him like a truck. They're here for the tower manager, who's practically a beacon of raw power right now. It all clicks into place. This is why he was asked to be a guard. A wide grin spreads across his face. Napping was getting boring anyway. Igniting his brilliant blue aura, he declares it's time to shake off the rust and get to work. He charges forward, unleashing a devastating dragon fang slash that rips right through the incoming wave of monsters. While our boy is busy slicing and dicing, Miri screams a desperate warning about what's coming up from behind. He whips his head around, a flash of panic in his eyes as he realizes he's being flanked. Sure enough, another disgusting horde of these things is screeching and swarming towards him. Gritting his teeth, he vows they won't touch his precious item and unleashes a devastating multi-fireball barrage. The entire cavern is engulfed in a brilliant blue inferno as his spell makes contact. When the smoke clears, all that's left are the charred husks of the void bugs, and he wonders if the coast is clear. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he reaffirms his one core principle: always protect your items. Miri, floating nearby, asks where these things even came from, and Taejun explains they're dimensional pests. He continues his lecture, saying they're drawn to mana, but just as he's getting smug, a new, massive portal rips open the fabric of space. His confident expression instantly shatters into pure, dumbfounded shock. Miri screams in terror at the sheer number of void spiders swarming the chamber, but Taejun just snaps back that he's well aware of their grim situation. He grits his teeth, realizing he's completely outmatched and can't possibly handle this endless horde by himself. With no other choice, our boy summons his trump card, the powerful skeleton warrior, Iratus, who rises from a purple magic circle, ready for a fight. Hilariously, Iratus declares himself a muscle-bound old man and orders Taejun to protect him, and Taejun is too stunned to argue back. The unlikely duo gets into formation, with Iratus taking the front line as the tank while Taejun prepares his spells from the back. What follows is a brutal, 2-hour-long battle of attrition as they desperately fight off the swarming monsters. But it's a hopeless struggle. For every wave they obliterate, a new portal opens, spewing out an even larger and stronger swarm. 4 hours into the nightmare, the tower manager is still meditating peacefully amidst the carnage, gathering an absurd amount of energy. Taejun, however, is completely broken, his face a mask of despair as he silently begs for the onslaught to finally stop. Standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, he sees yet another portal tear open and finally loses it, screaming that they're all going to die. From the new portal emerges a monstrous parasitic bug, screeching as it lunges straight for our boy. Miri screams for him to get back, but Taejun is completely spent, muttering that it's over. Hes so exhausted he can't even dodge anymore, but suddenly, Iratus roars for him to move aside. In a flash of golden light, something intercepts the bug, tearing it apart before it can land a hit. Taejun is dumbfounded, realizing he's seen that powerful attack style somewhere before. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos, casually asking who the lunatic rampaging through the dungeon is. Our boy looks up to see his old teammates, Choi Jinhyuk and Lee Seona, standing there like it's nothing. Jinhyuk just smirks, asking the punk if he's been doing well since they last saw him. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashes another devastating spear technique, clearing the field. As Taejun stammers in disbelief, Lee Seona just tosses him a potion and tells him to heal up. Jinhyuk demands to know if our boy has any idea of the chaos unfolding outside the gate. Turns out a low-level dungeon went berserk, spewing monsters and forcing a massive civilian evacuation. He's absolutely fuming, complaining that his first vacation in ages was ruined by a national emergency. Taejun, clutching the potion, finally grasps the severity of what's happening. See, every dungeon has a monster capacity, but if that limit is broken by some unforeseen event, the mana destabilizes, causing a dungeon break, the very phenomenon that triggered the Great Catastrophe. Lee Seona cuts in. wanting to know what the hell happened in here and who the strange old man is. Taejin's gaze snaps over to the tower manager, who's still meditating inside a massive, glowing magic circle. He's completely dumbfounded, struggling to find the words to explain the absolute insanity he just survived. He finally manages to explain that the old man is an NPC guardian who's currently recovering his strength. Taejin puts 2 and 2 together, realizing the monsters are probably swarming here because they're drawn to the old man's mana. He proposes they team up to wipe out the horde and stabilize the dungeon before it's too late. Choi Jin-hyuk and Lee Seona are already geared up, telling him that was their plan from the start. With a plan set, the trio leaps into the fray, though Jin-hyuk arrogantly tells Taejin to just stay out of his way. Without wasting a second, Jin-hyuk unleashes the 5th form of his light blade art. A devastating tempest slash erupts from his blade, shredding the monsters into pieces with blinding speed. He scoffs, wondering how our boy could have struggled with these trash-tier mobs, but a sudden warning cuts through the air. Just as he gets cocky, a monster slips right through his guard, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Lee Seona intercepts the attack, sharply telling Jin-hyuk to stop letting his guard down. She reminds him that while the monsters are weak, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and a single lapse in focus means death. Jin-hyuk gets flustered, trying to deny he let his guard down, but Seona just deadpans that he absolutely did. Suddenly, our boy's skeleton summon, Iratus, pops up behind him, agreeing that she's completely right. Iratus strikes a heroic pose, declaring that they must all work together and hold their ground. The 2 elite hunters just stare, dumbfounded, as the skeleton lectures them about not getting complacent. Seona finally asks the question on everyone's mind. Who in the world is this guy? While they're distracted, Taejin is already carving a path through the endless swarms of void bugs. He wipes the monster guts off his face, realizing something is seriously wrong with this situation. It's not unusual for monsters to target mana, but he's never seen a horde of this sheer size before. Just then, a violent tremor shakes the dungeon, and everyone feels a terrifying presence emerging from the ground. A colossal boss monster rises from the rubble, its glowing red eyes locking onto the party. Covered in monster guts, Taejin finally understands why the swarm is endless. Turns out, the boss is an S-rank lord of the Void Swarm, a queen that just keeps spawning more of these creepy crawlies. The horrifying realization hits him. The spiders weren't teleporting in. This queen was the only monster here from the start. He glances at Seona, who's clearly on the same page, confirming that the queen is the source of all this chaos. But our boy knows this is no simple boss fight. It showing itself so openly has to be a setup. His eyes narrow with suspicion, realizing this is almost certainly a trap meant to lure them to their doom. Choi Jin-hyuk, however, is losing his patience, arguing they can't just stand around while the boss is exposed. He unleashes a furious spear attack, screaming that they'll be completely overwhelmed if they don't make a move now. Taejin watches him go, begrudgingly admitting that the reckless hunter isn't wrong. They're in a bind. Attacking blindly is suicide, but waiting means getting buried alive, so he knows he needs a better strategy. And just like that, Taejin reveals his master plan. He points dramatically and orders Iratus to charge the boss. The skeleton is completely baffled, asking if his master is seriously telling him to go die. Our boy just flashes a psychotic grin, reminding his summon that he's immortal, so what's the big deal? He adds that if Iratus dies, he'll just revive him, which does nothing to soothe the skeleton's existential crisis. Taejin loses his patience, yelling at the skeleton to stop hesitating and just go already. Even Choi Jin-hyuk and Seona chime in, telling Iratus to be their guinea pig and check if it's a trap. The whole team starts chanting for him to charge, ganging up on the poor, bony fella. A grim realization dawns on Iratus as he turns to face his destiny. He finally understands that to them, he was never a comrade, just a disposable tool. With a final, desperate wail to the heavens, Iratus leaps towards the Void Queen, accepting his tragic fate. But instead of a glorious death, a tiny spider-like creature latches onto his mace, seemingly drawing power from it. Iratus is completely dumbfounded, having no clue what's just happened. He lands safely on the colossal queen and yells back to his master that the boss is completely docile. Taejin starts laughing, calling him a drama queen, until his eyes widen in horror at what he sees. The little spider is literally devouring his sacred mace, and Iratus can only watch in disbelief. He desperately tries to pull his weapon free, as more of the creepy crawlies begin to swarm around him. From a distance, the team watches in disgust, with Taejin wondering why the hell it's eating a weapon. Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawns on our boy as the pieces click into place. He screams at his team that the queen can absorb mana, ordering them to fight without using any skills. Choi Jin-hyuk thinks that's an absurd plan, but Seona seems to grasp the gravity of the situation. Seona confirms his theory, realizing their powerful attacks were just spawning more spiders. The horrifying truth sinks in. The monster has been feeding on their mana this entire time. Choi Jin-hyuk is fuming. He's cleared countless dungeons. But this trash tier mechanic is a real pain. He scoffs at the warning, declaring that if fighting without skills is the answer, then he'll do it. Ignoring the finer details about mana leakage, he decides his raw power is more than enough for these pests. With a roar, he unleashes a storm of pure physical spear strikes, shredding the void spiders without a drop of mana. He yells back to Taejun for approval, who gives him a thumbs up and tells him to keep it up. With the minions suppressed, Taejun orders them to hold the line while he handles the queen himself. Jin-hyuk just smirks, muttering about how our boy is trying to hog all the glory again. He warns Taejun not to fail just from showing off, as our boy confirms his strategy was right all along. Our boy realized the queen doesn't just absorb any mana, she's picky and only targets a specific type. Stepping forward, he taunts the boss, asking if she's still hungry for a little snack. He then rips his shirt open and starts charging a massive fireball, seemingly ignoring his own damn rules. His teammates are dumbfounded, screaming at him for using a skill and risking another wave of spiders. But Taejun doesn't listen, unleashing a colossal wave of blue energy straight at the queen. The Lord of the Void Swarm just smirks, thinking this idiot is serving her a 5-star meal on a silver platter. She opens her maw wide, ready to devour the entire mana-rich attack in one go. Taejun recalls his grandfather's lesson. Mana reflects desire, and its properties are tied to one's will. He figured if he could conceal that desire, he could effectively mask the mana's true attributes. It's not a normal skill. It's the greedy fireball EX. And the queen is about to find out what happens when she bites off more than she can chew. While his teammates panic, our boy Taejun just smirks, telling the boss to enjoy her meal. He's got a downright sinister grin on his face as he offers up the perfectly roasted fireball. The colossal energy ball sails through the air, and his party members can only watch in absolute horror. It flies straight into the queen's mouth, and for a split second, the monster realizes it's made a fatal mistake. The fireball detonates from the inside, and the queen lets out a horrifying shriek of pure agony. His teammates are left completely speechless, wondering how the hell he damaged a monster that's supposed to absorb mana. System messages confirm the truth. The queen has suffered a fatal wound from impure mana, and her spider production skill is now offline. Lee Seon-ah puts the pieces together, realizing Taejun used a mana property the creature was unable to digest. But that just blows her mind even more, since altering mana properties is a skill reserved for 5th circle mages. She stares at Taejun's back, his aura flaring, and is forced to wonder if he's somehow already reached that god-tier level of power. Taejun screams at his party, letting them know the queen's mana absorption is completely shot. He gives the order to finish the boss off once and for all, as the wounded creature thrashes about. Choi Jin-hyuk is utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events, but decides to just roll with it. He leaps into action, declaring they'll mop up the trash-tier spiders first, and smashes one with his spear. Lee Seon-ah joins the assault, telling Choi Jin-hyuk to keep the main boss occupied. But there's a problem. After that massive attack, Taejun's mana is running on empty. Lee Seon-ah unleashes a devastating chain attack, slicing through the remaining spider minions. The void spider lets out a final shriek as it's torn to shreds by her assault. Choi Jin-hyuk looks up, thinking it's all over. But Taejun tells him they're not done yet. Our boy grits his teeth, determined to wring out every last drop of his mana for one final blow. He unleashes his ultimate skill, the Eternal Greed Fireball, to completely exterminate the boss. The blast leaves nothing but a smoking crater and an utterly exhausted Taejun. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief, but a voice warns him to never let his guard down. Suddenly, his skeleton summon Iratus appears and smashes the boss's corpse, just to be sure. A system window confirms the kill, proving the skeleton's paranoid check was necessary. Iratus proudly introduces himself as a summon who knows to always double tap. The entire party just stares, completely dumbfounded by this sassy skeleton. As the gate closes, Taejun spots a strange, fluffy pile left behind in the rubble. It turns out to be a baby spider, the offspring of the Void Swarm Lord they just killed. The tiny creature crawls onto his hand as Miri appears, disgusted by the thought of the boss giving birth mid-fight. A system window reveals the little creature can produce valuable void silk thread using ambient mana. Taejun's mind races as he realizes he's stumbled upon a walking, infinite resource generator. The system then announces the offspring is absorbing his mana, its many eyes sparkling with adoration. It officially recognizes him as its parent, and the little furball nuzzles his finger while our boy looks absolutely horrified. He's so disgusted he wants to sell it immediately, but Miri warns him that would cause major problems for her. Just then, Lee Seon-ah approaches, observing that the last of the monsters have finally been dealt with. Taejun gives her a cheesy thumbs up, pointing out that the dungeon is stabilizing and their skeletal ally is no longer a statue. But she isn't having it. her expression hardening as she demands he explain what's really going on. She questions what exactly happened, and why a hunter of his caliber is even in a place like this. Choi Jin-hyuk walks over, backing her up and stating that it makes zero sense for Taejin to be in this trash-tier dungeon. Lee Seon-ah corners him, her eyes narrowed as she asks if he's hiding some big secret from them. Our boy is panicking internally, knowing there's no way he can confess to being the cause of the dungeon break. But he's already got a plan. Deciding to use a scapegoat he prepared for just this kind of situation. He boldly declares that he knew the dungeon break was coming all along, claiming his priority was protecting the citizens. Lee Seon-ah is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know how he could have possibly known that. She points out the obvious flaw in his story. No one has ever been able to predict a dungeon break before. With a sly grin, Taejun clarifies that he wasn't the one who knew. Someone else tipped him off. And the organization he's about to throw under the bus is none other than the infamous Hwiryeong Guild. The scene suddenly cuts to a massive press conference, with cameras flashing from every direction. Taejun is now the center of media attention, being grilled by reporters about how he predicted the unpredictable disaster. A reporter kicks things off, asking about Hunter Taejun's major role, while the Hwiryeong Guild's representative, Go Youngmin, sweats bullets in the background. Our boy puts on his best hero face, humbly stating he was just a hunter doing his duty to protect the innocent. Then, he drops the bombshell, pointing right at Go Youngmin and declaring he only knew because the guildmaster himself warned him in advance. Taejun washes his hands of the whole affair, telling the press that he knows nothing, and all questions should be directed to the real source. The entire press corps is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process the insane accusation that was just thrown out. Leaning in with a smug grin, Taejun pressures Go Youngmin to confirm the story, asking if he wasn't the one who gave him the tip. With a downright maniacal laugh, he reminds the poor guy that he told him exactly when the dungeon break would happen. Go Youngmin is internally screaming, realizing this crazy bastard is trying to pin the entire conspiracy on him. Before anyone can recover, Taejun casually announces he has other business to attend to and is heading out. And just like that, our boy literally leaps over the crowd, leaving a stunned Go Youngmin to be swarmed by the ravenous reporters. After that chaotic escape, Taejun finally makes it back to the safety of his vice guildmaster's office. He slumps into his chair, relieved he's safe for now, though Miri seems to be questioning his methods. Our boy just laughs it off, waving away her concerns and insisting that everything is totally fine. With a downright demonic grin, he reveals that Go Youngmin taking the fall was all part of the contract's fine print. He reasons that the lazy guildmaster might as well handle the press, which makes Miri call him a devil for his cold-blooded scheming. Miri quickly changes the subject, announcing he's completed the explosive growth quest and can finally relax. Taejun breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they had just barely managed to beat the quest's time limit. The whole mess was to acquire a unique item, the Dragon Spirit Iron Thread, a gauntlet that boosts all his stats. Its real power is an insane EX rank skill that lets his attacks ignore 50% of a monster's physical defense, leaving Miri speechless. He slips on the gauntlet, thinking all the suffering was worth it to get such a game-changing piece of gear. Our boy reflects on his journey, thinking that this explosive growth is a dangerous tightrope walk. But he knows that as long as he clears the quests in time, the rewards will put his growth on a whole other level. Back in the present, he tells Miri that training with the old tower manager made him realize he'd forgotten his dream. Miri's a little dumbfounded, since she always figured his only real goal was his obsession with money. Taejun just leans back with a smirk, saying it's best to aim high, since even achieving half is a win. With a confident smile, he declares his new goal is to become a top-tier hunter. Miri is stunned by his sudden seriousness, and he insists this isn't some half-baked idea. He then says that to accomplish such a grand goal, there's one thing he'll need above all else. His face twists into a greedy sneer as he holds up the baby monster, revealing he'll need a mountain of cash, of course. Turns out the little void spider has imprinted on him, and now both he and Miri are completely grossed out by their new pet. Despite his disgust, Taejun admits that this new pet is an incredible discovery. He checks the thread it produces and is stunned to find it's a top-tier material called void silk thread. His face twists with pure greed as he realizes this little monster is a walking, infinite gold mine. The only catch is that the creature needs a constant supply of mana to keep producing the valuable silk. Just then, a knock at the door startles both him and Miri, as a voice asks for Hunter Taejun. With a creepy, unsettling grin, our boy tells the visitor to come on in. A man stumbles in, looking completely drained from dealing with the press, and asks what on earth Taejun has been up to. The man is panicking about the dungeon break, calling it an unmanageable mess, but Taejun just smiles calmly. He smoothly reassures the man that Guildmaster Go Youngmin is handling the situation perfectly. Taejun then gets chummy, telling him to just keep things going as they are, leaving the poor guy utterly confused. The guildmaster is internally freaking out, convinced the reporters will expose their lie, and thinking he's a fool for not understanding the world. But Taejin cuts him off with a smirk, explaining that to the public, the how doesn't matter, only the glorious result. He paints a picture of a legendary story, the guildmaster who predicted the crisis and the hunter who single-handedly stopped it. A tale that will boost their guild's tier reputation for a decade. Our boy makes the universal sign for money, boiling his entire point down to one thing. He spells it out: this whole disaster is a golden opportunity for the Hwyryong Guild, and the guildmaster's eyes light up with greed. Despite his reservations, Go Young-min finds himself completely sold on Taejun's twisted but convincing logic. Snapping back to the present, the guildmaster asks why they're in this desolate, unused dueling arena. Taejun reveals his plan to set up a workshop right here, adding that Go Young-min has a crucial part to play in it. He then presents a small, fluffy creature, leaving the guildmaster utterly confused. Taejun drops the bomb. It's the offspring of the S-rank boss, and with a bit of mana, it can endlessly produce silk worth 1,000,001 per gram. The guildmaster's mind is completely blown, frantically asking about the total profit as our boy smirks, knowing he's got him hooked. Taejun then hands the creature over to a nervous subordinate, asking him to take care of their cute little poppy. The scene shifts to the grim, web-covered interior of the abandoned dueling arena, now their secret workshop. Following orders, the subordinate presents a massive mana crystal to the creature. He tells it to eat well, but a monstrous shadow looms over him, hinting that something is very wrong. The creature, now a giant spider, lets out a low growl, causing the terrified man to flinch and drop the crystals. It slams its leg down with terrifying force, and the subordinate can only scream out an apology, fearing for his life. Go Young-min is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how in the world it grew so massive so quickly. He realizes with dawning horror that at this rate, the monster will devour the entire building. Just then, he gets a call asking for a progress report, and he struggles to keep the panic out of his voice. On the phone, Go Young-min forces a smile and lies through his teeth, claiming the project is going perfectly. The person on the other end is none other than our boy Taejun, chilling like a villain as he casually takes the call. Go Young-min sweats profusely, asking if this monstrous creature is truly safe, his voice trembling with fear. Taejun just laughs and reassures him that their little puppy doesn't bite, while the beast roars behind the terrified man. He then drops a bomb, telling Go Young-min he's going on a business trip and leaving him in charge of the monster. Taejun reveals his destination is the Daewado Guild, a foreboding island surrounded by a sea of blood. He feigns surprise at the panicked reaction, smugly asking if there's some kind of problem with his travel plans. Go Young-min completely loses it, screaming that Daewado is a Class 1 danger zone requiring S-rank clearance. He frantically explains that getting permission requires his uncle's approval, but the man is suddenly unreachable. Taejun just says he understands, but his inner thought reveals the cold truth. He's the one blocking the call. Go Young-min, trying to regain some composure, tells Taejun he has a wide network and will figure something out. He then asks why our boy is in such a rush to visit Daewado and see his uncle. Taejun casually explains that as the new vice guildmaster, he needs to introduce himself. Plus he heard there's a gift waiting. But the real reason is far more pressing. As a sly grin gives away his hidden agenda, a system notification reveals the truth. He has a timed quest to learn blood magic, with less than 5 days on the clock. With the timer ticking down, he realizes he needs to see his uncle immediately, one way or another. So, while Go Young-min is left to stress, Taejun takes matters into his own hands and arrives at the Cheongyeon Guild. Inside, the guild's representative, Seo Yeonhwa, is working when she hears a knock and tells the visitor to enter. In walks Taejun with Miri on his shoulder, casually greeting the powerful representative, as if they're old friends. Seo Yeonhwa greets our boy with a casual warmth, asking how he's been doing since they last saw each other. She's clearly been keeping tabs on him, immediately bringing up the recent news about him stopping a dungeon break. With a smirk, she wonders how he always ends up at the center of major incidents, teasing that he must be haunted. Leafing through a thick binder, she admits it's a real shame he chose the Hwyryong Guild. If she had known he was going to pick a trash-tier guild, she would have tried way harder to recruit him herself. Taejun just awkwardly plays it cool, as she explains that basically every other major guild was disappointed by his choice. She even heard that big shots like Mate Pyong and Cha Soo-yoon got absolutely hammered in frustration over it. Still, she figures his well-known interest in dark magic makes his choice to join the Shady Guild make a twisted kind of sense. Cutting through the pleasantries, she finally gets to the point, and asks him what he actually came here for. Our boy gets straight to business, revealing his plan to visit the infamous Daewha Island, a place he can't access without an S-rank escort. He then asks Seo Yeonhwa directly if she'd be willing to accompany him, hoping she'll agree to his bold request. but she just smiles and shuts him down flat, claiming she has prior commitments, leaving Taejun utterly dumbfounded. He immediately starts to panic, realizing this completely derails his plans, but she cuts him off, saying she can still arrange access for him. Taejun is confused, but she explains that while it's a bit of a pain, she can just assign another guild member to be his escort. A wave of relief washes over our boy as he lets out a nervous laugh, glad his entire scheme hasn't fallen apart. With that settled, Seo Yeonhwa slides something across the desk, telling him to accept a little gift. She presents him with a sleek black card, explaining it's a token of appreciation for exposing the exam manipulation scandal. Taejun asks what it is, and she explains that with his newfound fame, living in a cheap studio apartment just isn't cutting it for privacy anymore. She reveals the card is a key to a luxury, high-security apartment for top-tier hunters, a place with practically impenetrable defenses. With the timing being perfect, she offers it to our boy, asking him what he thinks of her generous gift. Taejun is so moved by this kindness that he bursts into tears, asking if he can call her Nuna, the ultimate sign of respect and affection. Seo Yeonhwa is completely caught off guard by the title, blushing as she says she's not nearly old enough for that. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the world, we cut to the ominous Daewa Island, the lair of the infamous Gucheng Bone King. Inside, an old man lies in bed as a sinister red aura begins to seep out. Realizing the time has finally come, he knows he can no longer suppress his insatiable thirst as the dark energy begins to take a monstrous form. A terrifying shadow looms over him, demanding he provide it with blood, or it will simply devour his entire body. The curse violently takes hold, as blood-red tendrils erupt and begin to consume the old man right where he lies. Back on the mainland, our boy Taejun is making his way to the port town that leads to Daewa Island. The system flashes a grim reminder. He has just over 3 days left to complete this impossible quest. He calculates that it'll take a day just to get there, meaning he has to master blood magic in 2 days flat or lose everything. Even if the Gucheng Bone King is a good teacher, he knows it's cutting it dangerously close for a reward like Horizon of Communication. He turns to Miri, pointing to his dragon-scaled arm, and asks if it's normal for a single skill to interfere with the system's features. He recalls how his shocking growth skill already added things like spell-to-spell and a QR scanner, things that shouldn't be possible. Taejun presses her, wondering if it's really okay for a skill made by one employee to just tamper with the company's entire system. Miri admits she reported it to her higher-ups, but they just told her to keep an eye on it unless something unusual happens. That's the only instruction she's received, leaving our boy dumbfounded by their laid-back attitude. Taejun realizes that for now, at least, the company doesn't consider his game-breaking ability a threat. Our boy reflects on how his shocking growth skill has been a game-changer, even unlocking a Manhwa wiki feature. This thing is basically a cheat code, giving him a full tactical breakdown of any monster he faces. He realizes the skill isn't just buffing his stats. It's fundamentally rewriting the rules of his status window. While he doesn't fully grasp its mechanics, he vows to milk it for all it's worth. But his train of thought is suddenly derailed. A cheerful voice calls out it's Yu Se-rin, who excitedly tells him he looks even cooler than last time. Taejun realizes she's the hunter from the Cheongyeon Guild, and she happily confirms she's here to help him. She then starts rummaging in her bag, cryptically saying she can't miss this chance. With a sly look, she pulls out her phone, thinking this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She suddenly pulls him in for a selfie, gushing about how famous he is and asking to post it on social media. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, his face frozen in panic as she snaps away, asking what on earth she's doing. Before Taejun can process the selfie ambush, a loud voice suddenly calls out to him with immense respect. He and Yu Se-rin turn to see a young man in a martial arts uniform performing a full, ground-scraping bow. The guy introduces himself as Hunter Kang Jian, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded, having no idea who this is. Even Yu Se-rin is confused, but Kang Jian claims it's only natural for a younger brother to assist his young. Turns out, he was one of the hunters Taejun saved, and ever since that day, he's vowed to follow him as his lifelong senior. Kang Jian grabs onto Taejun's leg, begging to be taken along, while Yu Se-rin clings to his arm, not about to lose her spot. Their bizarre tug-of-war is cut short when a man on a nearby boat yells at them to hurry up and get on board. The grizzled captain, Kim Yong-soo, gives the signal, telling them it's time to set sail immediately. With the chaotic trio finally on board, the boat revs its engine and speeds out into the vast ocean. The captain grumbles that he'd never go to this cursed island if not for a request from Yeonhwa, and Taejun's sharp ears catch every word. The captain scoffs, asking if our boy is really a hunter if he doesn't know about the monsters around Daewa Island. He explains the waters are crawling with creatures, especially the nasty-looking sirens, which has Yu Se-rin on edge. And to make matters a whole lot worse, He reveals it's currently their breeding season. During this time, the sirens become hyper-aggressive, fiercely guarding their territory and eggs. Their tempers are so foul that any ship intruding on their waters gets swarmed and torn to shreds in an instant. Naturally, the captain says they'll have to take a long detour to avoid provoking the horde. But Taejun just places his gauntlet on the man's shoulder, telling him there's no need for that. With a ridiculously cheerful grin, he tells the captain to just head straight through. The old man is absolutely flabbergasted, yelling at Taejun and asking if he's lost his mind. Our boy just gives a smug smile, promising that even if hundreds of them attack, they won't leave a single scratch on the ship. The captain is having none of it, thinking this kid is asking him to just drive into a death trap. He flatly refuses, saying there's no way he's risking his life on some hunter's whim. As the old man starts talking about having a family to feed, Taejun cuts him off with a single word: double. With a predatory grin, our boy offers to pay him double whatever his current client is offering. The captain is outraged, yelling that he's not some sellout who can be bribed. But before he can finish his righteous speech, Taejun just screams triple, with a completely unhinged look on his face. The captain freezes mid-sentence, his cigarette dropping from his mouth as his brain short-circuits. A second later, all his morals are out the window as he slams the throttle, yelling for full speed ahead. Taejun cackles at the front of the speeding boat, enjoying the wind with Miri and his little spider pet. But Yu Se-rin isn't so thrilled, nervously asking if maybe, just maybe, he's being a little too reckless. She points out that with marine monsters, you never know where they'll ambush from. Taejun just smirks, telling her that while she's not wrong, it's not something she needs to worry about. Turns out, our boy knows exactly where they are, as his system lights up with a warning about multiple hostiles. He calmly points them out as fins slice through the water, 3 on the right and 5 on the left. With the boat now completely surrounded, he tells Yu Se-rin to cover the right side while he handles the left. A swarm of hideous siren monsters leaps from the water, leaving Yu Se-rin dumbfounded that he predicted it perfectly. Shaking off her shock, she decides to put her full trust in him, gathering icy energy in her hands. She unleashes a powerful ice arrow, blasting the creatures on her side of the boat. Meanwhile, Taejun crouches low, patiently telling himself to wait until they get as close as possible. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike, just as the monsters begin to climb onto the ship. Just as he unleashes his attack, the system grants him a new attribute for his Rising Dragon Fist: Power Strike, which ignores 50% of enemy defense. He immediately puts it to the test, smashing his flaming fist into a siren's face with the force of his Rising Dragon Divine Fist. With the monsters defeated, our boy thinks it would be a total waste to just toss these valuable corpses back into the sea. A greedy grin spreads across his face as he realizes he can harvest all their mana stones for a sweet jackpot. But as he's collecting his loot, he fails to notice someone watching him from the doorway. It's Kang Jian, who's just confirmed a rumor. Kang Jian is in shock. The rumors were true after all. Taejun really does use the legendary Rising Dragon Fist. Taejun finally spots the lurker, wondering who this guy is and just how long he's been spying on him. He tries to brush it off, saying his style is totally different. But Kang Jian has already made up his mind. Taejun is no longer just an upperclassman to him. In a sudden dramatic declaration, Kang Jian points at Taejun and proclaims him his one and only rival. Taejun is just left completely dumbfounded, thinking this guy is a total lunatic for deciding something like that all on his own. Ignoring the captain's frantic warnings, Kang Jian declares he'll show Taejun the true power of the Rising Dragon Fist, even if it means sailing straight into a monster-infested sea. The scene shifts to the serene shores of Daewa Island, a place that seems peaceful on the surface. An old man on the beach gets word that Hunter Lee Taejun is arriving today, a piece of news that clearly catches him off guard. He furiously gets on the phone, demanding to know why his subordinate, Go Young Min, is only just now reporting this critical information. The old man absolutely rips into him, reminding the flustered fool that normal phones don't work here, and he was supposed to use a crystal sphere. He hangs up, deeply concerned. Taejun's arrival couldn't have come at a worse time, and he worries that some dangerous group on the island will target our boy. Just then, he spots a boat approaching, and hears a voice apologizing for being late and addressing him by his title, the Gucheng Skeleton King. The boat is piled high with a mountain of monster corpses, and a voice cheerfully complains that it took ages to catch all the fish. It's our boy, Taejun, covered in blood and grinning as he formally greets the old man, introducing himself as the deputy guild leader of Hwiryeong. Standing before the legendary Gucheng Skeleton King, Taejun reaffirms his identity, revealing a shocking connection and a position of power we never knew he had. The Gucheng Skeleton King is dumbfounded, asking if our boy seriously hunted all these sirens during their peak spawning season. The exhausted boat captain chimes in, insisting this wasn't just some ordinary hunt. Turns out, Taejun went on an absolute rampage, hunting down every last siren with a crazed grin on his face. He lands on the beach and explains they cleared the path to the island, but it's too early to say they're all gone. As Taejin worries about stragglers in the deep, the old man cuts him off, saying this is more than enough. He explains that with their food supply wiped out, the remaining sirens will just disappear on their own. In fact, he reveals a crucial weakness. Sirens can't even dive deep, which means Taejin basically drove them to extinction. But just as our boy processes this, the Skeleton King's expression turns grim. He says there's one exception, and right on cue, Taejin's system screams a warning about a hostile entity targeting him. Before anyone can react, a massive force erupts from the ocean, sending the entire group flying back. And there it is, the exception, a monster called a Siren Hunter, bursting from the depths like a torpedo. The sheer pressure it emits leaves everyone, even the old Skeleton King, completely dumbfounded. But Yu Se-rin quickly recovers, pinpointing its location and identifying it as a Siren Hunter. Without wasting a second, she gathers her mana, vowing to immobilize the beast on the spot. She unleashes her powerful Ice Chamber spell, instantly freezing the creature in a block of solid ice. For a moment it seems to work, but then a sinister red energy pulses from the monster as Yu Se-rin feels a sharp backlash. The Siren Hunter shatters the ice prison as if it were glass, completely unharmed. The magical feedback slams into Yu Se-rin, sending her flying back in agony. She clutches her chest, realizing the horrifying truth. The monster has a passive skill called Magic Immune. Bleeding from her mouth, she can't comprehend how a mere B-rank siren could possess such a broken ability. From the boat, the injured Yu Se-rin screams a desperate warning to Taejin that this is no ordinary siren. The beast proves her right, letting out a piercing screech as it lunges from the water straight for the shore. On the boat, the captain and the mysterious old man are completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the monster. Turns out, this trash-tier mob is actually a Siren King, whose scales nullify and reflect all elemental magic. Our boy Taejin processes this, his glowing eye sizing up the new boss-level threat as Miri trembles behind him. He quickly deduces his usual tactics are useless. Fireball would be reflected, and without ice, he can't set up a combo. Realizing a direct assault is a fool's errand, he decides they need to fall back and come up with a new plan. But just then, the old man on the shore reveals his true power, his cane melting into a pool of sinister blood magic. He calmly tells the other hunters to stand down, declaring that he will handle this one himself. With a flick of his wrist, tendrils of blood erupt from the sea, effortlessly ensnaring the Siren King and hoisting it into the air. The old man scolds the Siren King like a disobedient dog, questioning how it dares bare its teeth at its own master. He declares that the beast needs to be disciplined, and with a single motion, his blood magic erupts to crush it. The once unstoppable Siren King can only let out a final, pathetic screech as it's completely overwhelmed. In an instant, the A-rank boss is reduced to nothing but bloody chunks floating in the sea, leaving everyone dumbfounded. On the boat, Yu Se-rin is in utter disbelief, unable to process how a monster of that caliber was defeated so effortlessly. Our boy Taejun, however, is already breaking it down, recognizing the terrifying single-target power and penetration of blood magic. He even considers that, despite its risky growth quests, a power like that might actually be worth learning. Go Jianho clenches his blood-soaked fist, satisfied that he has brought a moment of peace to the island. He then turns his attention to Taejin, calmly stating he'd planned to deliver a gift for his new Vice Guild Master position. With an unnerving smile, he thanks our boy for coming all this way, formally acknowledging the new powerhouse in the room. With the battle over, Go Jianho calmly extends a hand, inviting them to his residence. It turns out the legendary hunter lives in a massive, luxurious mansion, completely out of place on this remote island. As they enter, Taejin is shocked to see skeleton servants cleaning the place. Realizing he's in the home of the Gucheng Skeleton King, he turns to Yu Se-rin, finally understanding why Seo Yonhua was so desperate to keep this man's location a secret. Yu Se-rin is completely starstruck, unable to believe that a legendary hero of South Korea is hiding out in a place like this. She's still buzzing with excitement, recalling how he annihilated an A-rank Siren King with nothing but blood magic. She gushes that it was an insane display of power, admitting even her powerful sister Yanhua would have struggled, and Kang Jian agrees he's a hero. But Kang Jian's pride flares up, and he clenches his fist, declaring that his own master is much stronger. Taejin and Yu Se-rin just stare at him, completely baffled by his childish outburst. Ignoring the awkwardness, they're led down a grand hallway by skeleton maids to their respective rooms for the night. Taejun tells his companions to go rest up, as they must be tired from the journey. He then explains that he has some private matters to discuss with the Gucheng Skeleton King. Wasting no time, our boy heads straight for the master's study and gives a firm knock. Inside, the legendary Go Jianho sits calmly, sipping tea as he invites Taejun to enter. The Skeleton King asks how he likes the room, and Taejun can't help but be impressed by the sheer scale of the mansion. Pleased with his reaction, Go Jianho finishes his drink with a satisfied sigh. He then stands, telling Taejun to follow him because he has an appointment gift for him. Taejun eagerly follows the old master, wondering what kind of reward a legend like this has in store. As they descend into a torchlit basement, Go Jianho praises Taejun for his excellent handling of the Machion dungeon overload. Taejun tries to play it cool, saying he just got lucky. But the old man just laughs, telling him to save the fake modesty for the reporters. Our boy keeps up the act, insisting he was just lucky and was only cleaning up his own mess. He even tries to give credit to the Hwyryong guildmaster, but Go Jianho just scoffs, calling the man his useless nephew. The old man laments how that brat drove the guild into ruin in just 3 years, racking up unpaid taxes and every disgrace imaginable. He points out that now, thanks to Taejun, Hwyryong is being hailed as a hero, so his nephew should be the one thanking him. Taejun is floored, realizing that the guildmaster, Go Young-min, was an even bigger piece of trash than he ever imagined. As they continue down the stairs, Taejun can't help but ask why the legendary Skeleton King would ever entrust his guild to such a failure. He presses on, saying that surely a man of his stature could see that his nephew wasn't ready for the job. Go Jianho stops dead in his tracks, the weight of the question hanging in the air. With a somber look, he turns and admits the truth. He did it because he's grown weak. He tries to brush it off and move on, but our boy is left completely dumbfounded by the shocking confession. Go Jianho explains that no matter how strong an awakened is, time makes them all human again. But our boy isn't buying it for a second and sneakily activates his QR reader on the old man's back. The scan immediately fails, spitting out an error that the target's level is just too damn high. Taejun is completely floored. He knows there are only a few hunters in all of Korea who are unscannable. He's talking about the absolute monsters of the hunting world: Cha Soo-hyun, Ma Dae-pyong, and Seo-yeon Hwa. Even with all his growth, he can't scan them. So how is this old man on the same level? Taejun stares, realizing the Gucheng Skeleton King is hiding a secret far darker than he could have imagined. The old man leads them to a hidden door, leaving both Taejun and Miri speechless with anticipation. He opens it to reveal a ridiculously massive and opulent chamber hidden deep underground. Taejun can't believe his eyes. A secret library filled with artifacts and potions lay before him. The old man admits his guild is humble, but says he's prepared an initiation gift for our boy right here in this secret vault. He presents a table of epic-looking gear and tells Taejun to choose one, explaining that some items have penalties, so he can't just give them all away. In a classic RPG moment, Taejun immediately goes for a skull, radiating a sinister green aura. Turns out it's Magnuta's skull, an A-grade item that boosts all stats and grants the Kingslayer's power for daggers. Taejun isn't just impressed by the skull. He realizes every single item on this table is better than most rare-grade equipment. He thinks to himself that any other hunter would be weeping with gratitude for a chance like this. But our boy is cut from a different cloth. He's sweating because he realizes they're all close, combat-focused, and nothing truly fits his style. So, he turns around and boldly asks the Gucheng Skeleton King if he happens to have any items related to blood magic. The old man is completely taken aback, questioning why on earth he'd be interested in something as notorious as blood magic. Taejun lays out his reasoning, explaining its high magic penetration and, most importantly, that it doesn't consume mana, making it a god-tier skill for long raids. But the Gucheng Skeleton King flatly denies having any blood magic items, telling our boy to just pick something else. He brushes off Taejun's shock, saying he's going to prepare some food and leaving him to his choice. As he walks out, he tells Taejun to just take whatever he likes from the collection. The moment he's gone, Taejun and Miri both realize something is definitely off. The old man is clearly hiding something. Our boy completely loses it, screaming that after learning about blood magic, no other trash-tier item will satisfy him. He throws a full-blown tantrum on the floor, begging the empty room to just teach him the forbidden art already. Miri, ever the innocent one, asks why he can't just ask the Skeleton King to teach him directly, even without an item. But Taejun explains it's not that simple. Blood magic isn't a skill you can just be taught by a master. It's all based on a rare passive ability called mana blood, and without awakening it, you're completely locked out. He was hoping for a skill book, but just as he's about to give up, his flash function detects a hidden device in the room. Suddenly, a bright light flashes from his system, illuminating a hidden spot in the room, leaving both Taejun and Miri dumbfounded. Taejun is shocked his status window even has a flashlight, but Miri casually explains she added it after their last dark dungeon run. Following the light, our boy lifts up a piece of furniture and investigates what the old man was trying so hard to hide. He uncovers a hidden compartment with a big, ominous red button, and Miri immediately gets a bad feeling, warning him not to press it. but Taejun just scoffs, brushing off her fears by joking that there's no way it's a nuke in this day and age. With a wild grin, he declares that he can't possibly resist a secret button, his inner gambler screaming all or nothing. The moment his finger makes contact, a deafening air raid siren blares through the mansion, sending Miri into a full-blown panic. Just as suddenly, the alarm stops, and a wall slides open, revealing a single, ominous-looking book bathed in a sinister red light. A system window pops up, identifying it as the Codex of Blood, a unique grade forbidden book that grants the user the Mana Blood passive. Overjoyed, Taejun grabs the book with a creepy, possessive grin, finally getting his hands on the one thing he's been dying for. After the raid, Go Jianho offers our boy a reward, questioning if he's sure about his choice. The old man finds the gift underwhelming, but Taejun, with a massive grin, insists it's perfect for him. He reveals his pick, a C+ grade ring called Bander's Onyx, which he needs for its mental contamination resistance. Go Jianho reluctantly accepts his decision, figuring it's Taejun's call to make. With the meal over, he dismisses the young hunters for the night as they thank him profusely. But later, alone in the dark, Go Jianho is trapped in a terrifying nightmare on a desolate island. He clutches his hand in agony as a sinister voice whispers that this feeling brings back old memories. A monstrous shadow entity emerges, taunting him about how Taejun wants to learn blood magic. The entity sneers that Taejun has the same desperate look Go Jianho once had, willing to sacrifice anything for power. Choked by tendrils of blood, Go Jianho screams that Taejun has nothing to do with it, reminding the beast that a contract requires the codex. The blood entity sneers, telling Go Jianho there's a critical piece of the puzzle he's missing. Turns out, our boy Taejun has already obtained the Codex of Blood, a revelation that leaves the old man utterly shattered. The entity confirms it can clearly feel a new host has emerged, and it's not some trash-tier vessel. It's done being satisfied with the scraps from Go Jianho's rotting, weak body. With a surge of power, the entity declares it's borrowing the Skeleton King's body for a bit. Now fully possessed, Go Jianho silently enters Yuserin's room as she sleeps. The entity is livid, realizing it's been fed garbage while a feast like this was just next door. Yusirin just sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the monster standing over her. The possessed hunter explains that while this wasn't part of the original plan, he's just too hungry to care right now. A shadowy hand reaches out, ready to slowly and painfully savor her soul. But just as the shadowy hand reaches for its victim, we're yanked into a flashback, with Go Jianho startled by a voice in the dark. It's our boy Taejun, who's found the old man wandering the halls and asks why he isn't sleeping. The Skeleton King is completely thrown off, demanding to know what Taejun is even doing there. Taejun just bows his head low, explaining he felt too guilty to sleep, and came to apologize for his actions earlier. He admits he wasn't being entirely truthful about the initiation gift Head asked for. With Miri floating silently beside him, he reveals what he was truly after, the Forbidden Codex of Blood. He apologizes for taking the book without permission, but insists he has a desperate reason he must learn blood magic. His eyes burn with an unshakable resolve, declaring he's willing to sacrifice absolutely everything for his goal. A sinister red light suddenly glows from beneath Go Jianho's hand as the entity within asks if he's truly ready for this path. The possessed old man warns him that blood magic is a power beyond imagination, and it will come with a terrible price. Without a hint of fear, our boy looks up and declares that he's been ready for this his entire life. The entity possessing Go Jianho cracks a sinister, bone-chilling grin, pleased with the answer he's received. With a dark aura flaring to life, he announces it's time to begin, leaving Taejun utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a monstrous wave of red and black energy erupts from the old man as a terrifying voice echoes in Taejun's mind. Clutching the codex, Taejun stumbles back in pure shock, demanding to know who or what this thing is. The entity introduces itself as an ancient sorcerer of blood magic, a being who reigned over death itself, and will now grant him new power. But here's the catch. The entity reveals it will now reside within Taejun's body, needing only a little nourishment to sustain itself. Before Taejun can even process this, the entity declares the contract will proceed as its shadowy hand reaches for him. A system window suddenly flashes a dire warning as bloody tendrils shoot out from the book, wrapping around our boy's arm. Taejun completely freaks out, screaming that this wasn't part of the deal, and demanding to know what it means by entering his body. The entity cackles that it's far too late for regrets now. It screams that his flesh is now its own as the bloody tendrils completely consume Taejun. A system window warns of an unauthorized sync as our boy realizes he still has so much to achieve. The entity discards its old vessel, thanking the now possessed Taejun for surrendering his body. It's impressed, noting how superior this new vessel is to the decrepit old one. But just as it starts laughing maniacally, the body begins to twitch and contort uncontrollably. The ancient sorcerer is utterly baffled as its new body starts doing bizarre, spastic poses. It screams internally, questioning why it has absolutely no control over its new limbs. The body continues its ridiculous dance as the entity demands to know why it won't listen. Turns out, this was all a vision of a possible future. As we cut back to Taejun finding the book and wondering why it was hidden, Miri immediately gets a bad feeling, warning our boy that touching the book is a terrible idea. Taejun figures the Gucheng Skeleton King hid this for a reason, since blood magic is already incredibly risky. A vision flashes of what could happen if it's misused, a painful, body-twisting death. His eyes glow as he considers the other major catch mentioned in the text. It's a unique item called the Tome of Heavenly Blood, and it explicitly warns that a price must always be paid. He's dumbfounded. Just how severe could this price possibly be for the system to warn him up front? He asks Miri if items this sketchy exist in other dimensions. She stammers, explaining that ancient tomes are usually collected by specialists, not just found lying around. Then, a light bulb goes off, and she recommends getting it appraised at the parsley market. Taejun's face lights up as he remembers the place, the perfect spot to figure out what he's dealing with. Without a moment's hesitation, our boy decides to log into the parsley market to get some answers. He quickly drafts a post, asking the community if anyone recognizes the sketchy tome he's acquired. To speed things up, he even offers a reward for anyone who can provide solid details on the item. And just like that, a user named Knowledgeable Wanderer sends a chat request almost instantly. The Wanderer asks if Hez selling the book, but Taejun clarifies Hez just trying to figure out what it is first. After a bit of back and forth, the user casually identifies it as a soulbound codex. He explains it's a forbidden book that grants skills at the cost of your life, bluntly calling it a trap. The horrifying truth hits Taejun and Miri like a lightning bolt. The price the system warned about was his own life. Dumbfounded, Taejun frantically asks what that even means, needing to understand the full extent of the danger. The Wanderer lays it out cold. The moment you make a contract, the consciousness of a mage sealed inside fuses with your body. The Wanderer elaborates that the user becomes a permanent battery, their life force and mana endlessly drained by the sealed mage. Taejun can barely process it, wondering if it's truly possible to just overwrite a person's soul using a book. But then the Wanderer drops a bombshell, saying there's something weird about this specific book. It's complete and utter trash. He explains it's such an old model that any modern magic system too would instantly block its outdated curse with security protocols. A sly grin creeps across Taejun's face as he thanks the guy for all the juicy info. Then, with a terrifyingly manic expression, our boy says he's sending over a generous reward. Turns out, the Wanderer was trying to hack Taejun all along, but a sudden warning about his own firewall activating stops his evil laughter cold. The cocky hacker just scoffs, thinking it's impossible for some nobody to breach a modern status window. He launches his own dark virus to finish the job, but his face twists in horror when he realizes something is terribly wrong. His attack slams into a solid access-denied wall, leaving him completely dumbfounded. A status window this powerful shouldn't even exist. The Wanderer's mind shatters as a dark presence demands to know just who the hell Taejun really is. Before he can process it, a psychic shockwave from Taejun's reward blasts him across the mental space. Our boy just watches the chaos unfold, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson, utterly unfazed by the hacker's plight. Back in his own mind, a notification confirms it. His god-tier firewall has effortlessly blocked the pathetic virus. Taejun smirks, thinking to himself how this trash-tier hacker was pathetic right to the very end. With the mental battle won, he casually picks up the cursed book, deciding he'll be taking it as his prize. The system immediately lights up, granting him the Tome of Heavenly Blood and the passive skill Blood Magic. But the quest reward leaves him scratching his head, wondering what a feature called Horizon of Communication even does. He writes it off as a useless function, just as the Wanderer, now back in reality, stammers out his name in pure terror. In a flash, Taejun's cold demeanor vanishes as he grabs the guy, feigning concern and asking if he's alright. The old man, Go Jeonho, is speechless, so Taejun just smiles and asks if the Gucheng Skeleton King is the one who's not alright. Go Jeonho stammers, demanding to know how this is possible, accusing our boy of making a contract with that demon. He insists he saw it with his own soul, the demon's essence pouring directly into Taejun's body. But if that's true, he can't wrap his head around why nothing has happened to him yet. He asks if Taejun somehow managed to defeat the demon, Azazel, all by himself. Our boy just shrugs it off, cheekily explaining that he simply chose not to listen to the demon's whispers. Go Jeonho is left completely dumbfounded by this ridiculous-sounding answer. Taejun then spins a tale about how he broke the contract at the very last second, causing the demon's soul to be violently rejected. He declares that no matter how powerful blood magic is, He would never sell his soul to a demon to get it. With a passionate look, he proclaims that true strength can only ever come from oneself. Go Jianho is speechless, while our boy cheekily adds that he has no idea where the demon went. Maybe it's off looking for a new host. The old man is in shock. The oppressive voice and dark energy that plagued him for decades have completely vanished. He can't believe it. He struggled for 30 years to break the contract. Yet Taejun erased it with such a ridiculously simple method. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he suddenly drops to his knees, thanking Taejun for freeing him. He confesses that during the Great Cataclysm, he grabbed for a forbidden power, swearing to protect the world no matter the cost. But now, looking back with immense regret, he admits that Taejun has finally shown him the error of his ways. As this realization dawns on him, his body begins to crumble into dust. The demonic power that sustained him is gone, proving it was never his to begin with. Taejun, however, stops him, saying he can't even begin to imagine the heavy burden he's been carrying all this time. He helps the old man up, reassuring him that he's already incredibly strong, even without the tainted blood magic. With a look of genuine respect, Taejun tells the Gucheng Skeleton King that it's finally time to lay his burden down. Just as Go Jianho is having his heartfelt moment, a sleepy Yu Se-rin wakes up complaining about all the noise. Her eyes snap open in utter shock as she recognizes Hunter Taejun and the Gucheng Skeleton King standing in her bedroom. Letting out a terrified shriek, she pulls the covers up and demands to know why two strange men are in her room. Our boy Taejun just sweats bullets, awkwardly trying to explain that this is all a huge misunderstanding. But before he can talk his way out of this one, a sinister, bloody energy suddenly erupts from the floor. As Yu Se-rin panics at the new disturbance, Taejun's expression turns grim. He recognizes that chilling voice. The blood magic entity's voice booms through the room, mocking them as foolish mortals for thinking it was over. It gloats that as long as its soul remains in this world, it is absolutely impossible to destroy it for good. The entity reveals its trump card. If it has no vessel to inhabit, it will just make a new one from their flesh. With that, a colossal tree of blood and gore erupts, revealing itself as the S-rank mythical entity, the Heavenly Blood Tree. The whole group is dumbfounded, with Yu Se-rin barely managing to ask if that horrifying thing is a tree. A system window pops up, identifying the S-grade 1000 Blood Tree, a mythical entity that requires 100 human sacrifices to summon. Taejun's blood runs cold as he realizes the horrifying truth. The blood mage must have sacrificed himself to unleash this nightmare. But before they can even process that, a new threat emerges as a monstrous wolf with glowing red eyes snarls into existence. Suddenly, an entire pack of these silver fangs manifests, howling and ready to tear everything apart. Yu Se-rin is on the verge of a complete breakdown, screaming about why all these monsters are suddenly swarming their location. Go Jianho, however, looks absolutely grim, declaring that this is not something they can just stand by and watch. He orders Taejun to wake up Kang Jian immediately, because as he speaks, jagged bones erupt from the ground beneath his feet. The blood tree's tendrils lash out, consuming the newly summoned wolves. As Go Jianho explains, the entity now seeks to devour all life on the island. With a bone weapon materializing in his hand, he stares down the tree, muttering that this thing is greedy to the very end. Kang Jian finally snaps awake, completely bewildered and demanding to know what the hell is going on. He immediately panics, thinking a gate must have opened as he sees Go Jianho squaring off against the monstrous tree. Our boy Taejun steps in, telling them to shut it because there's no time and he needs to explain this fast. He reveals the horrifying truth. That grotesque tree is the lingering remnant of the blood mage that tormented Go Jianho for ages. Taejun explains he thought the entity vanished after failing to make a contract with him, but somehow it has returned. Yu Se-rin is absolutely floored, and Go Jianho grimly confirms it, admitting all his blood magic came from that very power. With a heavy heart, he confesses that this is the price for selling his soul, a consequence he never imagined would grow so catastrophic. He apologizes to the group, feeling ashamed to even be called a hero of the cataclysm after causing this mess. But just then, the knowledgeable wanderer, now back on his feet, begins to channel his own power. He tells Go Jianho to cut the self-pity, reminding him he's a national hero with or without blood magic, and declares that his team will handle the wolves. Just as Yu Se-rin is about to blast the wolves, our boy Taejun throws up a hand, telling her to stop. His eye glows with insight as he realizes these aren't just some run-of-the-mill summons. Yu Se-rin is completely baffled, but Taejun warns her that these things are on a whole different level. Turns out, the wolves have a broken ability called magic absorption, which means her spells would just make them stronger. He then spots the real problem. Disgusting blood veins are funneling power directly from the tree, making the wolves immortal. Realizing they're stuck in a loop, Taejun turns to Go Jianho and the Wanderer, asking if there's any way to destroy the source. He racks his brain, recalling that the tree itself has the same insane magic absorption and health regeneration passives. This puts them in a bind. Magic is off the table, and even his strongest physical attacks won't damage its healing factor. For a moment, it seems utterly hopeless, as if this monstrosity has no weaknesses at all. But then a smirk spreads across Taejin's face. He's found a way. Convinced that no monster in this world is truly invincible, the plan is set. Go Jianho tells the others to trust him, as he prepares to buy them some time against the Silver Fangs. With a smirk, he announces it's time to get serious, slamming his skeletal hand into the ground and unleashing his true power. A massive skeleton begins to rise from the earth, its master feeling liberated and stronger than ever without the blood parasite. For the first time in ages, the Gucheng Skeleton King feels truly great as he summons an entire army of the undead. Right on cue, the immortal wolves charge forward, a relentless tide of fangs and fury. The Wanderer doesn't hesitate for a second, leaping into the fray to meet the beasts head-on. He unleashes his triple-step charge, a pure physical assault meant to stall the seemingly unkillable monsters. Meanwhile, Yusei Rin begins her own incantation, calling upon the spirits of the frozen earth to aid them. She casts the blessing of the Ice Spirit King, sending waves of frigid power washing over the newly summoned skeletons. With her power flowing into his army, Go Jianho prepares his newly buffed forces for battle. The buffed skeleton army clashes with the immortal wolves, a maelstrom of ice, bone, and fury, but it's useless. The wolves' wounds instantly begin to heal, powered by the blood magic's regeneration buff. Go Jianho grimly notes that they'll never win like this, as a frustrated Yu Seirin apologizes for her limited power. He reassures her, saying the wolves' magic absorption is the real problem, and her help is still invaluable. Her eyes drift over to Taejin, who's been standing near the blood tree with the Wanderer, and she wonders what he's up to. She thinks to herself that he's been fighting those Silver Fangs for a while now, but has made zero actual progress. Go Jianho watches our boy with a worried expression, his patience wearing thin. He silently pleads with Taejin to hurry up, whatever his grand plan might be, before they're all overwhelmed. Just then, Taejin explodes into action, unleashing the first move of his combo, Phantom Flash Strike. He follows it up instantly with a devastating Dragon Fang Strike, smashing his gauntlet right into the beast's jaw. But his gauntlet grinds to a halt, stopped dead by the blood-red vein connecting the wolf to the tree. Our boy grits his teeth in frustration, realizing no matter how many times he cuts these veins, they just won't break. He understands now that approaching through these trash-tier wolves is a complete dead end. With a grim look of resolve, he decides it's time to execute his final, desperate plan. Taejin turns his back on the wolves and faces the colossal blood tree, the source of all their problems. He then yells out to the entity, begging it to teach him the ways of blood magic one more time. His allies, Yu Seirin, Go Jianho, and the Wanderer, are left completely dumbfounded by his insane request. Taejin tries to reason with the entity, saying that blood magic's power is unmatched and literally invincible. He offers up his entire soul, asking for its power just once more as bloody tendrils erupt from the tree. The tendrils impale him from all sides, and his allies can only scream his name in utter shock. But the blood entity just scoffs, telling the foolish mortal it won't fall for the same trick twice. It reveals that Taejin's body is now completely useless for its resurrection. All it needs now is his blood and flesh, and it begins draining our boy dry as system alerts scream about hemorrhagic shock. Using Taejin's life force, the entity starts to form a new, monstrous body, gloating that he made its job way too easy. The bloody form takes shape, boasting that its new body will be complete any second now. It then turns its attention to Taejin's horrified friends, promising they'll be the next sacrifice for its rebirth. But suddenly, the entity freezes in shock, because Taejin is standing right behind it, completely unharmed. Our boy just lets out a maniacal laugh, explaining that watching the monster use its blood magic gave him a wicked idea. With a crazed look in his eyes, he reveals his big epiphany. He doesn't have to ask for the power, he can just take it. The blood entity is left completely dumbfounded, demanding to know what on earth he means. Taejin just laughs, telling the monster that now it'll understand what it feels like to be drained. With a psychotic grin, he places his hand on the blood tree and declares that all its power is his now. From a distance, his friends and the skeleton army can only watch as the grotesque tree begins to convulse. Suddenly, the version of Taejin that was being sacrificed shatters into ice, and his friends scream in pure terror. Yu Seirin is furious, realizing the tree's magic absorption is what's stopping her from doing anything to help. She screams that she's coming to save him and tries to charge forward. But Go Jianho grabs her. The old man holds her back, telling her it's hopeless now that their strongest fighter has fallen. He pleads with her, asking if she realizes she'll just be throwing her own life away by rushing in. Tears streaming down her face, Yu Se-rin asks if he really expects her to just stand there and watch him die. She screams back that she would rather die fighting by his side than abandon him for even a second. Go Jianho is crushed by guilt, believing this is all his fault for waking up this ancient evil. He thinks that if he had just left it alone, our boy Taejin wouldn't be in this horrific state. But just as all hope seems lost, the massive eye on the tree starts glowing intensely. Suddenly, a voice booms out, introducing itself to the skeletons and wolves as the legendary mage, Azazel. Yu Se-rin, Kang Jian, and Go Jianho are left completely dumbfounded by this bizarre turn of events. The entity, now calling itself Azazel, announces it has been reflecting on its selfish life and wants to apologize. Kang Jian immediately shouts a warning to Go Jianho, telling him not to be fooled by this trash-tier acting. Azazel insists its apology is genuine, even claiming that it's been hurt by their fight. It declares that it no longer wants to torment them and will now leave without any regrets. With a final farewell, the eye begins to dim, leaving everyone speechless and confused. Go Jianho and Yu Se-rin are left completely stunned, unable to process what they just witnessed. The old man is sweating bullets, thinking this makes no sense. After all that, the monster just wants to apologize? He knows the real Azazel would never do something like this, concluding it has to be some kind of trick. But before he can overthink it, Yu Se-rin yells for him to look, pointing out a change on the battlefield. She's right, the vicious red skeletons, the silver fangs, are de-summoning and returning to their posts. It's not just them. The summoned wolves are also retreating, their bloodlust completely gone. Go Jianho realizes the entire cursed land is reverting to normal, wondering why Azazel would give up when it was so close to revival. His eyes then lock onto a figure lying at the base of the now dormant tree, and a wild theory sparks in his mind. Staring at the hunter's body, he wonders if this entire bizarre retreat was actually part of the kid's plan. Turns out, while being absorbed, our boy Taejin was just laughing, thinking he was on some kind of twisted avatar blind date. Turns out, Taejin's mana is so immense that the system just handed him the keys to the entire 1,000 bloodwood. He cackles, loving the power trip, while the blood entity screams in pure terror, demanding to know what he's doing. The entity's shadow form materializes, ordering him to get out, but our boy just smirks and tells it that's not happening. Without a second thought, Taejin grabs the trash-tier entity by the face, showing it who's really in charge now. He declares it's payback time, reversing the flow and starting to drain every last drop of blood magic from the wood. The entire cursed land begins to shake and crumble, as system warnings flash about insufficient blood to sustain it. The entity is completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a mere human could hijack its ancient power. It screams in agony, lamenting that it was so close to revival, only to be thwarted at the last second. With a final, desperate cry, the 1,000 blood wood completely deactivates, leaving only a pathetic 0.4 milliliters of magic behind. And just like that, the entire grotesque landscape dissolves into nothing, leaving behind a peaceful night sky. As the last remnants of blood magic flow into him, a system window confirms our boy's vitals are finally stabilizing. Taejin jolts awake, coughing and gasping, realizing he just barely scraped by with his life. He stares at his hand, thinking that blood magic is every bit as dangerous as the rumors say. One wrong move and he'd have been toast. Suddenly, he hears his name as Yu Se-rin and Go Jianho rush over, absolutely stunned to see him alive. Yu Se-rin crashes into him with a desperate hug, overwhelmed with pure relief. She's a complete mess, crying and admitting she genuinely thought he was a goner. Our boy tries to play it cool, awkwardly telling her he was just knocked out for a second. He then asks her to maybe let go, causing her to snap back to reality, blushing and apologizing. After a moment, she looks around, completely bewildered, and asks what in the world just happened. She explains that Go Jianho bizarrely restored the wolves to their original state before vanishing without a trace. Just then, the knowledgeable wanderer pops up, smugly remarking that while things worked out, they have no clue why. With a puffed-out chest, he shamelessly declares that he's the sole reason for their success. Taejin and Yu Se-rin just stare back, completely deadpan, not buying his trash-tier excuses for a second. But the comedy hour is cut short when Go Jianho appears, placing a hand on our boy's shoulder and saying he has questions. He gets straight to the point, explaining that the feats Taejin pulled off tonight were simply impossible for any single hunter. The old man theorizes that some unknown entity must have been helping him, causing Taejin to break out in a cold sweat. Go Jianho just smiles, playing it off by saying an old man like him couldn't possibly guess the truth. He then gives his blessing, hoping that this mysterious power inside Taejin continues to grow stronger. Taejin nervously thanks him, his mind racing as he wonders if the old master has already figured everything out. He reflects that the Gochan Skeleton King is terrifyingly perceptive, almost as if he can see right through him. Just as Go Jianho tells everyone to rest, A sinister voice declares that it's not over yet. The blood magic entity begins to reform from the carnage, screaming that it's not finished. Our boy Taejun is completely dumbfounded, wishing this trash-tier monster would just stay dead already. Go Jianho recognizes the entity as Azazel, who mockingly asks if the Skeleton King truly thought it was defeated. The entity vows that even in death, it will wander the abyss and haunt them for eternity. A massive blood-red magic circle appears, as it prepares to drag all the mortals down with it. Rin and Taejun can only watch in horror, cursing the monster for its sheer persistence. The entity is pouring every last drop of its life force into a single, catastrophic magic sphere. Everyone realizes with dawning terror that if that thing explodes, the entire battlefield will be wiped out. Taejun panics, his mana completely depleted, but suddenly a voice rings out, telling him they'll take it from here. Taejun screams at Miri, demanding to know where the management team has been, but she just chirps that they were busy but are here now. Before he can even question what she means by personnel, a blinding blue light freezes him, and the exploding blood magic in their tracks. Our boy is completely paralyzed, staring at a ghostly blue figure that has materialized right in front of him. Turns out, time itself has stopped, and a new, bored-sounding voice complains about being sent on a business trip to this dump. Two figures, a man and a slime, casually observe the apocalyptic scene, noting it's a distribution site for an old status window they haven't seen in 150 years. The mysterious enforcer steps forward, his boots crackling with energy, and asks Taejun if he's the illegal status window user. He tells his slime partner they need to wrap this up quickly so they can go home, and she eagerly agrees. The enforcer looks at the frozen hunters with disdain, muttering that they look nothing like her and are just a bunch of monsters. But his slime partner pipes up, pointing out that he might have missed something because she's detecting another active user. He dismisses her, confident he matched the dimensional code, only to be dumbfounded when his own system starts flashing with an alert. The enforcer is dumbfounded as his slime partner confirms his fears. Our boy has been watching them the entire time. Turns out, Miri conveniently forgot to mention in her report that Taejun has the latest version of the status window. The little slime completely loses it, having never dealt with a situation like this. But the enforcer tells it to calm down. He turns to Taejun and formally asks if he's a holder of a status window version 2 or higher. Still trying to process the frozen world, our boy dazedly confirms that he is. The enforcer sighs, realizing his intel was trashed here, and offers a stiff apology for the major inconvenience. But Taejun cuts him off, demanding to know what the hell is actually going on here. The enforcer hesitates for a moment, clearly unsure how to even start explaining this mess. He begins by stating that anyone with a version 2 window should already be aware of their company. Taejun confirms he knows about the entity that manages status windows, and the enforcer agrees that's correct. The enforcer finally explains they're from the Special Security Division of the company that manages status windows. Their mission, he reveals, is to apprehend an illegal status window user right here in this frozen wasteland. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing the enforcer is talking about the monstrous blood magic entity. The enforcer confirms it, stating that this shadowy being is officially wanted by their company. While the exact reasons are classified, he can say the guy was exploiting the system for his own selfish gain. Taejun is reeling. Head heard Miri complain about her company but never thought he'd meet anyone else from it. He always just assumed she was making up excuses about overtime to get out of work, but it turns out it was all real. Just as he's processing this, the little slime interrupts, getting an earful from the enforcer for speaking out of turn. But it's an emergency. The slime frantically points out that their target is starting to break free from containment. The blood magic entity is just as confused, demanding to know who these new guys are and if Taejun summoned them. The blood entity roars in fury, accusing them of coming to this forsaken land just to torment it. It's had enough, vowing to burn its very life force to annihilate every last one of them. The enforcer, however, is completely unfazed, telling his slime partner they've wasted enough time talking. He calls out the entity's true name, Azazel von Arceus, as a blade of green energy forms around his arm. In a flash, a massive magic circle appears, and the enforcer officially places Azazel under arrest by company law. The entity is stunned, unable to comprehend how they managed to get so close without it noticing. It's the little slime partner who's doing the heavy lifting, sucking Azazel's shadowy form into the seal. Our boy Taejun can only stare with his jaw on the floor, wondering what the hell he's even witnessing. He's in utter disbelief that this guy subdued that monstrous sphere of blood magic without even moving. And just like that, the colossal entity is vacuumed up and sealed into a tiny, smoking canister. The slime partner suddenly morphs into a full-sized humanoid form, striking a pose as if the job's done. The enforcer turns to our boy, formally apologizing for the whole mess. He explains that, since Taejun cooperated, they're going to give him a little token of appreciation. Taejin is completely baffled, but the enforcer just tells him he'll find out soon enough. Then, with a sly grin, he casually mentions that our boy is about to lose consciousness. Before Taejin can even process what that means, the enforcer and his partner start to phase out through a portal. His vision blurs and distorts as the world around him begins to fade to black. A memory flashes through his mind, his teammate yelling at him to get Saren to safety. And just like that, everything goes dark as he finally passes out. Suddenly, he's back with his party, who are all just as confused, wondering what in the world just happened. The moment he returns, his party screams his name as his body gives out and collapses to the ground. They rush to his side, desperately asking if he's all right, as his vision fades completely. When he finally comes to, he finds himself not in a dungeon, but in a peaceful, sunlit room. A familiar spirit, Miri, pops up with a ridiculously formal greeting, introducing herself as Manager Mi. Our boy, completely unfazed, just groggily asks what's with her outdated speech pattern, much to her annoyance. She gets down to business, asking why he suddenly passed out when he clearly had mana left to burn. Miri explains that no matter how advanced his status window is, moving in a quarantined dimension is no joke. Turns out, the whole ordeal completely drained his stamina, and Taejin grumbles that those enforcer bastards could have at least warned him, but Miri just grins slyly, telling him to check his status window before he gets too mad at the Special Security Division. He's skeptical, but pulls it up anyway, only to be dumbfounded by a notification. A massive bounty reward has just hit his account. His eyes practically bug out of his head as he sees the notification. 10,000 parsley coins have been deposited. He's completely floored, wondering if they actually pay this much for bounties. Miri just laughs it off, casually mentioning that for a Tier 3 criminal, this is actually considered a pretty low reward. Taejin finally connects the dots, realizing this fat stack of cash was the token of appreciation they mentioned. With a new fire in his eyes, he tells Miri that he's just had a life-changing epiphany. He needs to quit being a hunter. From this day forward, our boy declares his new dream is to become a full-time, cash-grabbing bounty hunter. Miri is completely deadpan, pretty sure he's just joking after seeing a bit of money. She quickly changes the subject, puffing out her chest and demanding he show some gratitude, since she's the one who reported the illegal user. Our boy then gets a sly look, asking if she has the ability to teleport to him like the special security agents. He says it's so he can hug his lucky charm, but Miri is having none of it and flat out rejects his cheesy advance. Suddenly, a thought hits Taejin as he stares at the slime creature's report. That blood magic psycho was a Tier 3 wanted criminal. He asks Miri if this implies the existence of Tier 1 and Tier 2 criminals, and she confirms it without a second thought. She explains that Tier 1s are basically cosmic disasters and Tier 2s are rare, but even Tier 3s are no small-time crooks. Our boy's curiosity is piqued, so he asks what it takes to reach the top of that most wanted list. As Miri starts explaining the ranking system, she gasps, realizing she's about to spill classified information. She gets all flustered, waving her hands and nervously laughing that she's said too much. Taejin goes dead silent, the playful mood gone as he realizes the true gravity of the situation. He recalls the absolute monster he fought, a being who would have been a top-tier hunter, and yet was only a Tier 3 criminal. A chilling question forms in his mind. If the criminals are that powerful, what kind of god-tier monsters are the agents who hunt them? Seeing him spiraling, Miri calmly tells him not to overthink things he doesn't need to worry about. She just smiles and tells him they're nothing special, just a simple company that manages status windows. 3 days later, a boat captain arrives at the island, completely dumbfounded by the absolute carnage. He can't believe his eyes, wondering if a volcano erupted while he was gone. Suddenly, Yu Si-rin and Kang Jian rush out of the woods, calling for the captain to help them. The old man is happy to see her and helps her aboard, telling them to hurry up. Just as he's about to set sail, a voice from behind tells him to hold on a moment. The captain's blood runs cold as he turns around, his face a mask of pure shock. It's none other than Choi Jin-hyuk, casually hopping onto the boat as if he owns the place. The captain is flabbergasted, asking if the Bishion Guild's ace hunter really came for a casual fishing trip. He starts sweating bullets, imagining his wife's wrath since it's her birthday. But Jin-hyuk just tells him not to worry. Jin-hyuk casually says he's just hitching a ride, and the boat finally pulls into the dock. Waiting for them is a woman with an aura of pure confidence, Seo Yan-hwa, the representative of the Clear Sky Guild. The second Yu Se-rin spots her, she bolts up the stairs, overjoyed to see her Iani. She crashes into Yan-hwa for a hug, who comforts her, and says she did a good job surviving the ordeal. With tears streaming down her face, Si-rin cries that Yeon-hwa wouldn't believe the insane things that went down on that island. Yeon-hwa just hushes her, knowing full well that our boy Taejin made them sign a strict confidentiality clause. With a knowing look, She tells Seirin she won't even ask how she completely drained her mana, or why she reeks of undead magic. Seirin is absolutely dumbfounded, her mind reeling as she tries to figure out how Yeonhwa knew all that with just a single glance. Just then, an old man in a suit approaches, respectfully greeting Yeonhwa by her full title as Guildmaster. He asks if anyone else came back with her, and she cheekily replies that it's just her and a knight who's escorting a skeleton king. The deputy director sighs in relief, glad he doesn't have to deal with a media circus right now. Yeonhwa smirks, replying that she figured as much and made sure to keep things discreet. He thanks her profusely, knowing that setting up this entire stage for them must have been a huge pain. He then gently pats her head, assuring her that he's still searching for a solution to her request. Visibly touched, Yeonhwa looks down and quietly thanks him for his efforts. As she and Seirin get ready to leave, she waves to our boy, telling him to take care. But before they go, Seirin shyly calls out to Taejin, calling him Appa. She stammers an apology, admitting she's wanted to get closer to him ever since the B rank evaluation. She feels this is the perfect chance for all of them to bond, including Kang Jeon and the Skeleton King. Blushing hard, she finally asks if it's okay for her to keep calling him Appa from now on. Our boy, smooth as ever, just smiles and tells her to call him whatever she likes. Much to Miri's shock, Yu Se-rin is completely overwhelmed with joy, breathing a huge sigh of relief that he agreed. She waves a cheerful goodbye as their car pulls away, leaving Kang Jeon desperately trying to hitch a ride. Abandoned, Kang Jeon suddenly gets serious, turning to Taejun and acknowledging his martial arts prowess. He passionately declares that by their next meeting, he'll have trained hard enough to surpass him. Then he makes a dramatic exit by running down the highway, leaving Taejun wondering why he didn't just get in the car. With that distraction gone, Taejun tells Go Jeon-ho it's their turn to move out since everything is ready. But before they get going, the old man stops and asks our boy if he's truly prepared for what's coming. He stares him down, asking if he's ready to become the absolute center of attention. Taejun just smirks with unshakable confidence, declaring that he's always prepared for the spotlight. The stage is set for a massive press conference, with the media buzzing in anticipation. The banner confirms it all. This is for the official return of the Gutchin Skeleton King. As Go Jeon-ho finally steps into the light, the entire room erupts in a frenzy of camera flashes. But one photographer stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he sees. Because trailing right behind the legendary hunter is our boy, Lee Taejin, leaving the press utterly dumbfounded. The reporters start whispering, confused about why he's there and noting he looks nothing like the monstrous rumors described. Go Jeon-ho calmly takes the podium, silencing the crowd and telling them to hold their questions for a moment. He announces that while he has returned, he has no intention of resuming his activities as a hunter. Instead, he declares his new purpose is to train the next generation and find a successor for his unique blood magic. Then, with the entire nation watching, he points directly at Taejun and announces him as his one and only successor. The reporters are in an uproar, realizing Taejun's move to the Hwiryong Guild was all to learn the legendary blood magic. Elsewhere, a man watching the broadcast remarks that it's just like the Skeleton King to bet his reputation on a talent like Taejun. His associate seems completely unfazed, thinking to herself that this development was entirely within her expectations. After all, blood magic is an internationally regulated skill, and in Korea, Go Jeon-ho is the only one authorized to use it. This whole press conference is the only way for Taejun to legally inherit that power under his master's official backing. But Go Jeon-ho isn't finished. He leans into the mic and declares he has one final announcement to make. He's officially nominating our boy as a special candidate for the A rank evaluation. A massive jump up the ladder. Suddenly, the once calm observer is completely blindsided. A special evaluation for A rank was definitely not part of her calculations. The room explodes into chaos as the two hunters walk away, with reporters desperately shouting for a chance to ask a question. Amid the frenzy, a single hand shoots up, a reporter determined to get a word in with the man of the hour. A sharp reporter cuts through the chaos, demanding to ask the Gocheon Skeleton King a question about Taejun's promotion. Go Jeon-ho, ever the cool customer, simply tells her to go ahead. The reporter lays out the facts. Becoming A rank requires a brutal grind of clearing dungeons, slaying monsters, and owning S rank gear, all of which a special evaluation bypasses. She gets to the heart of it, asking why Go Jeon-ho is nominating our boy for such an unprecedented shortcut. She even twists the knife, pointing out that if Taejun fails, his master will be the one who suffers most, and our boy can't help but think she's got a point. The stakes are massive. Taejun realizes that if he chokes, he's barred from taking another A-rank test for 5 long years. Not only that, but his master would face huge fines, and the guild's reputation would be dragged through the mud for all to see. But Go Jeon-ho just scoffs at the idea of risk, declaring with absolute certainty that Taejin is more than capable of passing. Seemingly satisfied, the reporter acknowledges his answer and prepares to move on. But she's not done yet, turning her attention directly to our boy and announcing her next question is for him. Our boy, looking like he's about to face a firing squad, nervously agrees to take her question. The reporter lays it on thick, stating that with the Skeleton King's return, all eyes are now on his chosen disciple. She cuts to the chase, asking what kind of person he is to earn such support and why he deserves a special A-rank evaluation. Leaning forward, she asks for a simple self-introduction, but her tone is anything but simple. The other reporters immediately understand her real question is a polite way of asking, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Everyone murmurs. They know she's really asking why this nobody is getting special treatment. Taejin grips the microphone, realizing there's no way to weasel out of this question. But just as he's about to answer, a deafening shout rips through the entire conference hall. The room is thrown into chaos as everyone wonders what that noise was, with some noticing a sudden chill in the air. The reporter is absolutely livid, thinking some idiot is treating this serious event like a kid's prank. The reporter is completely thrown off, asking if she misheard him talking about ice. But our boy just gives a smug look, telling her to chill out like ice in a cold coffee. She's left speechless as he asks if she really needs to know what kind of person he is. He calls her out, saying trying to manipulate the public with fancy words isn't chill at all. Picking up a can, he declares that a hunter should prove themselves with skills, not talk. He'll just stay chill, he says, and let his abilities do all the talking for him. With that, he finishes his answer, leaving the entire press corps in stunned silence. The reporter, who was just trying to tear him down, now looks at him with a smirk of interest. She thinks to herself that while he looks normal, the kid has guts and knows how to handle pressure. It's been a long time, she muses, since there's been a rookie actually worth covering. Meanwhile, all the way over in Moscow, Russia, another major player is watching the world turn. Inside a lavish penthouse, a man muses that he hasn't lost a night's sleep in 3 years. But today, of all days, he woke up at dawn. This is Sergei Mavrodi, the leader of the St. Winter's Guild. He wonders if it's because of that old man, the Skeleton King, that he's feeling so restless. Turns out, an old wound in his shoulder from the king's blood magic is aching, a grim reminder of a past battle. A subordinate appears, asking if they should take care of the situation. Hess talking about the Skeleton King's newly recognized disciple, our boy, Lee Taejin. Sergei asks what they know, and his team leader, Jin Weijung, reports that Taejin hasn't even been B rank for 6 months. Jin rattles off his insane achievements, smashing rigged tests, clearing an S-rank dungeon, wiping out a villain team, and even defeating a high vampire. Taking a slow sip, Sergei concludes that this rookie is definitely someone worthy of the Skeleton King's endorsement. Sergei turns to his subordinate, a grim look on his face, and asks him what the plan is. Jin Weijung smirks, suggesting they propose a joint expedition with the Hwaryong Guild for the A72 gate. He explains that if they refuse, it's the perfect excuse to stir up a scandal and drag the Skeleton King's reputation through the mud. A wicked grin spreads across Sergei's face. He absolutely loves the sound of this scheme. Hess fired up now, eager to see how the Skeleton King's precious disciple will handle the heat. Meanwhile, we cut to Taejun's new high-rise apartment, a generous gift from Seo Yeonhwa. Our boy, completely oblivious to the plot against him, is about to devour some well-deserved fried chicken. Hess just kicking back on the couch, thinking there's nothing better than this after an exhausting journey. As he chugs his drink in pure bliss, a worried Miri asks if he's really okay just lazing around. She remembers the Skeleton King's warning, knowing that powerful enemies are already plotting against him right now. Miri keeps nagging him about the A-rank evaluation, but our boy just laughs it off, saying he'll deal with that stuff later. He knows he's a target after the press conference, but figures it's impossible to hunt down every single enemy gunning for him. Besides, he thinks a good rest is exactly what he needs to get even stronger, especially after clearing that last emergency quest. For now, his only plan is to crush this chicken and catch up on dramas, leaving Miri to sigh in defeat. But just as he's getting comfortable, a sudden system notification pings, catching his full attention. A bizarre message pops up, informing him that his horizon of communication has been downgraded to version 1.1. He finally remembers this was a quest reward, but he's dumbfounded that it was actually downgraded. Miri points out that the icon looks way more primitive now, confirming this is a real change and not some bug. She's completely baffled, thinking a system downgrade is totally unheard of. It's always supposed to be an upgrade. She begins to explain what she knows about the skill's initial version as Taejun listens intently, sensing this is more than it seems. Our boy Taejun connects the dots, realizing his abnormal growth must be messing with the status window's functions again. Miri isn't even surprised anymore, but she can't wrap her head around why it would downgrade instead of upgrade, suspecting a hidden purpose. Getting straight to the point, Taejin asks his manager Miri what this horizon of communication even is. Miri struggles for a good analogy, calling it a superior or maybe inferior version of some online marketplace. She finally lands on it, patting his head and explaining it's basically a community board for interdimensional users, leaving him dumbfounded. His curiosity piqued. Taejin decides to check it out, launching the ancient-looking version 1.1 of the program. Hez met with a trash-tier forum, filled with troll posts about monster meats and putting crushes in their place, and Hez utterly disgusted. As he scrolls through the dead forum, he realizes all the posts are ancient, with nothing new to see. Miri nonchalantly explains that's because the original version was shut down long before she even started her job. Just as he's about to complain about the useless feature, a notification pings a brand new post has just been uploaded. Taejin is dumbfounded, questioning how a shutdown forum could be active, while Miri is just as shocked but way more excited. They read the post from a user named Sky Thief, who's been desperately waiting for over 10 years, making Miri freak out even more than our boy. She explains this should be impossible. While Taejin's abnormal growth might explain his access, it doesn't explain how someone else is here. A dark thought crosses Taejin's mind: what if this person is cut from the same cloth, also possessing an abnormal growth skill? Miri immediately shuts that down, confirming that officially, Taejin is the only user left with that cheat tier ability. Our boy ponders this, realizing if he's the only one, then something else must be going on with this mysterious poster. Deciding to test the waters, he types a simple hello, and the original poster instantly notices someone is there. Before he can blink, a request for a face-to-face chat pops up, and Taejin immediately assumes the guy wants to throw down. Miri frantically stops him, explaining this isn't some simple chat, it physically teleports users to a shared space, a feature often used for deathmatches. Turns out, the feature was so high risk, also being used for money laundering, that it was completely removed from all modern versions. Taejin hesitates for a second, realizing he has no idea what kind of lunatic is waiting for him on the other side of this interdimensional chat. He imagines the worst possibilities: some thug trying to rob him, or a hardened veteran who just lives for the thrill of the fight. But after a moment's thought, he decides to just go for it anyway. With a crazed grin, he smashes the accept button as a system message announces his transfer to the dimension of someone called Sky Thief. Miri is absolutely losing her mind, screaming at him for ignoring her warnings. But our boy is just laughing, high on the dopamine of a new challenge. As the world dissolves around him, he eagerly wonders what kind of bastard he's about to meet face to face. He rematerializes in a serene, mountainous landscape, spotting a lone, shadowy figure waiting for him. The mysterious figure slowly turns, and a single, menacing red eye glares at him from within the darkness. The transfer completes, ripping him away from his reality, while Miri can only watch in horror. Landing in a peaceful stream, Taejin is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of place this is. While munching on some fried chicken, our boy casually notes that this dimension is way nicer than he expected, as Miri nervously agrees beside him. He quickly gets impatient, wondering where the hell this Sky Thief guy is, and complaining that he should at least greet his guests. Deciding he's waited long enough, he starts marching off, vowing to teach this rude host some proper manners. Suddenly, a figure blurs past and slams a vicious kick into him, sending him crashing to the ground as Miri screams his name in panic. Taejin is completely stunned by the sheer speed of the attack, immediately realizing this must be the infamous Sky Thief. The attacker is a masked swordsman in traditional robes, his face hidden in shadow and his blade glowing with a menacing red aura. After the lightning-fast strike, the mysterious swordsman lands gracefully, leaving our boy to pick himself up from the dirt. The Sky Thief just stands there, cryptically muttering about pigeons and pheasants, radiating an incredibly dangerous vibe. A wicked grin spreads across Taejin's face. He knew this was a lawless zone, but an instant attack is more than he hoped for. With a maniacal laugh, he unleashes a greedy fireball, ready to settle this the only way he knows how, with overwhelming power. But instead of dodging, the Sky Thief unleashes a swirling vortex of blue energy that completely envelops the area. He sniffs the air, recognizing a familiar scent as he pulls out a strange stamp-like object glowing with red energy. The vortex effortlessly swallows the greedy fireball whole, sending our boy and a terrified Miri tumbling through the air. Taejin is left completely stunned, wondering how his ultimate attack was just neutralized like it was nothing. Suddenly, a perfectly cooked chicken drumstick materializes from the dissipated magic and flies right at the Sky Thief. The legendary swordsman just sits down and starts devouring the chicken, leaving Taejin and Miri utterly speechless. Both our boy and his spirit companion can only stare, completely baffled by this absurd turn of events. The Sky Thief takes a massive bite, Completely ignoring the battle, he just started to savor his unexpected meal. A wave of pure ecstasy washes over him as a pink aura erupts, clearly having the culinary experience of a lifetime. He's blown away by the mystical taste, marveling at how a simple drumstick could be so unbelievably juicy. The swordsman demands to know the name of this divine food, and a baffled Taejun just tells him it's called chicken. He mulls over the name, finding it utterly fascinating as he continues to munch away with a satisfied look. While the sky thief praises the heavenly taste, our boy is just thinking this whole situation is completely insane. Taejun wonders if he's just some random vagrant, but he can sense an ancient power that feels even older than the Skeleton King. After finishing, the sky thief formally apologizes for his earlier aggression, blaming it on 3 days of starvation. But his hunger is far from satisfied, as he holds up the clean bone and asks if that tiny piece was all Taejun had. He pleads for more, claiming his body is withering away from fasting and he'd be eternally grateful. Taejun and Miri are just stunned, realizing this legendary figure is now begging them for leftovers. Agreeing to the bizarre request, our boy tells him to wait a moment and promptly exits the face-to-face chat. He reappears almost instantly, holding a fresh container of chicken, ready to appease the famished swordsman. The sky thief is absolutely floored, shocked that our boy had this much of the heavenly food left. He practically drools over the divine aroma, getting ready to feast, but Taejun suddenly yanks the box away. Our boy stops him cold, asking him to hold on a second before he digs in. With a wicked grin, Taejun explains that in his world, this chicken is an incredibly expensive dish, and he'll need to be paid back. The sky thief is flustered, realizing there's no such thing as a free meal, and quickly asks for a moment to find something of value. He pulls out a massive chunk of deep-sea black iron, a highly valuable metal from his world, offering it as fair payment. But Taejun just scoffs, dismissing the rare ore as scrap metal, and asking if he really thinks it's worth the same as the sacred being known as chicken. The swordsman is utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the idea of fried chicken being a holy relic. Taejun holds the box aloft like a divine offering, passionately declaring that chicken is a godly dish that nothing else can compare to. Completely broken, the sky thief is now on the floor, pathetically begging for just one more bite of the glorious food. The swordsman desperately explains that the so-called scrap metal is literally all he has to offer. He collapses in total defeat, lamenting how a penniless man like him could never again taste such a divine meal. But our boy Taejun leans in with a sly grin, telling him there is indeed one way he can pay. The price for the holy chicken is simple. He has to teach Taejun the Soha divine art. The swordsman is stunned that Taejun knows his secret technique, just as our boy's QR scanner pings to life. The scan reveals the swordsman's name is Byung, and his stats are absolutely trash tier, even worse than a D-rank hunter. By Earth standards, he's basically just a regular guy, but the system highlights one thing: his possessed martial art. Turns out that Soha divine art he just used is so ridiculously overpowered it surpasses even EX rank skills. Taejun's eyes light up with ambition. He realizes if he can master this art, it could become his ultimate weapon. Byung is surprisingly calm, noting that our boy can perceive his heaven's gate, leaving Taejun utterly confused. He clarifies that this gate is what his people call the system's status window, something only dimensional travelers seem to have. With the deal on the table, Taejun confirms that's exactly what he's seeing, hoping to finally learn the secret art. But Byung crushes his hopes, flat out refusing to teach the Soha divine art, not even for the legendary chicken. He tries to shove a piece of blue crystal into Taejun's hand, telling him to take the scrap metal and scram. Taejun isn't letting this go. He holds the crystal and demands to know why he's being so stubborn about it. With a heavy sigh, Byung's expression darkens as he prepares to drop a bombshell. He reveals the shocking truth. The Soha divine art is a corrupt and flawed technique, with nothing to gain from learning it. Turning his back, Byung declares that's his final answer, leaving our boy to process the insane revelation. Taejun sighs, seemingly accepting his fate as he reaches for the box of fried chicken. But it's a total bluff. He declares he'll just eat all this perfectly warm chicken himself, leaving Byung dumbfounded. He takes a big bite, claiming it's a waste to throw it away, and the heavenly scent alone starts to break Byung's composure. Then, our boy unveils his trump card, holding up a piece of chicken over a bowl of golden sauce. He explains that dipping the chicken in this honey sauce is what creates pure, unadulterated bliss. As he goes in for the kill, Byung watches in sheer agony, his stoic facade completely shattered. The crunch echoes as Taejun sinks his teeth into the saucy, crispy chicken. He's lost in a world of flavor, celebrating the taste while Miri looks on in disgust. Byung is completely defeated, his mind now utterly consumed by the thought of that honey sauce. Completely broken, Byung asks what kind of devilish seasoning is in that sauce, begging for just one taste. But our boy's not done. He escalates the torture by cracking open an ice-cold can of beer. As he chugs it down, Byung can only watch in absolute horror, his will to resist completely evaporating. Taejun shouts in ecstasy, declaring that nothing on earth beats the legendary combo of chicken and beer. He even creates clones to join the feast, taunting that he feels bad but will probably finish it all himself. This is the final straw for Byung, who lunges forward screaming for this delicious nightmare to end. He collapses at Taejun's feet, sobbing and offering to teach him the Soha divine art for a single piece of chicken. Leaning in with a demonic grin, Taejun asks if he's absolutely sure he'll keep that promise. Then, to seal the deal, our boy whips out his phone to record the entire confession, making sure there's no backing out. With the battlefield of chicken bones and empty cans laid bare, Taejun lets out a satisfied sigh. Byung, looking stuffed to the gills, wonders how long it's been since he's felt this full, admitting the fizzy drink was a heavenly match for the chicken. Our boy just smirks, glad the fresh experience worked, and immediately goes for the kill. He pulls out his phone, dangling images of endless delicacies as the ultimate bribe for the Soha divine art. Byung's mind is completely shattered by the vision of pizza, sushi, and other dimensional wonders, leaving him drooling and utterly mesmerized. Defeated, he agrees that a promise is a promise, but before they start, he has a question of his own. He looks at Taejun dead serious, and asks why he's so desperate to learn this specific technique. Byung presses on, sensing there's a much deeper reason behind this whole ridiculous setup. Miri pops up, telling Taejun it's fine to spill the beans, since Byung is from another dimension anyway. So, our boy finally reveals his secret. He can read special, hidden information from the heavenly tome that no one else can see. He explains that according to this secret info, Byung's power levels are way too low for someone of his stature. The heavenly tome points directly to the Soha divine art, a technique Byung apparently created to defy his own fate. Byung seems to understand, softly acknowledging that our boy can see a passage meant only for him. He then asks if Taejun will share the details of that passage when the time is right, catching both Taejun and Miri by surprise. Our boy quickly agrees, now wondering if Byung might have a special status window of his own. With the deal struck, Byung begins the lesson by saying he needs to prepare some materials, leaving Taejun utterly confused. Byung roasts him, pointing out his body is trashed here, with no internal energy or even a dantian to store it. He explains that Taejun first needs a special elixir to open his acupoints, and is just about to list the ingredients. But right at the critical moment, the communication link shatters, yanking Taejun and Miri back to their room. Taejun slumps onto the couch, sighing that learning this divine art is going to be a much bigger pain than he thought. Miri notices our boy's troubled look and suggests they need to investigate his breakthrough growth skill more deeply. She points out that it's no simple skill, since it upgrades his entire status window and even unlocks sealed message boards. Taejun agrees, concluding that it feels less like an ability and more like a whole system dedicated to his growth. He thinks back on how the skill has given him quests with unique rewards, like learning the Soha divine art, as if it has its own will. Miri presses him, asking if he doesn't find the whole situation incredibly strange. Our boy just kicks back, admitting it's a little weird but reasons that the skill has never led him astray. He casually tells her to look into it, and just report back if she finds anything suspicious. Fired up, Miri gives a thumbs up, telling him to just focus on getting stronger while she handles the details. They share a fighting, cheer, totally in sync with their new plan. With that settled, Taejun immediately gets back to business, launching the parsley market to find Byung's ingredients. He immediately starts searching for the 1000-year Hisho Wu and other rare ingredients. But one look at the market prices makes his face scrunch up in agony. This stuff is ridiculously expensive. For a second, he wonders if he should just give up on the Soha divine art. But his thoughts are cut short by a commotion at the Hwaryong Guild. Suddenly, his assistant bursts through the door, looking like he's seen a ghost and screaming about a situation. Turns out our boy is busy harvesting the Void Swarm Lord's corpse, and he's not thrilled about being interrupted. The panicked assistant blurts out that a Russian mercenary guild has sent an official request for a joint expedition. And to make matters worse, their representatives are already here, waiting to meet Taejun in person. Taejun isn't completely shocked, having expected other powers to start sniffing around, but he's surprised they moved this fast. He lets out a sigh, internally grumbling that he's busy trying to make money, but decides he should at least hear them out. With his mind made up, he tells the assistant to bring them in, ready to face this new challenge head-on. The elevator dings, arriving on the 19th floor where the meeting is set to take place. As the doors slide open, Taejun and his crew are met by the imposing figures of the Russian mercenaries. Their leader, a guy with flashy teal hair, introduces himself as Jin Wijong, team leader from St. Winters. Our boy's eyes narrow slightly. He knows that name all too well. Turns out this guy is a big deal, a top disciple of a Chinese sword saint and a rising star in the mercenary world. Taejin can't help but let a sly grin slip, thinking this dude is really playing on the world stage. Putting on a professional face, Taejin introduces himself as Hwiryong's deputy guildmaster and offers a handshake. But Jin Woo-jong is already judging him, scoffing internally at the idea that this weakling is the Skeleton King's disciple. He decides to test him on the spot, using an S-rank insight technique to secretly invade Taejun's mana. But the system instantly throws up a firewall, blocking the attack and blasting Jin Woo-jong back, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Jin Woo-jong is completely floored, his mind screaming in disbelief at the sudden rejection of his power. Our boy just laughs it off, blaming static electricity, while Jin Woo-jong internally panics, realizing his S-rank probe was just casually blocked. Taejun, ever the gracious host, ushers the stunned mercenaries inside, suggesting they get down to business. Once they're seated, he cuts right to the chase, mentioning he heard they wanted Hwiryong's help. He asks if they're looking to collaborate on the A-72 gate expedition, all while keeping up his harmless facade. Jin Woo-jong, regaining his composure, confirms that's exactly what they're here for, a slight smirk returning to his face. But Taejin isn't a fool. He points out that the gate cost over $1 billion, so their offer to share it for a fraction of the price is highly suspicious. He lays it out plain and simple. The deal sounds way too advantageous for his guild to be legitimate. That's when Jin Woo-jong drops the bomb, revealing their intel shows the dungeon is crawling with the infamous Roshan giants. The mere mention of those monsters makes the poor assistant next to Taejun break out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. Jin Woo-jong explains that Roshan giants are best handled by using undead summons to draw their aggro, and since Hwiryong is Korea's top sanctuary for necromancers, they're the perfect partners for this expedition. Taejun, with a dark glint in his eye, asks if the payment terms will be properly outlined, and Jin Woo-jong assures him it'll all be by the book. Then comes the real kicker. Jin Woo-jong reveals they only have one condition: that Hunter Lee Taejun must personally join the raid. The room falls silent as the assistant practically has a meltdown, grabbing our boy's arm in a panic. He frantically whispers that the whole deal smells fishy, but Taejun just calmly agrees with him. With a terrifyingly wide grin, Taejun says he's fine with the deal, but asks if he can just slightly adjust the conditions. The scene cuts to a highway in Moscow, where the leader of St. Winters, Sergei Mavrodi, is getting an update. He's dumbfounded, asking his subordinate if Taejun really accepted the offer without any hesitation at all. Sergei stares at his screen, convinced something is off. He figures the old Gochon Skeleton King must have tipped Taejun off to their plan. His subordinate reports that Taejun made one specific, unusual request. Our boy, with that trademark maniacal grin, wants mana stones distributed based on contribution. Sergei is dumbfounded, asking if that's really all the rookie wanted. Thinking it's just greed, he gives the green light and tells his man to wrap it up. But back in the room, Jin Woo-jong is sweating bullets, staring at Taejun with pure dread. He's internally losing his mind, wondering how a trash-tier B ranker just completely blocked his mind-probing art. A vision flashes through his mind. He realizes Taejun is cut from a different cloth entirely. He sees a memory of a desperate Taejun using the spider silk palm technique, screaming about needing money. The scene then cuts away to a quiet, ancient-looking village. Lying on the ground is a massive, gnawed-on bone, hinting at something monstrous lurking nearby. A young, scruffy boy with curly hair cautiously reaches for the giant bone, but before he can touch it, he gets a boot to the back, sending him flying. A crowd of other kids gathers, led by a smug-looking bully who screams at him for daring to set foot there. The orange-haired bully orders his lackey to bring him the bone, and the goon happily obliges. Holding the prize, the bully calls the boy a low-life thief named Cheondo. He then dangles the bone, offering to return it if the boy answers a simple question. Leaning in close, he asks if it's true that he was cursed by the heavens and born without a heavenly outer gate. The bully mocks him in front of everyone, saying without a gate, his calculations must be trashed here and he can't even access the market. His crew joins in the laughter, sneering that he probably doesn't even know what a monster stone is. Growing impatient with the silence, the bully kicks the poor kid again, demanding an answer. The bully clocks our boy right in the face, screaming that he can't give the bone back if he's just going to take the beating. He grabs Byung's collar, mentioning he heard a nasty rumor and wants to see if it's true. With a twisted grin, he leans in and tells him to admit that he has a gate, but his stats are just too pathetic to increase. Byung just glares back, utterly silent, refusing to give the punk the satisfaction. So the bully proposes a bet, saying if Byung's gate stat is higher than even one of his crew, he'll apologize. The catch? The loser gets hit once, and he shoves the bone in Byung's face, demanding he accept the challenge. A status window pops up, revealing Byung's absolutely trash-tier stats and a big fat nun under his skills. The bully smirks, thinking this is in the bag. It's the easiest win of his life. His own stats flash, revealing numbers that are worlds apart. and he smugly wonders if this even counts as a victory. But somehow, against all odds, he loses the bet and starts screaming for his crew, completely baffled how he lost to a kid whose gate was supposedly stolen. This triggers a traumatic memory for our boy, a flashback of him getting stomped on after losing yet another bet. The brutal beating was a regular occurrence, a constant reminder of his own weakness. Suddenly, he's jolted awake by a voice calling his name, snapping him out of the nightmare. It's Taejin, the mysterious new guy, looking down at him with genuine concern. Byung instinctively shoves him away, telling him to back off, still reeling from the phantom pain of his dream. Once he's more lucid, he demands to know how Taejin even got into his room, since he never invited him. Taejin casually explains that since he was registered in the chat room, he can just pop in whenever he wants. Changing the subject, he reveals he's already brought all the rare ingredients for the elixir they talked about. Byung is completely floored, knowing that acquiring these items should have cost an absolute fortune. He realizes that while this kid's internal energy is trashed here, his financial power is on a whole other level. But as Byung gets closer, he realizes the heavenly smell isn't the elixir ingredients, but something else entirely. Taejin grins like a madman, revealing he prepared a special dish just for him. With a dramatic flourish, he presents a massive, steaming plate of royal pigs, trotters, and balsam. He hypes it up, calling it a violent visual, and poor Byung is just left drooling, completely stunned into silence. A few moments later, Byung is just holding a single, clean-licked bone, the entire feast having vanished in seconds. The empty container sits by the water, a testament to the absolute carnage that just occurred. With his stomach finally full, Byung settles down by the shore to begin crafting the actual elixir. Watching him work, Taejin quietly asks Miri what kind of life Byung must have lived. Miri admits she's not sure but guesses it was incredibly tough, as an image of his childhood bully flashes by. She explains that his stats are just abnormally low compared to other users, hinting at a past full of hardship. Byung casually mentions that in his world, checking someone's status window is totally normal, which is why he was never surprised by his own low stats. Taejin processes this as Miri explains the grim implication. In a world like that, everyone would have known just how weak Byung was. She continues, stating that it's a sad but true part of human nature to instinctively look down on those weaker than them. Just as the mood gets heavy, Byung cuts in, proudly announcing that he's successfully created the spirit pill. He holds up the finished product wrapped in a cloth, but sheepishly admits there's a tiny little problem with it. Our boy asks what's wrong, but Byung just says it's the kind of thing that's difficult to explain with words. He offers the bundle over, suggesting Taejin should just see the issue for himself. The moment Taejin unwraps it, he's hit with a foul stench from a pile of what looks like literal dung, making him gag in disgust. While Byung looks completely unbothered, Taejin decides to ignore his senses and fire up the item analyzer to get some real answers. The system reveals the shocking truth. Despite their appearance, these are supreme-grade linked cycle pills, a legendary elixir whose creation method was thought to be lost forever. But there's a catch. The system warns that the pill is contaminated, and ingesting it could be a one-way trip to the afterlife. Our boy gags, asking Byung if he messed up and poisoned the batch, but the kid insists he followed the recipe to the letter. Byung is completely stumped, admitting it wasn't poisoned back in his day, but Taejin stops him, saying he's got this. With a wicked grin, Taejin boasts he's pretty good at detoxification as his item analyzer successfully identifies the contaminant. He then unleashes his C-rank spell dispel, channeling a torrent of blue energy directly into the foul-smelling bundle. Byung is absolutely dumbfounded, stammering as he realizes what our boy is attempting to do. Hez wondering how a trash-tier spell could possibly work, not realizing it's been linked with Taejin's calculator to automatically compute the perfect solution. Taejin thinks back to Seo Yeonhwa, the one who gave him this skill, and cackles internally about how he'll keep milking her gift for another decade. The system's progress bar shoots to 100% in an instant, as the purification spell reaches its climax. In a flash of light, the curse is broken, and a single, perfect, glowing green elixir emerges from the bag. With a twisted grin, Taejin admires the now purified elixir, commenting on how pretty it looks without the curse. He immediately moves to pop it in his mouth, but Byung frantically tries to stop him, yelling for him to hold on. Too late the moment it hits his tongue. Our boy is hit with a taste so foul it sends shivers down his spine. He gags as a sewer-like stench fills the air, so putrid that even Miri looks on in horror. A system warning pops up, helpfully informing him that he needs to chew it at least 20 times for it to work. Taejin thinks he might actually die from this and considers spitting it out, as Byung scolds him for his impatience. Turns out, he was supposed to eat some sweet dewgrass first, which would have made the pill taste like honey. Our boy is in absolute agony, unable to breathe as he feels something crawling up his throat. But after the suffering, a red aura envelops him as a system window announces a major update to his body information. Byung looks down, smugly confirming that despite the near-death experience, Taejun has successfully absorbed the pill. Taejun laughs it off, admitting to Byung that he almost kicked the bucket from that disgusting pill. Byung gets down to business, explaining that with his body prepped, it's time to learn how to gather internal energy. He then tosses a simple wooden sword to our boy. Taejun is completely dumbfounded, wondering what a wooden sword has to do with learning an internal energy technique. He thought he'd be meditating under a waterfall or something, just like in all the martial arts comics. But Byung shuts that idea down, explaining that the Sohwa technique isn't about sitting still and breathing quietly. He snaps a twig to make his point. While other techniques seek chi through serenity and calmness, the Sohwa technique is the complete opposite, gathering power by pushing the body to its absolute limits. It's a path of chaos, like trying to find your center amidst crashing waves and violent storms. In the heart of that very chaos, Byung declares, is where one must gather their chi, leaving Taejun utterly speechless. Suddenly, an immense pressure washes over Taejun and Miri, leaving them both completely stunned by the sheer power. Before they can even process it, the massive rock Byung was standing near cracks and then utterly explodes into dust. Amidst the settling debris stands Byung, looking as if he just took a casual stroll in the park. He turns back, the chaotic energy still swirling around him, a knowing look on his face. He calmly announces that this was the first form of the Sohwa divine art, destructive flowing water. Taejun and Miri are just dumbfounded. Their master just pulverized a boulder with nothing more than a flimsy twig. Our boy's mind is racing, thinking this kind of power is impossible. But Byung declares that explanations are over. With a challenging smirk, he tells Taejun that it's time to stop watching and start doing. Taejun's face contorts in pure panic, realizing this training is about to get real, and way too fast. With no other choice, he lets out a roar and begins swinging his wooden sword, trying to replicate that insane power. With Miri cheering him on, Taejun repeatedly smashes his wooden sword against the unyielding boulder. He steels his resolve, remembering a grim mantra to push himself beyond his limits. With a final, desperate roar, he puts every last ounce of his strength into a single, focused strike. But it's all for nothing as his sword shatters into splinters against the rock's surface. Our boy is left panting and in utter disbelief. The boulder is completely unscathed. He collapses to the ground, utterly spent, as Miri questions this ridiculously outdated training method. Taejun lies there, completely demoralized, wondering how this brute force approach could ever teach him a divine art. Byung finally steps in, explaining this is no ordinary boulder, it's the legendary immutable deep rock. He boasts that not even the greatest swordsman of their era could leave a single scratch on it. Taejun is just left dumbfounded, completely failing to grasp the point of this impossible task. Byung lays out the absurd condition: just keep repeating the move he showed, until the unscratchable rock finally changes. With a smug grin, he promises that the moment our boy succeeds, he'll have mastered the Sohwa divine art. Taejun absolutely loses it, screaming his head off about what kind of trash-tier teaching method this even is. He rants that even he could teach better than this, as Miri's system agrees that Byung has zero talent for instruction. Defeated, Taejun realizes that even with a broken skill, learning it this way would take at least a year of grinding. But then, a chilling thought hits him as he glances at the system window. His eyes widen in pure shock, as the horrifying implication of his situation starts to sink in. He frantically grabs Miri, demanding to know if the system is broken or bugged out. Turns out, he's been sweating it out in here for over 6 hours. But the time back on Earth has barely moved an inch. Miri is completely dumbfounded, insisting her system is working perfectly, which only makes the whole situation even weirder. Suddenly, Miri's eyes widen as a wild theory clicks into place. She tells a stunned Taejun that this chat room must have a time distortion field active. She recalls that old versions of this space could warp time by burning the caster's mana. Then she drops the bombshell. 10 minutes on Earth is a full 24 hours in here, making our boy collapse in shock. Taejun can't wrap his head around it. A simple 10-minute break in the real world is an entire day of training for him. Miri explains that activating a distortion of this magnitude would require an unbelievable amount of internal energy. Even she is left speechless, admitting she can't even begin to fathom just how powerful Byung truly is. Taejun, however, says he knew from the start that his new master was anything but ordinary. The Sohwa divine art Byung showed him was on a level that completely defied common sense. Realizing he can't waste this golden opportunity, Taejun's resolve hardens, and he immediately opens the parsley market system window. Miri is dumbfounded, but our boy explains that with time this valuable, he can't afford to log out just for meals. He immediately buys a massive supply of fasting pills, declaring he's going to handle all his meals right here. The realization hits Miri like a truck, as she asks if he's seriously planning to stay logged in indefinitely. Taejin is completely unfazed, but she desperately tries to warn him about the mental toll of experiencing so much time. She argues that his mind won't be able to handle training for days on end, but he just tells her not to worry. Popping a pill, he reminds her that after surviving at rock bottom for 7 years, this is nothing to be scared of. He grips his staff with renewed determination, stating he doesn't care if it takes a month or even a year. With a look of pure grit, he vows that he will absolutely break this damn rock before he even thinks about logging out. And so, as night falls in the training dimension, our boy begins his relentless, non-stop grind. Elsewhere, his master Byung sits patiently, seemingly observing the boy's unbreakable will. Suddenly, a flustered blue administrator spirit pops in, calling out to Byung. He calmly notes it's rare for her to reach out, but she snaps back that it's because he never contacts her. Byung admits her way of talking frustrates him, which is why he avoids it, but insists he holds no ill will, making her tear up and apologize. She's racked with guilt, believing he suffered so much because of her actions as an administrator. But Byung just brushes it off, saying he knows she never had any malicious intent. He then cuts straight to the point, asking what she's so curious about. The administrator gets serious, demanding to know why he activated the dangerous time distortion feature. She frantically explains that one mistake could have permanently destroyed Taejin's energy center. Byung just smirks, thinking about his reason for taking such a massive risk. Turns out, in his long and meaningless life, he's finally found his very first disciple, and that changes everything. He admits he was just being whimsical, curious to see just how far our boy could possibly grow. Byung then reassures the panicked administrator, promising he won't give Taejin any more special advantages from now on. With that settled, he declares that it's finally time to make his move. He decides to pay his very first disciple a long overdue visit, initiating a face-to-face communication link. In a flash, Byung appears in a lush, green landscape, immediately sensing the aftermath of some serious training. A small smile creeps onto his face as he fondly thinks about his foolish, hard-working disciple. The scene shifts to Taejin, standing before a massive crater he carved into the earth, with Byung remarking on the mess he's made. Our boy looks absolutely drained, but there's a fire of determination still burning in his eyes. He greets his master, and a system window confirms the impossible. His internal energy is maxed out at 800 points. It's been 324 days of non-stop, hellish training, and Taejin has emerged a completely different beast. Miri suddenly freaks out, thinking she spotted a scratch on our boy, but Taejin just looks dead inside. She quickly realizes she's just seeing things, admitting she's been cooped up here for way too long. Taejin agrees, saying it's understandable since they've been doing the same thing for nearly a year straight. Miri then shows some genuine concern, but Taejin turns it around, asking if she could just disconnect and return to her timeline. He knows that if she just breaks their sync, she'd be free from this endless grind. But Miri refuses, insisting it's her sworn duty to document every single one of his legendary moves. She pats his shoulder with a determined look, declaring that as his manager, she's here to stay. Touched, Taejin grabs his massive weapon and thanks her, admitting he probably would have given up from loneliness long ago. He reflects that without her, he would have gone completely mad, becoming a mindless machine that only knows how to swing a sword. But then, his eyes glint with purpose as he reveals there was a second, crucial reason he managed to survive this hell. That second reason was this: the slow, satisfying grind of his power increasing with every single strike. He thinks about how this tiny bit of progress kept him sane, and just then, the system dings he's unlocked a new skill, Weak Spot Insight. Turns out, it's an S-rank passive that lets him detect an opponent's weakness, getting more accurate the longer he fights. On his 450th day of training, he suddenly asks Miri if she can see what he's seeing. Hez staring at the massive rock, but now there's a faint, glowing point on its surface. Miri is completely dumbfounded, telling him she can't see anything glowing at all. A smirk crosses our boy's face as he realizes this must be his new skill at work, a weakness only he can perceive. He explains that while he can see the general weak surface of the rock, he can't pinpoint the exact spot just yet. He understands that to actually make a dent in this heartless rock, he needs to refine his focus. His new mission is to narrow that massive glowing area down to a single, perfect point to strike. Day after day, our boy focuses his energy, and the system confirms his internal power is steadily climbing as the weak surface slowly condenses into a circle. Time becomes a blur of endless strikes against the cliff face, and with every attempt, his internal energy cap continues to break its limits. He pours every ounce of his being into this singular task, his power growing exponentially as he refines his perception of that one perfect point. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, he gathers all his power and strikes the pinpointed weakness, causing a massive burst of energy. With a look of pure, unadulterated focus, he realizes he's finally ready to perform the first technique of the Sowa divine art. His progress is so insane that his skeletal mentor, Iratus, is left completely speechless, exclaiming in awe as Taejun's energy skyrockets to 800. By day 721, Iratus admits that our boy's swordsmanship has already surpassed that of some so-called sword masters out in the real world. His new skeleton crew is so impressed they've started pampering him, with Iratus personally combing his hair, completely convinced of his master's inevitable success. Iratus reflects that in all his years among the undead, he's never witnessed a human with such a trash-tier starting point work so relentlessly to master a single thing. All this praise leaves our boy blushing and flustered, while Miri cheers him on, happy he's finally getting the validation he deserves. Miri declares that among all the users she's seen, Master Taejun's tenacity is absolutely top tier. Our boy can only offer a humble thanks, still a bit overwhelmed by the genuine praise. He stares at the massive boulder, musing that he never imagined this isolated training would last 2 whole years. But now, he thinks with grim determination, this dreadful training is finally coming to an end as his skill pinpoints the rock's weakness. With 500 internal energy consumed, he activates the first form of the Sowa divine art, Piercing Flow. He channels every ounce of his refined power into his wooden sword, unleashing it in a single, perfect strike. The impact is immense, sending a shockwave of pure energy that begins to tear the boulder apart from the inside out. With a final, deafening crack, the rock shatters into 1,000 pieces around him. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes that after all that hell, he's finally mastered the damn skill. Suddenly, his master Byung appears, and Taejun greets him, acknowledging it's been a long time. Byung smirks, pointing out that this is the first time our boy has ever called him master. Taejun respectfully explains that since he received proper guidance, the title is well-deserved. But his master presses on, asking what he was before, and Taejun cheekily calls him a mukbang YouTuber. Byung just scoffs, calling him a completely ungrateful disciple. He then gets serious, explaining that while Taejun can perform the technique, it still needs a ton of refining. In fact, he declares that his execution of Piercing Flow was far from perfect. Taejun humbly accepts the criticism, vowing to improve his form. He reflects on how Byung's attack turned a rock to dust while his only broke off a fist-sized chunk. The power gap is immense. Changing the subject, Taejun asks a simple question. How long did it take his master to learn the Sowa divine art? Byung is suddenly struck completely silent, looking away as if he's trying to avoid the question entirely. Byung finally answers with a single phrase that completely shatters our boy's perception of time. 1 gapya. Taejun's mind races to do the math, realizing his master is talking about a mind-numbing 60 years of training. The old master just smirks, letting the insane number sink in as Taejun wonders if he really spent 30 years perfecting a single move. Having thoroughly humbled his student, Byung casually dismisses him, telling him to go get some fresh air and bring back food. Taejun agrees but warns his master that it might be a long time before they meet again. This catches Byung's attention, and he grabs our boy's shoulder, asking if he's about to put his new skills to the test. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Taejun confirms he's ready to show the world the power his master has given him. The scene abruptly shifts from the timeless training ground back to a modern, high-rise apartment building. A system window flashes as Taejun logs out of the face-to-face chat room, ending the intense session. He materializes back in his room and immediately collapses, gasping for air as if he'd been suffocating for the entire duration. The first thing our boy does is dive face-first into his bed, absolutely losing his mind over how soft it is. He's so blissed out he tells Miri to try it, but she just awkwardly floats there, politely refusing to lie in his filth. With his training done, he grabs his phone, ready to ditch the trash-tier fasting pills and order a feast. But his good mood evaporates when he sees a ton of missed calls, all from Guildmaster Go Youngman, and just like clockwork, his phone starts ringing again. It's the man himself. Taejun answers, only to get an earful from a frantic Go Youngman, who screams that they all thought he was dead. Our boy calmly explains he was just training, which leaves his guildmaster completely dumbfounded. Go Youngman absolutely loses it, yelling that the joint expedition with the Saint Mercenary Corps is imminent, and Taejun has done zero prep. He continues to spiral, paranoid about whatever schemes their rivals are cooking up behind the scenes. But Taejun just smirks, thinking to himself that his boss really needs to chill out. Taejun coolly asks if his boss really thought he was unprepared, which makes Go Youngman instantly change his tune. Our boy just leans back, smugly telling his guildmaster to sit back and relax. He declares that his preparation was simply getting strong enough to wipe the floor with every last one of them. With the call over, a taxi pulls up to the gates of a desolate, forgotten place. Taejun steps out of the car, taking in the dreary atmosphere of his destination. Miri suddenly appears beside him, completely creeped out and asking what this horrid place is. She looks over the crumbling architecture, shuddering that it feels like something straight out of a nightmare. Taejin calmly explains that this ruin was once the most famous and beloved theme park in Korea. But about 10 years ago, an A-rank gate spawned right in the middle of it, wrecking everything. He then looks on with a determined glint in his eye, stating this nightmare park is their next stop. He declares this hellscape is where the joint expedition with St. Winters will take place. Miri recognizes the infamous A-72 gate, and Taejin confirms it's recently shown signs of activity. Our boy analyzes the swirling red vortex, thinking it looks like a standard precursor-type gate. He explains that unlike spontaneous gates that pop up randomly, these give weeks of warning. Still, no matter the type, what's actually inside is a complete mystery until it opens. Luckily, modern tech like the Dungeon Observer can at least predict the opening time. It even gives a rough sketch of the monster types they can expect to face. But suddenly, Taejin's hunter senses go haywire, detecting an unexpected presence. He whips around with a sharp look, completely startling the floating Miri beside him. He's dumbfounded to hear someone nearby already setting up cameras for the show. Turns out, it's a whole broadcast crew already on site, barking orders and scrambling to set up their gear. Our boy Taejin sighs in disgust, completely creeped out that the media vultures are already circling. Deciding he wants no part of this circus, he tells Miri they're leaving, and activates his Ring of the Hiding Hound to go invisible. The scene cuts to the Hwiryong Guild's base camp, a much more orderly-looking operation. Inside one of the tents, Guildmaster Go Youngmin is pacing back and forth, completely stressed about how to handle the situation. A voice suddenly calls out to him from the shadows, interrupting his frantic thoughts. He snaps around, ready to tear into whatever idiot decided to bother him while he's losing his mind. But he's left dumbfounded as Taejin appears out of thin air, deactivating his stealth ring with a casual greeting. The tough-as-nails Guildmaster's composure completely shatters, and he starts stammering like a starstruck fan. With a cry of pure joy, he launches himself at our boy for an over-the-top spinning hug-style tackle. Taejin immediately shoves him away, clearly not a fan of the over-the-top welcome. Go Youngmin whines about the cold shoulder, but our boy just deadpans that he's not a hugger. The Guildmaster's demeanor shifts, noticing that Taejin feels fundamentally different, more powerful. Taejin just smirks, casually mentioning he's done a bit of secluded training. He cuts straight to the chase, asking for the details on the A-72 gate expedition. Go Youngmin's face falls as he confirms the gate opens in 17 hours and it's crawling with Byrosen giants. But he gravely warns Taejin that the monsters are the least of their problems. This whole thing is a political trap, a setup by their rivals designed to destroy the Hwiryong Guild's reputation. Just as Go Youngmin promises to protect him, Taejin cuts him off with a knowing look. A sly grin forms as he realizes he can turn this entire conspiracy to his own advantage. Taejin puts on a comically cowardly act, announcing he's too scared and will just join the support team. Go Youngmin is left completely speechless, unable to process what he just heard. Elsewhere, at the St. Winters mercenary base, a sinister plot is unfolding. Jin Weijung reports to his boss, Sergei Mavrodi, that they're all set to enter the A-72 gate with Taejin. Sergei is pleased, believing their plan is proceeding perfectly, and victory is within their grasp. But his subordinate quickly adds that there's one very strange detail he needs to report. He explains that according to Hwiryong's leader, Taejin isn't joining the main raid party at all. Instead, our boy is inexplicably joining the support team, a move that throws a wrench in their assumptions. Sergei is completely baffled, trying to figure out if Taejin is a coward or just a complete idiot. In the end, he smirks, deciding it doesn't matter, their plans will move forward regardless. Sergei gives the final, chilling order: stick to the original plan and eliminate Lee Taejin inside the gate. 15 minutes before the raid, a sinister red aura seeps into the staging area, thick with tension. The other hunters are in an uproar, completely baffled that the most crucial guy is ditching the main party. But amidst the chaos, one sharp-eyed reporter stands silently, piecing things together. She reflects on his career, knowing from years of experience that our boy never makes a losing move. He stepped down from the spotlight like it was nothing, even though it looked like a massive loss. Suddenly, she tells her cameraman, Jung Myung-hun, to pack his gear because they're on the move. Hez totally confused, but she retorts that there's no point filming a meal without the main dish. With absolute certainty, she declares they're ditching the main event to follow Taejin's support team. And just 8 minutes before the gate opens, Taejin and his new crew are ready to go, feeling it's almost time. As they wait, the punk rock support team feels the pressure, with one girl wondering why she's so nervous when they're not even needed. Our boy Taejin just smiles and pats her on the head, agreeing that normally, a support team in a raid like this is basically useless. He explains that since the main team is stacked and there are no civilians to evacuate, their job is technically just for show. But despite that, He looks them dead in the eyes and tells them to give it their absolute all. He frames their mission as being the last line of defense, assigned just in case something completely unexpected goes down. His little pep talk works like a charm, and the whole crew is suddenly fired up, vowing to give it everything they've got. Taejun smirks at their fighting spirit, but inwardly he's thinking they're all total newbies, judging by their full heads of hair. Turns out, the stress of being a hunter makes you go bald, and he muses that the Hwaryong Guild is the perfect place to see that experience firsthand. Miri, however, points out the real oddity. She asks why a B-rank hunter like Yoon Hana is stuck on support duty. The pink-haired girl just sighs, explaining that since she has no summoning skills, she got demoted to the B team for this specific raid. Yoon Hana tries to justify her place, insisting she's worked hard to sharpen her dark element support skills. Our boy just smirks and says she'll be quite useful then, a comment that leaves her utterly dumbfounded. She starts to question what he means, a sense of dread suddenly washing over her. But before she can get an answer, the ground starts to shake violently. The gate is about to open. Taejun immediately orders everyone to stay calm and focused, preparing them for the worst-case scenario. The tension is unbearable as a countdown begins, the entire support team bracing for impact. Suddenly, the gate activation goes wild, ripping a chaotic, blood-red tear in the fabric of reality itself. The support punks are completely losing their minds, staring in disbelief at the horrifying scene. Turns out, this isn't a normal gate, it's a secondary dimensional portal, and a horde of monstrous brutes is already pouring out. Someone lets out a desperate scream, declaring a top-level emergency as all hell breaks loose. But our boy Taejun isn't having it, roaring for the support team to follow him and fight for their lives. Elsewhere, a nearby broadcast crew stares in absolute shock, unable to process what they're seeing. One of them realizes this isn't a normal transfer-type gate, it's a pre-deployment, which is a whole different level of bad news. The horrifying truth sinks in: if these are just the appetizers, the main gate must be holding back the real monsters. As if on cue, a pack of grotesque Burosan hounds materializes from the red energy, escalating the chaos. One of the giants smashes through the support team, sending the punk hunters flying like ragdolls. The survivors are paralyzed with fear, finally recognizing the monster as a legendary Burosan giant. They can only watch in utter despair as its massive fist descends, convinced they're all about to be wiped out. But just as their hope fades, a brilliant flash of energy intercepts the giant's attack. Someone unleashes the dragon's one-horned island, a powerful technique from the monk of the ascending dragon fist. Landing gracefully, our boy Taejun checks to see if the terrified support team is still in one piece. He warns them that fighting the Burosan giants head-on is suicide, and tells them to handle rear support. With a final word of encouragement, he leaps back into the fray, leaving the punk hunters dumbfounded. The support team immediately starts panicking, thinking they're too weak to do anything but get in the way. But just as their morale hits rock bottom, Yoon Hana grabs them and tells them to shut up and listen. She admits that even working together, they'd struggle to take down a single one of these brutes. However, she reminds them they have Deputy Guild Leader Lee Taejun fighting on their side. With their hope reignited, she rallies the troops, telling them to give Taejun their absolute all. Meanwhile, Taejun is already weaving between the giants, a blur of motion against their overwhelming size. Back in the support line, Yoon Hana's skeletal staff begins to glow with a sinister pink energy. Yoon Hana unleashes her bone prison skill, and one of the brutes is suddenly trapped, completely dumbfounded by the attack. The monster shatters the bones with brute force, roaring in fury as Yoon Hana worries if Taejun is okay. But our boy is completely unfazed, admitting to himself that her specialty is actually pretty damn useful. He didn't expect much from the trash-tier support team, but their buffs make the hunt a whole lot easier. With the table nicely set, Taejun gathers a swirling vortex of blue energy in his hand. It's time to farm like crazy as he unleashes his ultimate skill. Greedfire EX. The blue flames engulf the brute's head, not just burning it, but seemingly ripping its very soul from its body. The monster collapses into a lifeless husk as Taejun and Miri calmly walk past, looking for their next target. From a distance, a broadcast crew films the incredible sight of multiple brutes trapped and falling from the gate. The cameraman is losing his mind, telling his boss her instincts were spot on and that their stream is about to blow up. The cameraman notices his boss's grim expression and asks if something's wrong, but she just tells him to keep the camera rolling. In her mind, the pieces are clicking into place. She realizes this Burosan giant wasn't part of a swarm, but a lone unit. That means it was a direct transfer from the main gate, a rare and dangerous occurrence. Yet our boy Taejun acted like he knew from the start, even patrolling the area as if he was waiting for it. The reporter is dumbfounded, wondering just how many steps ahead this guy is operating. Meanwhile, Taejun is giddy with excitement as he activates one of Miri's hidden functions. A system window pops up. The Parsley battle map is analyzing the nearest gate for him. The results are insane. It shows the gate's name, type, activation time, and even the number and rank of monsters inside. He grins at Miri, realizing they'll never be caught off guard by these pre-deployment ambushes again. With this intel, he thinks to himself, even clearing one of the world's top 10 labyrinths will be a piece of cake. He remembers the grueling training on Dragon's One-Horned Island where he first unlocked the Soha Divine technique. Back in the present, our boy puts that very technique to use, rocketing forward like a golden comet. He smashes right into one of the dimensional brutes, his strike tearing through its massive arm. The monster is utterly obliterated, its limbs shattering into pieces from the sheer force of the impact. Taejun just laughs, absolutely thrilled by the satisfying feeling of combat. He even takes a moment to admire the loot, hoisting a ridiculously huge mana stone from the brute's corpse. With his prize secured, he rallies his personal support team, pointing them toward the next dimensional gate. Suddenly, an urgent message comes through, ordering him to return to the main squad immediately. Turns out the main force is getting swarmed, with monsters transferring to a completely unexpected location. But Taejun just fakes static, pretending his comms are trash so he can keep on his glorious rampage. With a blood-splattered, psychotic grin, our boy tells the main squad he'll be giving the briefing instead. Meanwhile, the actual team leader, Jin Weijung, is trying to report that they've taken down 4 Burisen giants. Hez absolutely dumbfounded, realizing Taejun's rogue squad is the one who managed that insane feat so quickly. Taejun, however, is already calculating his next move, estimating 3 more giants will take him about 15 minutes. He casually informs the main squad that he'll rejoin them after his little side quest is complete, but Jin Weijung is too busy fighting for his life to listen, desperately screaming Taejun's name as monsters swarm him. He's completely losing it, roaring into the comms for that trash-tier hunter to get over here right now. The situation is grim, with his own men getting torn apart by the Burisen hounds and screaming his name for help. The entire main squad is on the verge of being wiped out, completely overwhelmed by the endless tide of beasts. All Jin Weijung can do is seethe, a vein throbbing in his head as he grits his teeth, utterly furious at Taejun's betrayal. Finally snapping, Jin Weijung declares he's done being treated like a clown dancing in someone else's palm. With newfound rage, he cuts through the Burisen hounds, vowing that today, the clown will be the one doing the killing. The scene flashes back to a similar pile of monster corpses, setting the stage for a past incident. In a deserted amusement park, Taejun arrives on the scene, having just finished his own patrol. Our boy, with Miri floating beside him, casually asks where the Hwyryong Guild members are, ready to proceed. The Shavel Tiger leader informs him he must have missed the comms. The Hwyryong Guild pulled out after their leader was critically injured. With a smirk, he says it looks like the boss subjugation will be handled by just his team and Taejun. Taejun just laughs it off, completely unfazed by the sudden and dangerous change of plans. But the leader's tone shifts, asking Taejun if he's really that clueless about what's happening. He then drops a bombshell. The critically injured hunter was from Taejun's own support team. Taejun plays dumb, claiming he was so focused on the monsters he didn't even notice his support dropped out. Internally, Hez laughing his head off, mocking them for thinking he'd fall for a lie he orchestrated himself. Turns out, the whole story was a trash-tier bluff to lure our boy into the gate alone with the Shavel Tiger team. But Taejun's already one step ahead. As his system confirms all 11 of them are hostile, he's just dancing in the palm of his hand. The whole crew steps into the boss's domain, a massive temple-like structure radiating a sinister red aura, and sitting on a throne at the far end of a grand hall is the dungeon boss, waiting patiently. The boss sniffs the air, a grim look on his face as he recognizes an unmistakable scent. It's the smell of his subordinate's blood, and the system confirms this is the Burisen giant, though his info is hidden. The Shavel Tiger team finally enters the throne room, completely oblivious to the real danger. Their leader just gawks at the place, commenting on how the boss field looks like some kind of ancient temple. The leader smirks, noting that the boss monster hasn't even been activated yet. He internally debates his next move, a cold look in his eyes. Should he eliminate Taejun before the boss fight, or use the battle to weaken him first? It doesn't matter. He's already destroyed all the suit cameras, ensuring there's no evidence of their betrayal. His only hesitation is that he still can't grasp the true extent of our boy's power. He decides to play it safe. They'll kill the boss together, then he'll immediately backstab Taejun. But just as he's feeling smug, one of his subordinates frantically reports that Hunter Lee Taejun has vanished. The whole team is dumbfounded. He was with them just a second ago, but now he's nowhere to be seen. Another hunter grabs the subordinate, furious that he was ordered to keep a close eye on their target. As they argue about the rookie slacking off, their leader cuts them off, demanding silence. The leader grabs his subordinate, demanding to know the last time he saw Taejun. but the guy can only stammer that he knows they entered the gate together. Convinced our boy couldn't have left, the leader slams his hand on the ground, activating a tracking skill to find him. His senses flare out, scanning the area with a deep red energy as he focuses his mind. A cold sweat runs down his back as he wonders if Taejin somehow figured out their entire backstabbing scheme. His skill reveals a vast, complex web of mana, and hidden deep within it is a faint trace of Taejin's energy. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the unique signature of a legendary concealment item, the Elixir of Obscurity. The rest of his team is dumbfounded. Taejin must have used that priceless elixir the very second he stepped into the dungeon. The leader realizes Taejin is definitely still here, and worse, he almost certainly knows they're here to kill him. One of his men starts to panic, asking the million-dollar question. Does this mean the hunter has become the hunted? The leader tries to shut him down, calling the idea reckless, but you can tell he's just trying to convince himself. The leader recalls a critical flaw in the elixir. Its effect shatters the instant the user is detected. He smirks, realizing they're all trapped in here together until the dungeon boss is defeated. The new plan is simple. They'll secure the only exit and just wait for Taejin's invisibility to wear off. With a new sense of purpose, he draws his sword, ready to take control of the situation. He declares that they'll eliminate the boss first, making the entire dungeon their personal hunting ground. The boss, a hulking brute, sits on its throne, looking completely uninterested in their arrival. But as the hunters approach, the giant's hand slowly tightens around its massive spear. In a blur of motion that defies its size, the boss unleashes a devastating swing. The entire squad is dumbfounded, completely frozen by the monster's impossible speed. Before anyone can even react, one of the team members is utterly annihilated by the crushing blow. The squad is in utter disbelief. Not only did the boss move at light speed, but it's actually using a weapon. One of the senior hunters seethes with rage, cursing the giant bastard for what it's done. He roars in fury, activating his power of the Minotaur skill to avenge their fallen rookie. Screaming that he'll kill the beast, he launches himself forward in a blind, rage-fueled charge. But his all-out punch is caught with zero effort, the boss not even flinching at the impact. The giant effortlessly lifts the transformed hunter by his face, who can only stare back in dawning horror. He desperately begs to be let go, as the boss begins brutally slamming his head against the throne. The rest of the team can only watch, frozen in terror as their comrade is turned into a bloody mess. With their captain now a mangled corpse, the remaining members stammer, completely broken. The giant finally stands, now armed with a sword and shield, making them question if this is even a Burusan giant at all. The beast immediately goes on a rampage, tearing through the remaining hunters like they're made of paper. One of the men screams for help, his body already being torn in half by the monster's overwhelming power. His desperate cries are cut short as the giant's blade finishes the job, painting the hall in blood. The squad leader can only watch in horror, completely dumbfounded by the monster standing before him. He quickly analyzes the situation, realizing this thing's strength, speed, and intelligence are on a whole other level. This creature, which he now recognizes as Barud, is no mere Burusan giant. It's something far, far worse. Glancing at the mangled corpses of his comrades, the leader's expression hardens with grim determination. He knows this is it. Surrounded by his fallen team, this is his one and only chance to use his ultimate technique. The blood of his allies begins to pool around him, swirling into a vortex of dark, crimson energy. With his eyes glowing ominously, he raises his blade to the heavens, channeling all that power for one final, desperate strike. This is a forbidden skill, an art so dangerous it's been banned by every guild on the planet. But the giant brute just watches, unimpressed, as the blood-soaked blade closes in on his neck. The leader's weapon is now a conduit for pure, unmatched, destructive power, ready to be unleashed. He launches himself forward, a blur of motion fueled by the sacrifice of his entire team. With eyes burning red, he screams that this freak of a variant is about to die. The attack rips through the air, a devastating crimson arc aimed to cleave the monster in two. As his life flashes before his eyes, he thinks of Lee Taejin, telling him to wait for him. The blade connects, and for a split second, he believes he's won, telling the beast it's next. But his triumphant grin instantly morphs into sheer, dumbfounded horror. The giant didn't even flinch, and with a single, brutal punch, sends the squad leader flying. Lying in a crater, the squad leader can only mutter in disbelief, his body completely shattered. His mind races, unable to comprehend how a mere B-rank monster could have survived his forbidden technique. The giant brute stomps over, muttering something in its own tongue as it looms above the broken hunter. With a cruel grin, the beast raises its massive sword, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. All the squad leader can feel is pure despair. This is how it ends for him and his entire team. But just as the sword descends, he instinctively throws up a hand, a futile gesture against certain death. Suddenly, a colossal blast of blue energy erupts from nowhere, completely engulfing the giant's attack. A new voice cuts through the chaos, casually asking the baldy muscles who said it could touch his toy. The giant is completely dumbfounded, staring at the newcomer who just called the squad leader his property. It's our boy Taejin, with Miri floating beside him, warning the monster to back off before he loses the rest of his hair. The giant brute is completely thrown, asking how a mere human can understand its language. Our boy Taejin, holding the squad leader like a rag doll, just scoffs, asking if the monster's brain is purely for decoration. Recovering its composure, the brute grins, sizing up this interesting new prey. It then reveals that all of its subordinates were wiped out the second they stepped out of their gate. The giant glares down, putting two and two together and accusing Taejin of being the one behind the massacre. Taejin doesn't even flinch, calmly initiating a scan on the big guy while Miri floats nearby. The scan takes a while, revealing this brute has the latest status window, which makes Taejin realize this isn't just some trash-tier monster. Turns out, the brutes had just emerged from some kind of dimensional structure when they were ambushed. Without another word, Taejin unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue flames right at the giant's face. The attack lands perfectly, and Taejin laughs, bragging about his headshot, and calling the monster nothing special despite its size. But instead of just dying, the giant starts mumbling something, and Taejin mockingly tries to repeat the alien words. The monster, still wreathed in blue flames, continues to speak, leaving both Taejin and Miri completely dumbfounded. Our boy scoffs, wondering if the beast is trying to utter some last words, prompting his system to activate a translator. The translation starts to trickle in, revealing a chilling message about a king who is waiting for something. With its last breath, the giant grabs its burning face and screams a prophecy that all humans are doomed to die. The final piece of the message lands, clarifying they will all perish before the giant's king, stunning our boy into silence. Taejin is floored. The fact that these Burrison giants serve a king is brand new, top-tier intel he's never encountered. He realizes the real threat at this gate isn't the dungeon's mechanics, but this unknown boss and its mysterious leader. After mulling it over for a solid 8 minutes, he decides enough waiting around it's time to make a move. Suddenly, it all clicks for our boy. He finally understands the giant's entire scheme. He lays it all out, calling the giant's plan to use the hounds as a diversion pretty clever. The giant boss just stares back silently, offering no response to Taejin's taunts. But there's a catch. His QR reader can't find any weak points, and the boss is immune to his blood magic. With his usual tricks off the table, Taejin clenches his golden gauntlet, knowing what comes next. If hacks won't work, then it's time for pure, unadulterated brute force as he ignites his fist in flames. He launches himself into the air, activating the Rising Dragon God technique for one devastating punch. The giant barely has time to react, desperately throwing up its shield to block the incoming attack. With a look of pure grit, our boy puts every ounce of his strength into this final, decisive blow. The Rising Dragon strike smashes into the giant's shield with the force of a meteor. Thinking Hez won, the boss grabs our boy's fist and gloats that he's caught the human. But Taejin just smirks, revealing this was the plan all along. He's the one who set the trap. With his fist firmly held, he activates his EX rank divine power, much to the giant's shock. He then unleashes Rising Dragon Strength, a point-blank explosion of pure energy. The boss is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the insane power erupting from his hand. The sheer recoil from the blast sends Taejin hurtling backwards through the air. The giant's shield and arm are completely obliterated in the blinding flash of light. Our boy is still flying back, caught in the aftershock of his own devastating attack. He crashes through the ancient pillars, the sheer force of his own attack sending him flying. But amidst the dust and chaos, the giant boss is somehow still standing, completely unfazed. Taejin lands, Miri appearing beside him, finding it hard to believe the boss isn't even exhausted. Knowing this is the great Burrison giant king, he grits his teeth and charges back in. A massive shockwave erupts from the boss's position, but our boy seems to have anticipated this. A grim smirk crosses his face as he realizes his terrible theory was correct. The giant stands there without a single scratch, his arm and shield perfectly regenerated. Taejin is at a loss, trying to comprehend what kind of insane power he's fighting. The horrifying truth dawns on him. This monster is immune not just to blood magic, but even to his defense, ignoring divine power. Taejin reels back, his mind racing. What's the point of his system if none of his attacks can even touch this beast? But then, a crazy thought hits him, and he wonders why he didn't see it sooner. He stares at the giant, the horrifying truth dawning on him. This monster is cut from the same cloth, using the exact same system he is. Our boy imagines the boss casually using the system's features, just like any other user. If that's true, it means the giant has access to all the same functions Taejin does. A wicked glint appears in his eyes as he realizes this includes the parsley market. and he immediately activates his QR scanner on the boss. The scan reveals the source of the boss's power, a unique armor that reduces all damage by a staggering 90% and grants S-rank regeneration. Taejin is left utterly dumbfounded, realizing it wasn't some godly immunity, but just a broken item effect, much to Mira's amusement. He points accusingly, asking if the giant bought that cursed armor from the parsley market, leaving the boss speechless. The giant tries to play dumb, insisting there's no such thing as a market in his savage dimension. But our boy isn't having it, cutting him off to state the armor's current market price is a cool 1.5 million A-coins. He laments that for a monster to be wearing such a pricey item is a total waste, especially since it's bound and he can't even steal it. With his old plan out the window, Taejin just smirks and activates his S-rank blood magic, a power perfect for this hopeless situation. He grins like a maniac, telling the giant to hold onto his precious coins tight, because a world of hurt is coming his way. With a blood-red weapon now in hand, our boy lunges forward, ready to test his theory. The boss just scoffs, thinking to himself that humans are truly some of the dumbest creatures he's ever met. He confidently raises his sword, boasting that the armor he's wearing is completely unbreakable. But Taejin's blood weapon smashes against the armor with immense force, proving that no weapon doesn't mean no way to win. The giant is completely dumbfounded as cracks spread across his supposedly invincible armor. But our boy isn't surprised, declaring that with 500 internal power, there's nothing in this world his sword can't cut. He unleashes the swordsman's fist, first technique, Insight Slice, a devastating flurry of crimson energy. The boss's precious armor is instantly shredded into a million worthless pieces. The attack slams directly into the giant's chest with bone-shattering force. He can only let out a pathetic gurgle, coughing up a fountain of green blood. As the armor disintegrates, a strange blue tile-like item drops to the floor. Taejin explains that this isn't just any technique. It's the embodiment of his master's obsession. A vision of his master appears behind him as he calls it the Sword of Fate that rewrote his entire destiny.